I'm gonna have to pull my hat. Let me tell. I tell my I ain't got no glasses. Huh? All right, guys. Hello, everybody. This is Danny and Blake, and we're live here at Jimbo's Southern Outdoor Fishing Seminar and Expo. So for the next 4 hours, we're going to be covering this, and as you guys come in and off during the day, or watch this, or during the evening, and then watch this later on as time is convenient for you guys. We hope to be able to bring you a lot of the vendors and stuff like that. Just kind of give you a taste tonight of what's going on, so that maybe tomorrow, if you got free time and you want to come down here to Duluth to the Infinite Energy Forum and check everything out, you will know what to expect. So, Blake, what are you doing tonight, buddy?
Hey, I'm sitting here watching people walk by, buying stuff. I wish I would have brought a little more money to spend some, because there's some good-looking rods, some good-looking swim baits and everything down here.
Right.
It's going to be a good show, guys.
Yeah, there is. And they just now opened the gates. It's Friday evening. So I don't know what kind of crowd they'll be expecting tonight on a Friday. But I'm sure tomorrow will be the big day. But again, it might be the night, if you ain't doing nothing, you want to come down here and just kind of check it out.
There ain't nothing on TV tonight but Gold Rush. I mean,
well, don't you watch Gold Rush?
I watch Gold Rush. I might miss just a little bit, but I'm gonna get home and make it.
There we go. We
make it.
You did make it.
He's on time.
You did make it. We have the man, the myth, the legend himself. Jimbo is here. How are you doing, sir?
I'm good. Are we live now?
We're live.
We are live. We just went live.
Welcome. Should I be looking that way?
You can look right here at this camera.
Look at that
Look
one.
at that
There it is.
camera.
Hey, everybody.
You can look at me. And I'm sure as the evening goes, we will have people getting off from work, and we're telling everybody kind of what's going on. But I'm going to let you just take a few minutes, explain to everybody what the deal is here.
Awesome. Thank you so much. First of all, big welcome to Fish North Georgia. So happy to have you guys here. I know how much you guys went through in a very short order to make this happen. So very excited to have you guys here.
Well, thank you very much.
Let's talk about the event really quick. So we've got the expo going on. This is where we are right now, is in the expo hall. It's Exhibit Hall A at the Infinite Energy Forum, okay, which is off Sugarloaf Parkway, very close to Bass Pro Shops. You guys know where Bass Pro Shops is. That's great. The hockey team plays in the arena next door. We're in the forum, which is kind of to the left of that. So you'll park in the parking garages when you come, and then you'll walk across a little temporary area. They're doing some construction here at the arena, but it's not going to interfere with our show at all. You can get tickets here. The expo itself is $15 to get into. Again, it'll be running tonight from 5 p.m. right now till 9. And then tomorrow, the expo will open again at 8 a.m. and run until 7 p.m. Now, also going on tomorrow, which is our traditional fair, we've got a very cool seminar coming, okay? So as part of the seminar, that's separate than the expo. The seminar is $89 to get into. That's a 9 to 4 program, okay? And we've got 5 speakers, including myself. I'm going to talk about catching big spots all year round on the Lanier, how to really target those big spots. Brian Latimer's coming tomorrow. You guys, I'm sure, are familiar with Brian Latimer. He knows the ins and outs of about everything, and he's going to be talking about developing angler identity. So he's going to be talking about how to really key in on your strengths, really dive in and go, okay, what do I really do well, and how do I make that into my program, how I approach fishing, right? So I think it's going to be a very beneficial program. He's so captivating and really just tunes in with the audience so well. I know he's going to do a great job. I can't wait to have Brian back again. Right after Brian, we've got Shannon O'Gorman, who I know has been on this show.
Absolutely, yep.
Shannon O'Gorman's been here, and he's a fisheries biologist. He's on Instagram as the aquatic biologist,
biologist,
so you can follow him on Instagram there. But he is going to talk about bait fish and the habits of bait fish. His real nuance, his real intelligence on this is the small waters, but he's expanded it, and he's going to be able to show you what's going on in the small waters and then place it over into the big waters. Talk about how it's going to affect the big waters like Lake Lanier, and he's going to talk about the behaviors of blueback herring as well. So that's going to be exciting. Following him, we've got the legend, the master, Bill Payne. Bill's going to be here, and he's going to be talking about Tennessee River ledge fishing.
That's
right?
Some fun.
So if you ever fish any of the lakes in the Tennessee River, Bill's going to be here, and he's going to be talking specifically about how to fish those Tennessee River ledges. He's a master. This guy has fished so many bodies of water around this area. He's amazing, and I know that it's going to be a really great program from Bill. He's always just a wealth of knowledge. And then rounding out, we've got Kaz Anderson. Kaz guides on Lake Chattooga, but this year he's going to be talking about fishing the Grass Lakes. Right. He's going to be talking about fishing places like Seminole. Okay. He's such a well-rounded angler. Even though he focuses on Lake Chattooga, he's a very well-rounded angler, and he really understands fishing the Grass Lakes too. So he's going to share his knowledge on that. So that takes us 9 to 4 tomorrow. Again, the expo is open from 8 a.m. until 7 p.m. tomorrow night. So if you're coming to the seminar, you can still get tickets. You can buy tickets right here at the ticket office for the seminar or for the expo. Again, the expo is $15. Seminar is $89, and it's going to rock. We've already got a crowd coming in here now. People are starting to move in. I know it's going to be fun tonight. We've got some tackle vendors from all over the country.
Awesome looking stuff we've seen.
Oh my gosh, there's guys that have came from Indianapolis, Soremouth Tackle, all the way from Indianapolis. Got a huge selection of rods and reels and all sorts of good stuff. We've got some tackle providers from Tennessee, Ohio, Indiana, as I mentioned, Kentucky, South Carolina, North Carolina. We've got Spool Speed. These guys make the ceramic bearings. Yes. They are hot at shows. You guys definitely want to come down and see Spool Speed. Just as you come in the door on the left is Spool Speed. Hammond's Fishing is here, obviously. Dugout Bait Tackle. Right. A lot for the kayak crowd this year. We've got the one thing I haven't mentioned yet is that we've got Steve Owens and Ryan Lambert coming tomorrow. They are kind of with the dugout, if you will. They support the dugout. And they're going to be delivering expo workshops. So within the expo, we've got free workshops that are going to be going on throughout the evening. The first one starts tonight at 6:30. It's going to be Chris from Towboat US Alatoona. He's going to be talking about boating safety. So we've got some, classes, some workshops, if you will, going on at the expo specific to more general topics, more general things that people, because we know this year a lot of people are new to boating. Right. We know there's been a ton of new fishing licenses purchased, like double the amount of fishing licenses purchased this year than the previous year. And that's because of COVID and everything going on. So many people are new to fishing. Some people have entered into the arena of fishing and boating. So we're going to be providing some of those entry-level classes. Daniel from Shimano is going to be talking about pairing rods and reels. Jimmy from Lanier Baits is going to be talking about the basics of drop shotting as well as some sonar insights. Just a ton of information, a lot to do. Our guitar player is going to be here in about half an hour. He's going to start strumming the guitar, playing some live music for us. Tonight is Cole. Oh, gosh, I don't know. But I'll tell you, tomorrow.
I remember, let's see, so Addison Johnson.
Addison Johnson's coming
tomorrow.
Tyler.
Let's see. I'll look it up. So
yeah,
you got
something you can talk about in a minute.
You got so much stuff going on, and
I just can't keep it all straight.
I know.
It's so many
and I'm looking at boats right now. Like you got a lot of boats
over.
Advantage Boat Center's here. Oh my gosh.
and it's not just bass boats. I'm looking at a big old pontoon and everything like that. So you got a little bit for everyone.
Pool water sports. Yeah, there's a bunch of people here. Addison Johnson's coming tomorrow. He's like a Nashville iTunes country music star. He's going to be playing as the door opens at 8. So that's exciting to see that, and it's just going to be a fun show. We got a lot going on.
Absolutely. And if you want to go to Facebook, if you're on Facebook, you can pull up the Jimbo Outdoor. How do I want to pronounce it?
It's the Southern Outdoor Show for information. You go to my website. The Southern Outdoor Show. And also I've been posting some live videos. I did some Facebook Lives today as the show kind of developed, as we got things set up. We started early. I started doing one this morning when I left the house going, okay, here it is. It's Expo Day. We're about to launch.
It's time to go. That's
and then just kind of built through the day as more people showed up, got set up. And now we're open. We're ready to roll. So it's very exciting.
It's going to be a good time.
You got a lot of good vendors. I'm looking at them right now. Just like you said, they're from everywhere.
Oh my gosh, they're all over the places, and some tackle companies that are very unique that we don't get the opportunity to shop with very much.
I walked by. You might can say who it is. Somebody had some custom painted hard baits.
Long Creek Customs.
Is that Long Creek Customs?
Long
okay.
Creek Customs. Yes,
all right.
Sir.
Yeah. So I got all the exhibitors there, but that's the one thing that caught my eye as I walked by, and I'm looking at these chatters right behind me, behind
that's
you.
Lurch's Lures right there. Yeah,
Lures,
those guys are awesome. Yeah.
And I'm sitting here looking at that. So, what can we expect tonight? You gonna bring us some guys here and there as the night goes on for us to talk to?
Absolutely.
That'll be perfect.
As we go through the evening, depending on the flow of traffic, I want to get these vendors over here. I want you to have an opportunity to chat with them.
Absolutely.
And I think it'll be a great education for your viewers as well. I think they're going to get a lot from that, understand, because we do have a very diverse crowd here from, a much wider area than we normally do with these expos, right? So, in the past, we've always kind of had the seminar and some vendors come with that, but you had to come to the seminar to really get to see the vendors.
Right.
This year, it's completely different.
It is
because
different, yes.
You can just come to the expo, experience the expo, and again, we've gathered a lot of great people here and a lot of great folks that are just willing to share and willing to teach and sell you some great tackle, some stuff that you're just not going to find anywhere else. Hammond's has got some really good deals. And again, if you're in the kayak crowd, we've got Westbrook Supply and the Dugout have some awesome kayak setups over there as well.
Fluke's here, ain't he?
Who?
Fluke.
I think Gene Jensen is here.
I've seen him over there.
I thought I heard him.
Yeah,
I thought you heard him. Yeah, there's a few people whose voice I recognize. I thought I heard him the other day. So
Gene's around somewhere. Yeah.
He is around somewhere. So okay, so tonight 5 to 9, tomorrow
8 to 7.
8 to 7. Okay.
Yep.
And now I got to ask you one question.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so the reason Josh and I couldn't come tomorrow is we have a tournament on Lanier.
Right, that's right.
He's looking for some secrets.
Listen, we're going out of Mary Alice.
Okay.
Help me.
All right. I would tell you, now I've only been out a few days in the last few weeks because of getting ready for the show.
Right.
Prep and everything. But I will tell you that the bite that I'm on and what I talked about in my video report
I was going to say,
week,
let's make sure we mention that.
Is I'm fishing up the Chattahoochee River. And when I say up the Chattahoochee, I'm fishing from River Forks up to Gainesville Marina.
Right.
And I'm targeting the steep rock points that kiss right into the river channel, dragging either a shaky head Senko or a jig really, really slowly on those steep drops. And I mean, when I mean slow, I mean like painful.
Killing you.
Move it just a little bit. It's almost like dead sticking, right?
Right.
Move it just a little bit, let it sit.
I got you.
Let it sit, have a drink of Coke, make a phone call, move your jig another 2 inches and let it sit. And then the bites are very subtle. The bites are really, really subtle. The other pattern I'm on up there, in addition to steep rock. Steep rock's been better for the bigger fish.
Right.
And I've got a third pattern I'm going to talk to you about too. But the other one that I've been on that I've really been focused on is fishing what I call the short pocket ditches. There's some good examples right across from Gainesville Marina on the other side, on the west side of the lake. If you come across to the west side across from Gainesville Marina, there's several little short pocket ditches in there, what I call pocket ditches. They're not your traditional long, creek runs, long creek arm ditches, but they are ditches, and they're a little bit shallower, typically 30, 35 feet at the mouths of them, and they run back into the 20s and, obviously shallower as you go back. And fish, what I found is that they're pulling up on the lips of those little ditches as you get back into a choke point, like where it narrows down a little bit. They're getting up on those lips early in the day, probably 18 to 25 feet, something like that. And then they're pulling right back down into the middle of those ditches as the day goes on. So as the day progresses, so they're getting more out to like 30 feet. Okay. Now I found this pattern. Now I'm going to tie it all in for you here, Danny.
Absolutely.
I found this pattern down in the back of Baldridge. I was fishing the back of Baldridge, right there behind the gas docks. There's a little, what I call a little short pocket ditch, right? And it's there that we first got bit, found that fish were relating to that. And I was able to then take that and apply it to fishing up north. So up north has been kind of my confidence area. Now, the third thing I'm going to tell you about, the third pattern that I promised, is this. I haven't done it personally, but I know I've talked to a couple people that I really trust, and I know that they're sharing good information with me. There is a crankbait bite going on
they're whacking
in the stained water, right? The stained water. So if you find stained water, there's some big largemouth getting in those areas, back in pockets, back in these same kind of places that I'm talking, these pocket ditches, so to speak. Stained water, crankbait. I'm sure chatterbait would probably be a good option as well. But I know that that's been a big thing of late. Again, I've kind of been off the water a little bit lately. I really haven't pursued that. I've stayed with the up lake bite because it's been good. We've been catching some quality fish. But I think that stained water crankbait pattern might be something you should do. Go hop in the back of Baldridge or wherever.
That's right. Now, for those of us, for those that'll be watching this that may not know, real quickly, because I know you're busy and you got stuff to do. Let everybody know about your fishing report real quick. And what they can do and how they can find it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I offer a weekly video fishing report. So I post every week. I film a video, edit it, and I talk about specific locations that we've been catching fish, the techniques we've been using to catch those, and certainly a very detailed review of the baits that I've used that week. And I kind of tell you how to tie it all together. There's any real, not secrets, but real keys to the presentation or keys to the pattern. I review those with you, and it just gives you a good starting point. If you don't get to be on the lake throughout the week, and you've just got the weekends to fish, it's a super opportunity to get a good starting point. You know that, hey, this has been working. And I'll even look ahead and say, well, conditions are changing. This is what I anticipate will happen. This is what I think is going to come. And right now, as we head into the springtime, anytime we get a rain, look for that stained water, because that's when those fish will start pulling up, getting in there. I believe the largemouth that are being caught right now are definitely pre-spawn fish. Right. This is a typical pre-spawn pattern. And I know it's only January, but conditions are right, and those big females are the first ones that pull up, and they're thinking about that spawn. But anyway, Jimbo's weekly video fishing report. It's at jimboonlanier.com, and go to the video fishing report tab. You can subscribe there. It's $16.95 a month, or you can purchase an annual package for a little bit of a discount. Gives you tons of information and a resource. We keep a library on there, so you can go back 2 years and look at the reports from 2 years ago, right, and continue to build your knowledge base and stay up with fish, because the fish are always changing. Lanier, people say, well, where are you going to give away all? No, I'm not going to give away all the information, because it's different every week. That lake changes year over year, day to day, week to week.
Absolutely.
And it's all condition driven. It's what's the weather, what's the lake condition, what's the water temperature, where's it stained versus clear,
right,
and that's going to make a difference on the patterns you can pursue. But you can definitely fish them shallow right now, which is kind of odd for January. Yeah, but the conditions warrant that, right? The conditions provide that. So anyway, there's a lot of cool stuff going on, and it's good information. It's always very authentic. I'm always very transparent in those reports. I tell what I know. I show the baits, and I just want to help people catch more fish. And I've gotten some great feedback from so many people that I've really helped. That makes me feel good.
That's awesome.
That's what it's about.
That is absolutely awesome.
So, yeah.
Okay. Well, good.
Awesome.
All right. Well, listen, you got business to take care of.
Yeah, I better go around visit these people and tell them hi and tell them thanks for
ask them how they are.
Yeah, being here and all that kind of stuff. There's Clark Smith right there. There he is. Good to see you, brother. We are live on the air. Say hello, Clark.
Hello.
This is Smitty.
Oh yeah, I watch this all the time.
Yeah, you're on Fish North Georgia.
You're
podcast.
Live right now.
And you on the internet.
Good to see you, man. All right, welcome. Pleasure. Thank you for coming. So, yeah, teach you something. You got to go check out those crankbaits up there, man. Did you see the Long Creek custom crankbaits? Holy smokes! Did Jerry get one? Oh,
you need to go get one. They're awesome.
You got some nice swim baits too.
Absolutely.
He's got pictures.
How you doing, buddy? Hey, you want to be famous?
You want to be famous? You're on TV right there.
Actually, I tell you what, you really want to be famous? Get his seat.
Come sit over here with us.
Sit down. I got to go make some announcements. Guys, thanks so much for everything y'all are doing.
Yeah.
Fish North Georgia is awesome. Is this Mike live too?
Yeah.
Fish North Georgia is awesome. Thank you guys for being here. I'm so glad that you're live broadcasting. It's going to be a fun event. Guys, get down to the Infinite Energy Forum, 5 to 9 tonight, 8 to 7 tomorrow. Thanks, Danny.
See you, buddy.
Guys. Have
Appreciate
a good
you, man.
Get close to that mic, youngin.
Pull that mic down just like this. All right.
There you go.
What's your name, buddy?
Carter.
Carter.
Yeah.
How old are you, Carter?
8.
8
Hey,
years
you like
old.
to fish?
Yeah.
Where you fish at?
Lake Lanier.
Oh, you're a Lanier guy.
Sometimes.
Sometimes?
Toccoa River.
Oh, yeah.
Trout.
Yeah.
You like? What's your favorite way to fish?
Huh?
What's your favorite way to fish?
I don't know.
Huh? Do you just like doing it
You
all?
gotta have a favorite.
You like bass fishing or trout fishing better?
Trout fishing.
Oh, got a trout
you're
guy.
one of those. Now, how do you trout fish? Do you fly rod or you throwing a spinner?
Spinner.
Spinner?
Right.
Look, he's eating that candy. What kind of candy you got?
Skittles.
Skittles.
Mhm.
Can I have one?
Sure.
They just pour me a Skittle. I've been talking to Jimbo. My mouth ache. That's all I need. A red one. All right. So where you go to school?
Oh, Whitlow. It's incoming.
Okay.
Incoming.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Whereabouts at? Yeah, I mean I know we're coming, but where's Whitlow incoming at? You're not sure?
You know, I don't know where the base is off of.
Huh?
You know, I don't know where. I don't know.
You don't know?
No, not really.
At least he goes to school though. He's
Yeah.
learning something, right?
All right. So what are you looking for tonight in all this?
Honestly, I'm not sure.
You're not sure? You're just looking to see stuff?
You seen anything you liked yet?
I saw some nice boats over there.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Who's gonna buy you a boat tonight? You got somebody here that can buy you a boat?
No.
Oh man.
No, this guy can't. Now this guy might can.
I don't know about me.
Huh? All right. So, who's your favorite fisherman? You got a favorite fisherman?
No. Oh yeah.
Oh.
Who's that?
Now who is that?
That's my grandpa.
Grandfather.
Well,
Is that where you learned to fish from? He teach you everything?
Yeah.
What's your grandfather's name?
Him. His name's Clark.
And what's his name?
Max.
Max?
Mhm.
Okay. All right. And your name again?
Carter.
Carter. I like that name, Carter.
Mhm.
All right. Well, don't let us hold you up. You can go do all your shopping.
Give that young man a sticker.
Yeah. Yeah. Y'all can take all you want right there. Put one on your truck or on your boat, like that. So
hey, thank y'all for stopping by, guys.
that's awesome. Thanks, guys. Oh, look, I see some famous. Look, I see a celebrity. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. All right, guys, we got somebody else here that we know.
Good evening.
A veteran of the Fish North Georgia show.
I seen something new. I seen a new spinnerbait get posted
Mr.
today.
Brett Matthews. Huh?
Yeah, a new spinnerbait for spot sticker.
Oh, spot. Yeah, he's got a spot sticker. You got your spot sticker. Yeah, he ain't with spot sticker.
Oh, well,
Oh, you
dang.
thought so?
Well, he's got the mask on.
They
and
have a
everything,
new.
so. Yeah, it's like a fire crawl looking color, kind of like a.
Yeah, he posted it on Facebook. It's a fire crawl.
It's good looking.
All right, is all the stuff you told me about Mary Alice still gonna hold tomorrow?
Oh yeah.
Is it still supposed to snow a little bit?
If it does, you guys hang on. It'll be a good bite.
It'll be cold. Hopefully that wind don't get too bad for y'all
It's supposed
tomorrow.
to be 10 to 20 tomorrow.
10 to 20.
That's gonna be rough in an aluminum boat.
But you followed what I was.
I
showing
followed
you.
you. Absolutely, I followed what you showed me. So, how you feeling? You feeling
Good.
better?
Yeah, I'm all good.
All right. So, how's the wife? Everything?
She's 90% better.
90% better.
Yeah. So it was 2 weeks ago that we got it.
That you got it.
And
Got the old COVID.
You don't want it.
No, I don't want it.
You know.
As long as you don't kiss me, I'll be okay.
We got a mild case of it.
Right.
You still don't want it.
Still don't want it that
Takes all
bad.
your energy out of it.
How long does it take you to get it back? I mean, you still kind of.
No, I'm fine now.
Fine?
Energy wise, it's all back. But
check my phone.
Yep.
Why am I checking my phone?
Oh, me.
Your phone, not me.
It takes a while, Danny.
Right.
So
I got you.
You know, I wasn't a big mask person before, and
can you get closer to the mic so we can hear you?
Vaccine person.
Get closer to the mic there.
So we can hear you. There you go.
I'm not sure I was even a big vaccine person.
Right.
I think it'd be smart.
Now?
I think if you have the opportunity to get the vaccine, it's probably a good idea.
Now that you've had it. Okay. Yeah.
Now that you've had it. Yep.
All right. Makes
and
sense.
of course, the older folks,
right.
It's right that they get it first.
Right.
So.
Well, I hate it. You gonna fish that tournament Sunday? I saw that.
Yeah.
Are you gonna fish at the digital?
Yeah, we were gonna go to Oconee and pre-fish the BFL.
Right.
And Tim said this morning to me, he goes, I'm thinking about doing this on Sunday. I said, yeah, we're gonna have to change our plans.
Yeah, that'd be a good bite too. That Sunday.
Sunday. Yeah, it's afternoon. It's gonna be an afternoon tournament.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's the first one of those he's done, right? He hasn't done too many of those.
He hasn't done one on the weekends, and he hasn't done one in
What's
the
up,
afternoon.
Guys? You're gonna have to help me keep up with the comments.
So it'll be should be interesting to do an afternoon digital tournament. Yeah.
I think it would be. We gotta get him to do it after church hours though. I gotta work with him on that. I'd fish with him, and he's do something at night.
He's gonna mix them up. He said.
Is that what he's gonna do?
Yeah, he's gonna try some different things to see what sticks.
Okay.
It's just tough during the week for a lot of guys to fish during the week.
You remember me telling you about riding into Phoenix and all that? That's his boat right there.
Scared you to death?
No. That was Chris Taylor.
Oh,
Chris Taylor.
No, his is smooth now. Chris Taylor picked it. No, his is smooth, and I'm spoiled now. That's what I'm setting my sights
They're
on.
nice, aren't they?
They are nice like that. And the best thing I thought, of all the things I talk about, is that net thing that you got where your net has
in the floor. In the floor.
I was like, that's awesome. So, have you been doing any fishing? No, hardly at all, because you've been.
I
sick?
fished this morning for a little bit.
Right.
It was tough. I fished. You might have seen I fished last Sunday afternoon and did pretty good in the afternoon.
And where was you at? Where was you at yesterday?
This morning?
Yeah.
This morning I was mainly in 6 Mile and Shady Grove.
Right.
It was tough.
Just not getting now the water's not stained up that way, is it?
Nope. Water's clear.
Clear as a bell there.
Water's clear. I think it's just a better afternoon bite right now, honestly.
Do you really?
Yeah.
That's not good for us.
Well, for early, you should do good.
And then just gonna have that lull during the middle of the day.
Yeah.
You know how I am. I'm good early, and then I'm terrible from like
you know where to go where you're gonna be in the morning early.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
You got three good spots.
Yes.
Hit those first if you can.
Right. If I can beat everybody to it, that's what I'm gonna do.
When I went out last Sunday, I was down there in Baldridge. I saw one of your guys that had the 2 electric
Yep.
on the back.
Right.
Somebody was pre-fishing last Sunday.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And here's the bad thing about it is Josh and I had planned on pre-fishing, but life and work got in the way, so we didn't pre-fish at all.
Yeah.
And so we're just basically going by reports and
History,
stuff like that.
yeah.
History reports.
Sometimes that can be better.
Sometimes it can.
You don't go in with preconceived notions about how to fish it.
That's it. What do you think the cold front coming in tonight will do?
The cold front to me should put them in the ditches.
Yeah.
Just drive them down a little deeper.
Just push them a little bit farther into those ditches. So they should be a little more predictable.
Right.
Especially with as long of a cold front as we've had, a good winter pattern should be getting on board.
True.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Because, that's the only thing I got to go on. I've got about 2 or 3 people that have given me reports that I trust, you being one.
Yep.
So other than that.
Those areas that I told you about, you can milk them. You know how you like to fish slow?
Well, we just have no choice. We have to.
And that's part of it too.
Right.
You're trying to stay out of the wind tomorrow, part of it, right?
Yes.
But the areas that I pointed you to, those fish aren't going anywhere.
Right.
So they're there.
Yes.
Do you have electronics on your boat?
Yes, we do. Yeah, we do.
So it may be one of those things where you hit a spot, if you see them and they're not eating, go and then come back.
Right.
You might have to go again and come back.
Right.
At some point, when you're seeing fish, they're going to eat at some point during the day.
Absolutely.
There's feeding windows. And at some point during the day, those fish are going to eat if you know they're there.
Right.
But you only have, in a tournament, you only have so many hours to make it happen, right?
That's right. So I can blame you if they're not.
What are your hours?
7 to 3.
7 to 3. That's
7
pretty
to
good.
3. It's not bad. Yeah, we're gonna try to get blasted off about 7 o'clock and weigh in at 3
It's going to be
o'clock.
cold in the morning.
It's going to be real cold in the morning.
Yeah.
And if the wind blows all day, it's going to be a little cool all during the day.
It was cold this morning, but you know, when you dress for it, I told my wife, I said, I don't get cold when I fish. She said, BS. I said, I don't.
You dress for it, though.
I dress for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get cold.
So you going to go out on the water this weekend at all, or?
I'm going to fish that digital tournament
Just that
Sunday.
digital tournament. You're not going to fish tomorrow. All right. So what are you looking for up here tonight? You come up here. What are you in the market for tonight?
I just browsing? I like seeing all the gear, new stuff that's out on the market. I just find it interesting.
It is. Now, so far, has anything caught your eye?
I haven't looked at anything yet. I came straight back here.
You came just straight to us. Listen at you. I love you too, man. I mean, seriously, I do. We actually, when we got to fishing, at some point, once we figured out our butts were whipped, we just start talking.
Yeah.
So he and I just start talking.
We just start talking life.
We do. We start talking life when we do fishing, and then he never really rushes back to the boat ramp. He just kind of puts it in idle a little bit, and we'll go along and talk, and we'll say hey to Jimmy Sanders because we see him 5 times a day everywhere we go like that, and then he'll put it in gear. But
how many guys have you got online watching?
Well, right now it's 26.
30.
Yeah, 20,
that's not bad.
20, yeah, considering that this is going to be a 4-hour show.
Yeah.
Guys getting off of work, so.
This will be good.
And people will drop off and come on, as life goes. But it is pretty good. And the cool thing about this is that they'll be able to go back and watch this tomorrow or later on today. So, and this is a little bit different format than what we normally do.
Yeah, this is great.
It is great. And you are the reason. I want to say this too. You're the reason why.
I didn't want credit for that.
You get credit for this.
I didn't want credit for that.
But you do get credit for this.
Just a little idea popped in my head. That was all.
The idea popped up, and this is Brett Matthews. The idea popped up, and Jimbo hit me up and said, buddy of mine, Brett, said, and I went, oh, I know that man.
I'm just trying to look after everybody, I guess.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
And it is a good thing. We're excited to do it. The only problem is now tonight, we close at 9.
Yeah.
We got to load up all our gear.
Yeah, do you sleep?
Josh doesn't. I do.
He does all the sleeping. Josh is the man who works.
Josh works and I sleep. But I'm fat and old and out of shape.
Yeah, me too.
So I have to sleep.
You got to quit blaming your problems on weight.
On weight?
No, yeah.
Look at you, dude.
Hey,
so what all is North Georgia Fishing selling here?
We're not.
You're not selling stuff?
We're just doing.
Oh, this is your stuff right here.
No, that's Lurch's. I believe that's what they
So y'all
said.
didn't bring anything from the store to sell at all?
It's kind of a last minute thing.
Last minute, we just come up here to broadcast.
Okay.
So maybe next year we'll come up here with some stuff, and then possibly have our True Grit stuff.
Yep.
That kind of stuff,
Yep.
and a pole for him to dance on, do some pole.
I don't know about all that. Maybe if my hair's back, we don't
That'll
cut
get
it.
Maybe his hair's back. We'll cut his hair.
You got to have
here
the
next
mullet,
year.
the pole dance.
Yeah.
You got to have the mullet, the pole dance, and
don't-
all that. So, just we just decided to come down here and just do the show and
It's
just
great.
to see
It's
and to
great.
let everybody know what was going on.
It's great.
Especially if they're interested in coming looking at it tomorrow.
Yeah.
And it kind of gives them a little bit of a preview. And we're going to go through, when in between guests, we're going to talk about some of the vendors they got come down here, and then we'll tell.
Are you going to be able to
stories.
get some of the vendors to come sit down?
Jimbo, as
That's
as
a
the
great
crowd
idea.
dictates, he's going to bring them through, and we're going
That's
to
a great
there.
idea.
And so we're going to concentrate just mostly on the show tonight.
It kind of
this
gives
year.
people a preview of what to
does.
expect. That's good.
It does, and it gives us a chance to find future guests for our show on Tuesday and Thursday night like that. So there's a lot of interesting people here. Unfortunately, we know some of them, like Harmon right there. He put me. I'm gonna have to talk about our neighbors right here because he put me right across from Harmon, which means I've got to listen to him.
Punish you.
I'm that's exactly what it is. Because I have listened to Harmon and his sales technique, and I got to listen to that squeaky voice for the next 4 hours. I don't know what
You'll
I
hear
did.
it.
You can't not hear. It's like I get the hair on the back of my neck standing up from the scratching and all that. So,
well, good luck tomorrow. I hope you whack them tomorrow.
I hope so too. But
you never know. They might be on fire tomorrow.
Well, I got your spots down.
You get one snowflake out there, and it's going to get good.
You think so?
Dude,
what's the latest weather?
I have. Well, they kind of. I haven't seen that snow chance in the last 24 hours.
Okay,
but before that,
right?
Didn't I text you and say
you did? Yeah. You said it. They're going to be chomping.
I don't know what it is, and you can ask a lot of guys.
They bite on Lanier when it snows.
When it snows on Lanier, I don't know what it does. I guess the fish think, "Oh God, it's the apocalypse. We better eat."
We better eat. Yeah, it's cold outside. We gotta eat. Yeah, I don't know, but I hope to. We just hope to have a respectable limit. Like that.
Absolutely. Because y'all are on a point system, right?
Yes, we are.
The elites.
So this isn't a winner take all kind of thing. It is, we got 6 tournaments.
So do you have other parts of the country that are watching this
elite thing? Well, hopefully we can get some of them watching it.
Yeah. Because it's kind of innovative, right?
It is as far as at least in this area that we know. Having the higher payouts and the higher entry fees and stuff like that, along with trying to bring the TV aspect into it.
Yep.
We will have film crews tomorrow there.
Really?
Yeah, and we're gonna have some of our buddies from Chattanooga coming down, and we have luckily a good man named Josh Bell who lives in the community. He's a big supporter of us at Fish North Georgia. He's gonna be doing the drive boat. So he will be driving them around. So they'll be getting on the water shots of the guys fishing and stuff like that. And we'll incorporate all of that over all of these tournaments into that pilot that we're wanting to film. We'll pitch that pilot to the big dogs with the money, and we'll hope for a big TV deal. And
great.
In 2022, we'll film the season with the reality-based aspect of it well and all that. So it's just trying to bring the electric aspect into it.
Yep.
Kayak guys do a really good job, and of course we know the big water guys. They got it there. So it's kind of that little niche in the middle, and then we love all of it, but we kind of like to do that. And you don't see much. I don't think you've ever watched a TV show about an electric fishing tournament like that. So
no. And how many electric only lakes do we have? We have quite a few.
We got quite a few, but of course we like to fish the big water too. So that's why we're starting on Lanier.
You have an advantage. You get to fish both. We don't.
Yeah, that's it. Now, what we're going to do, and we might have talked about it when you were on, I don't remember, but we're going to put some of the big lake guys, pitting them against the electric only guys.
I remember you saying that.
Yeah, and like what we would do, like if I was fishing against you, you'd come on my boat when we're on the electric, and we would fish a tournament, and then we'd have other guys in it, and then we would vice versa on the
that's cool.
Vice versa, as his grandfather.
Yeah, that's cool.
Roundabout way, vice versa, and we'll get on that, and just kind of interesting just to see because I think a lot of guys dismiss the fact that a lot of these electric only guys are good fishermen in a lot of different, scenarios. And we kind of think the big boys, they can only do the big lakes. We're kind of cocky about it. So it's probably wrong, but it'd still be pretty cool to see.
Yeah.
It's like a lot of Lake Lanier guys are good, but like you're fishing BFLs and stuff like that. You got to be good on multiple lakes and in multiple ways of doing it. And, you can't just go drop shot on a point or wherever, like on Lanier.
No.
You got to be able to do all that stuff.
The BFLs and any trail that sends you to all types of lakes, you got to be versatile.
Yeah.
I mean,
and where's your first BFL out coming up?
Lanier.
It is Lanier.
February 13th.
And then after that, where do you go?
Oconee.
That's a totally different thing.
In March. Then Sinclair in April. Eufaula.
You doing the
In
bulldog?
May, doing the bulldog.
You're doing the bulldog. Are you not crossing any others?
I might jump in I might fish the Chickamauga.
Right.
Because I love Chickamauga.
That's your lake, ain't it?
Yeah, I love that lake.
He loves that
I
lake.
may jump, and I fish Chickamauga different than most people, but I may jump across. It's just a schedule,
Right.
I got a pretty full schedule as it is. So if I jump to a different division on one of the other lakes, it'll be spontaneous.
Yep.
I got you. Just
It'll be
feel
last
hell of it.
minute.
Say,
Yeah.
I just want to do it.
When do you fish Chickamauga the most?
Year round.
That's all he talks about.
I've been during the wintertime. Me and him's gone 20, 30 pounds during the wintertime. Caught him just like that on ledges too. Shallow from deep. We fish it year round. We started fishing chick, 4 or 5 years ago? But
Yeah,
it has declined. It's going down.
I started fishing it about 7 years ago.
When the grass was still good.
But I typically only do once, maybe twice a year.
Mhm.
I don't get to go more often than that. But
Have you been during the wintertime?
no.
We pulled up to a point.
I mean, I know that's when they catch the giants on A-rigs and all.
You still can, but those fish have seen that.
A million times.
Yeah, a million times. But we found a point up on the lake in like January, and they're up busting. I mean, there are seagulls and everything sitting there hitting the gizzards and stuff. The bass is rolling, the
In
stripers
January.
are rolling. Yeah, catching them on jerk baits. I mean, smashing them in like 10 foot of water.
There's a
point.
whole group of guys that wade out in chest deep water and fish chick in the winter
Mhm.
just to catch a giant.
Yeah, they get out there where the grass is and they'll throw traps and stuff
I
like
saw
that.
a thing. Did you guys see a thing that a guy posted from Sinclair? A 14-pounder that was caught on Sinclair this week.
No, I haven't seen that
I didn't
yet.
see that. No.
14.
They didn't. The picture showed this giant bass laying in with a bunch of crappie. I think it was a crappie fisherman that caught it,
course.
Probably come up
and
to
it said
crappie.
14.3.
Oh,
Off of Sinclair.
Now I don't know if it's true or not, so don't come to me if it's not. But I saw the picture and the guy said 14.3.
that'd be a big one.
So
Real
I
big.
could,
maybe one of your guys.
after I have fished with you, I could see you dancing a jig if you caught a 14.3 on.
Dude, I'd be doing cartwheels.
I know.
think
That's
we
what I'm
all
saying.
would.
I would know. I would have a heart attack and fall off your boat.
If I caught a double-digit fish on Lanier,
Yeah,
Oh man.
I would do a cannonball off the front of my boat. I swear to God.
I have no idea. Yeah, I mean, I have no idea. No
Scott
doubt.
Barnes.
Yeah,
Scott Barnes caught
what was it, 10, wasn't it?
a 10.2.
Yeah.
10 years ago, and it's still talked about like it was yesterday because
Yeah,
it's so rare to
It
catch.
Getting
is.
far in between on the lake.
he did that. How long ago was it?
It was 10 years
10
ago.
year- 10
yeah,
years
right. 10
ago.
years ago.
He
in-
was still
in
ugly
4
in
Mile.
that picture, though. I remember the picture. He showed up.
Well, it was on it made the FLW
Yeah.
front page.
Right. He Scott, he does a good job with what he does, his stuff.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
probably saw, he
I did
confirmed the
boy,
dates.
Yeah.
And,
Well, he
and
was
it's good,
straightforward.
to
with
see
it.
those guys getting a lot of kudos and compliments for. There's a lot of hard work that goes into that people don't. We just
A lot of people don't understand.
we
It takes
show
a-
up and just expect him to be sitting there doing
Right.
his job. And Clay doesn't get nearly enough credit
Right.
either because he's Scott's right hand man.
Right.
They do a lot of work.
It is a
They
lot
do
of
a
work.
lot of work.
And anytime something goes wrong, they got to deal with it. And there's no telling how many phone calls behind the scene, if there is griping, that they got to listen to.
Yeah.
I mean, we see it on the electric only side, and
Yeah,
it's not even to the size of what he's doing right
Right.
now. And
right.
man, there's a lot of drama in fishing sometimes.
A
Absolutely.
lot of people get mad real
Because
easy.
fishermen are drama queens.
A lot of them are. I got one.
But-
That he is the queen. That's,
It's
I'm the king.
the
and he's
same
queen.
thing with the Hammond's digital tournaments. Is if that thing starts when it's getting light early,
Right.
a lot of times Tim has it starting at 6:30. Well, people just think Tim's just always at the store sitting there. He has to get up early
Yes, he does.
to
get
get
all that
guys.
ready.
We don't think about all that.
Right.
But, Tim has to get up at 4:30 or whatever, be at the store to open up and get everything going and get the scales. And it's just all these tournaments.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work.
I know it is, and we're learning that quickly.
Yeah, I bet.
And then with you getting sponsors involved and all that stuff, it is a lot of work.
Yeah.
And Scott does a good job.
Yeah.
And I'm
Yeah.
not just blowing smoke up Scott's butt. He's
Well,
a good guy too.
he's been doing it a long time.
He
and
is.
He ran a big club for a long time, and that's worse than doing these opens. It's even more work to run a club.
Yeah, the club, absolutely.
Yeah.
'Cause, it don't matter if it's
keeping
hunt
up
club
with
or
the point
what.
system and all that stuff.
Absolutely. So,
Well,
anyway,
I'll let y'all get back to it.
well, we're gonna start telling lies now that we're losing the guests.
That's
So,
right.
Hey, there's some
Swim
good
test.
looking swim baits. 2 or 3 booths down. Go check them out.
Okay.
If you like swim baits, good
I
looking
love
swim baits.
swim baits. Oh, is that the ones that he had
Yeah, they
Jimbo
talked
had
about-
posted
yeah,
on that live.
some good looking swim baits, and they got some
Yes.
nasty looking crankbaits.
It
I'd
is.
love to find a sweet bait here, but you won't find a sweet bait
Nope.
here, I bet.
Nope.
Or just some old what's that one we had repainted for you?
The old school Sabills.
Some old Sabills.
Oh,
just
yeah.
selling them
If you
like
can
that.
find
Yeah.
those are like
Yeah.
gold. You one that believes that the old ones run better than the new ones?
Yes.
There's
But I
people,
don't have any old ones.
eBay's about the only place, but you can get 3 for like $150, and then you still got to set them off and get them painted. That's
Yeah,
the bad part.
yeah.
Then you're looking at another $25.
Yeah.
That's okay. It's
Per
an old
one.
school Sabill, right?
Exactly. Hey, it's worth it. I've got 3 in my tackle box.
Like they say, the only way to become a millionaire in bass fishing is to start out as a billionaire.
That's exactly right. Ask my wife.
She
and
knows.
Then, and then if you want to quit fishing, start a tackle store.
That's right.
You're still you're fishing tomorrow though.
Yeah, but it's been the first time in what? How long?
It's been a while. I've
Yeah.
invited you.
Will you boys be there tomorrow? No, Nate, we won't. Sorry, I'm fishing. Blake said he'll come though.
I'm gonna be my boy tomorrow.
I know you're gonna be with your boys.
Yeah.
So, all right, man. So get out there. Don't let us hold you up. You know I love you.
Good
Love
meeting you,
you guys.
brother.
Appreciate you.
Have a good one.
And
Good luck Sunday.
Good luck.
Hey, I need to know what's going on. I haven't caught a
That's
fish.
right. See you,
Take it
buddy.
easy.
I'll talk to you after the tournament's over. I will. See you.
Can we tell a story real quick?
You can tell a story.
Jacob, it's time to tell your 10-pounder story on Chick when we to that 30. It's time. Can we do that real quick?
Well, look at whatever camera you're supposed to be looking at up there.
Oh,
So
y'all
you're
want to
up
hear
there.
a story about a 10-pounder? That's the biggest fish I've seen in my own eyes. Come on,
buddy.
Jake. And this is the guy that I fished with, started tournament fishing with. This is where I got my tournament knowledge from. His daddy and his uncle, they were big timers back in the day.
So he's a fellow liar. Huh?
He tells a
Fellow
pretty good
liar.
lie, but
You tell a good
this
lie?
story ain't a lie. This is a good
All right,
story.
all right. Yeah, I'll give you time to tell a story.
Since
You telling
Blake-
it or he telling it?
No, he's gonna
I
tell
guess
it.
he
He
wants
caught
me
the
to tell it.
fish.
All right, make sure.
I should have caught this fish,
Okay.
but
You
I
sound
didn't.
like my wife now.
Just let him tell the story, and you're gonna look at me going, "What the hell was you doing wrong?"
Okay, all right. Make sure you
All right.
speak loud and clear in that mic.
I will. So, anyways, guys, me and Blake's been fishing partners for probably 5 or 6 years now, and we took a trip up to Chickamauga, and we're fishing a stretch of docks, pretty famous stretch of docks, if I might say. We're going around through there and skipping them, and I skipped, and when I did, I backlashed. Just the biggest bird nest that you'll ever have.
Right.
And I'm sitting there picking on it, and Blake's fishing this dock and skipping it. And I told him finally, I was like, I'm gonna have to take this line off.
Right.
I was like, I hope I've got line.
So you did a Danny Pruitt on your.
Oh,
rod.
it was
Oh,
horrible.
it was horrible. This guy was in the back of the boat cussing, and I'm just skipping
It
dogs.
was one of those moments.
I got you.
And so I started looking through the tackle box. Now, when we're talking Chickamauga, we're talking big largemouths, shallow water. More times than not, you're going to be using 15 plus fluoro.
Right.
I get in the box and I found 12-pound fluoro, and that is the only line that I had. And I told Blake, I said, well, I guess I'm going to put it on. I don't have anything else. I tied up the 12-pound, tied my jig on. Blake's been fishing this dock, I don't know, for 5 minutes. I pick up my jig. I skip it literally right behind him where he had just pulled out.
Literally the same pylon that I just pulled my jig
Okay.
up past.
And I sit there and I turned and looked, flipped my bail, pulled up, and my line's just taking off. I set the hook, and I'm talking, it stopped. It stopped immediately. There was no, give to it at all. And I fought that fish for a few minutes, what it felt like. I'm sitting there messing with my drag. I'm telling Blake, this 12-pound test, I'm worried to death, And sure enough, I get it up close to the boat. Blake, we had broke his net like a week before,
Dude,
and
I
he
had a
had
pole like this long.
like a little trout net
like a guppy net, man. That's
that
all
we
it was.
had just taken for the day.
Dang, son.
I just need something to get by.
Fish comes to the top of the water, and it's just out of reach. I pull the pole back. Blake scoops under it. When he does, the jig comes flying, hits me in the chest. And sure enough, but he got it in the net, and we waited, and it was like 10.01. I mean,
10
it was
pounder.
just right over
Biggest
10.
fish I've ever touched or seen.
And
Really?
Gorgeous fish.
I'm pretty sure everybody in Chickamauga could have heard us.
There was boys a creek down from us, from Dalton. They heard us and come idling up, and they're like, "How big's that fish you just caught?" 10-1, 10-2, big. Hell, we heard you.
We heard you.
I had, and what was funny is I had a buddy of mine that lives in LJ messaged me about 30 minutes later. He said, "Hey, what about that big fish you caught?" I was like, "What? How did you know?" He's like, "Oh, those guys that run into you, I knew them. They messaged me, told me that some boy from Jasper had caught a big
fish.
10-pounder."
The technology then got the news all the way back down here.
Small world, but yeah, that's my story. You know,
that's your story. That's
I
your claim to
don't
fame.
catch big fish. It's that simple.
I don't either.
It was a good time.
I don't either. Looks like we're getting some people in here now.
Yeah, they're rolling in a little bit.
They're rolling in a little bit. It's Friday.
People's getting off work, taking their old ladies out to eat, stuff like that.
Old ladies.
Yes, just call your significant other.
Yeah, your wives, you mean?
Significant other.
Significant
old
others.
lady.
I'm gonna run down the exhibitors here. That's
While
at this
you
show.
do that, I'm going to say thanks for the airtime. I
Oh, good
appreciate
Lord!
it.
You can
Go find us something to fish with, Jake.
We'll hopefully we'll have some good, guys come around and tell
They
their
will.
story. And
they will. There's gonna be some people coming in now. They better be, because
you know,
I got 3 hours and 15 minutes to go. So somebody
if
else
you've
has
got
to
some time to kill, guys, and want to come check out the expo, come on down. I mean, it's really cool. They've got a lot of vendors set up, a lot
They
of
got
cool
some
stuff.
sweet swim
They
baits.
got sales too going on.
Yeah,
Is
so
it really?
Yeah, there's sales. Yeah, you might can afford some stuff tonight.
What are you saying, Danny?
You said you didn't have no money.
I got a little money.
What you said?
Got a
You
little
said I need to
I'm
bring some more money.
I'm really looking at that Triton over there behind that.
You
curtain.
ain't got that much money.
Hey, you know what?
You got credit?
The bank's got it.
Oh Lord, Chris Taylor's on his way down here. See y'all in about 45.
The bank's got that money.
The bank's got that
Yeah,
money.
they
I
let
got
me
you.
make payments.
Yeah, there you go. Listen to these exhibitors, guys. If you're interested in coming on down here, you got 400 Inc., Carrie Bell and them, we know them. Advantage Boat Center, American Fish Tree, and I think that's like a tractor. I think that's. Am I wrong?
If I'm not mistaken, that's the one that you build, and it's kind of like a PVC popping.
Yes,
you sink
that's what.
into
Yes,
the lakes,
that's
and you don't get hung or anything.
That's what I'm talking about. So you got American Fish Tree, ABC Marine. You got Busted Knuckle is here. Chattahoochee Jigs. Foster's here. We've been talking to him for a while. He'll be back on. He'll be here shortly. Dugout Bait and Tackle, Fishing for Warriors. Those are the guys that came last year. They take veterans out.
Yeah,
they do the veterans. They take the veterans out.
Kind of like the Wounded Warriors. And all
they
that,
do,
correct?
but they take them for a day or two of fishing, and they just had an event on Harding. They're going to do another one here coming up soon. I got some information. They're going to come sit down.
They do throw one on Lanier every year, correct?
I don't know. I don't know.
Somebody's usually throwing something like that.
I don't know, but it's a pretty cool thing. Yeah, you got Forsyth Marine Source, Georgia Blade. Mike and Pam both are here from Georgia Blade. The boys at Hammond's are just on the other side of us. I can't see them yet. You got Humminbird Electronics, which again is a sponsor of the Electric Elite. So we appreciate them being here. Unfortunately, they're over there by Harmon too, and I can hear Harmon talking really loud.
He is loud.
He is loud. He don't shut up, does he? Seriously, and he's got that voice you just kind of hear, don't he? Yeah, and he likes to hear himself talk, probably more than I do. I ain't never had anybody do that. So, Hydro Deck Marine Flooring is here. All right, so
I need to go check them out.
Yeah, you do. Of course, Lanier Baits, LJ, the Drop Shot Jedi is here. Long Creek Customs, which is that was the painted stuff, the custom
the
swim
really
baits
nice
and
swim
stuff.
baits.
Oh yeah, Lurch's Lures, which is right here in front of us. We're looking at some spinner baits and some chatters and stuff like that. Marine Clean, Meagle Chevrolet, No Outdoors, Nomadic Waters. That's the pretty cool thing. Nomadic Waters, they go like into Brazil fishing. Oh yeah, that's a trip we need to make. If we can raise about 12 grand.
I was about to say, I don't think I'm paying.
We'll raise about. We're gonna get LJ on. I promise you, Nate. Hey, oh, good Lord, sit down. Yeah, sit down, guys. Okay. Let me finish this before I get.
Yeah,
into this.
run them down real quick.
This store is. This show is getting ready to go downhill really fast.
I'll behave.
Huh? You'll behave. All right. So Nomadics, we got Pool Water Sports, Next Strike, Seaguar Shimano, Sims, Soremouth Tackle, Stink Bait Lure Co., Towboat USA, Towel Chick, Viking Fiberglass and Repair, Westbrook Supply Company, and Woober. I hope I'm pronouncing that right.
Woober.
What?
Woober
Marine. So all of those are here. Like I said, there's you can shop. That's the cool thing. You can come in here, you can buy all these things. Got some good deals. A lot of who let's see where they at here.
What you looking
Now
for?
there's some more on there because what's the reel? The
Shimano reels.
no, the Barons.
Oh, the spools.
Spool.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're not on this.
spools are on there.
Yeah, they're here.
Yep.
And
Make you real nicer.
make it real nicer and all that. So there's some I think that are here that are not on this list. So how come I don't see Sugar Hill Baits on this place? You gotta get close to that microphone.
Guess so we can hear you.
Huh? Listen. I'm not gonna make you tell the ham sandwich story.
Sandwich.
I'm not gonna make you tell the sandwich. But guys, Steve Pinkston is here, and for those that don't know, it is Sugar Hill Bait Company and Sugar Hill Nuts. Or what's the nut company?
Sugar Hill Nut Company.
Sugar Hill Nut Company. All right, how you been?
Been good.
What are you doing up here tonight?
Well, Jimbo called me, asked if I wanted to get a booth, and I kind of declined. I've got other things going this weekend with the business. But
Right.
to be supportive, I figured I'd bring him some nuts for his raffles and all.
How come you didn't bring me no
Giveaway.
nuts?
Man, I can't
You ain't got an
just-
extra bag
I
of nuts
can't
in your
just give
car?
them away.
You can't. I'll buy some. Blake can buy
Well,
some.
I got some out in the truck.
Blake,
but,
go buy
you
me
know,
some nuts.
Like peanuts.
Like peanuts.
Well, what kind of nuts?
Why don't you ask the man what kind
Well,
of nuts?
you know, I
what kind of
paid-
nuts you got, Steve?
cinnamon pecans and almonds and cashews.
I don't eat none of that, so you can bite yourself.
I didn't ask if you ate it. I told you to buy it for me,
You're the man. You're the man who runs a business.
which means I'm the broke one,
Oh, listen to him. talk.
giving away all my stuff. So you been fishing any?
Not much.
Why not?
Too cold. Too busy.
Too cold.
Yeah, I'm getting old, man.
You ain't. How old are you?
I'm 52.
You're 4 years older than me.
Yeah.
It ain't too cold.
Well, I think Tuesday I'm gonna get out.
You gonna get out Tuesday?
Yeah.
All right.
I've just had a lot going with
Got a lot, you
nuts
busy?
and
So your nuts are blowing up.
nuts are pimping them, man. Pimping those nuts.
Those nuts. All right, there you go. Steve's, yeah, that was a funny show. I remember that. We had a good time with that. Anytime LJ comes on,
Yeah, he's easy to make laugh. He's,
yeah, he's
he
like
kind of
that.
has a
That's what I'm
little
saying.
sick sense of humor.
He
and,
does have a sixth sense of humor, like
and
I said.
enjoys a little, I don't know,
I really look at him over there.
old war stories of big
lies a
girls
lot.
and ham sandwiches.
Yeah, he lies. He lies a lot.
Well, he
but-
was probably telling the truth.
He probably was, but we'll save that. We'll save that for our Adult Swim later on. We start doing the Adult
Go
Swim
way
show.
down the hole.
Neil Scoggins, wish I could be there. Wanted to come. Hey, it's guys, seriously, it's people are
People's
coming in.
showing up. Hey, I see somebody 2 brand new rods.
Two
walking down
rods,
through there.
yeah. So lots of stuff. The hummingbird stuff's here and all that. So you're being here to be supported, but what are you going to be looking at the most?
I'm just kind of checking out the layout. I do these kind of outdoor shows, and I'm
You're just here to gain the
just kind of to
experience.
look around and see how it's all laid out. And
Right. What do you think about
see
it?
if it's something I might want to participate in another time.
So what do you think
looks
about it so
good.
far?
Looks
It is
good.
good. It is good. I think next year we might do that too. We'll get some Fish North Georgia stuff and some True Grit stuff up
Yeah.
here and sell it like that. So
Fridays tend to be a little slower. People
Right.
work. and
Oh,
all that kind of
absolutely.
thing.
Tomorrow's
but
gonna be the day.
Saturday, usually your big day. So
yeah, absolutely.
I
And,
imagine there'll be a good crowd.
there will be a good crowd here. And like I said, they're gonna have some live music and stuff like. You know that? I heard you was playing some live music.
No,
Huh? Why not?
play the radio. That's
Play the
about,
radio.
that's about the
Is
only.
that as live as it gets. when you
That's
use the
about
radio?
all I can play as
Um,
far as instruments go.
You gonna do any BFLs this year?
Yeah, I signed up for the Kiwi
Kiwi? Okay.
You know.
What division is
out of Savannah River.
Savannah River? So you gonna fish all of them or just the ones
I'm
you can?
thinking I'm fishing all of them.
You gonna fish all of them? Now, why did you pick that one as opposed to like the Bulldog?
Well, I'm going to fish the Lanier on board,
You gonna
Bulldog
cross over
division
that?
on Lanier because it's close.
Right? You just like that?
But
the
I
lakes
just
better?
like those lakes better. It's kind of a drive to
Large mouth.
Oconee and Eufaula, and I'm just not as.
Yeah.
I've been on them over the years, but just never really had a whole lot of success, and I'm just more comfortable with those clear water lakes.
What are all the lakes that are in that?
We're going to Kiwi, I think Hartwell, a couple of times, Clark Hill.
Right?
So,
Okay. You gonna win them?
probably not.
He's gonna give it a good
Listen,
shot.
Well,
He's gonna
yeah,
do
it's a
it.
situation where I work most weekends and I'm busy during the week, and I just
Right.
don't have that time to really put
pre-fish
into
and
it
all
like
that. Yeah,
like you got to do. But
I know how that feels. We got a tournament tomorrow. We didn't pre-fish for.
well,
So-
sometimes I do better when I don't pre-fish.
You know,
I
you-
don't have any preconceived notions, and I know the lakes well enough to where
Right.
I can try to figure something out.
You're not the first person that's told me that today. Sometimes it's better not to just know. Just go
Yeah.
fish.
Yeah,
Sometimes you can overthink it.
I do.
We do that as well.
Well, when you practice, you kind of get locked into something.
Yeah.
And then the next day or two, when the tournament is, things change and you're still kind of locked into that mindset that you had.
Right.
Whereas if you just go out every day and fish the conditions and fish your strengths, as they say, you can usually put something together.
Let me ask you this. Now, tonight we've got a pretty good front coming in. And so we're gonna be on Lanier tomorrow. What do you think of front, like, highs maybe 38 tomorrow? Yeah. So got a wind, got about 10, 15 mile, maybe 20 mile an hour wind most of the day. What do you think, or how would you fish that kind of conditions? You just stay home in the bed,
I would
right?
just try to stay warm.
Stay warm and stay out of the wind. That's the main thing.
You know.
I knew that was coming.
Stay
right
warm
there.
and stay
You know,
out
I
of the
will
wind.
say
in
I
all
got
seriousness.
an old Trex a couple
Gotcha.
years ago, and it's definitely made fishing in the wind a whole lot easier.
Yeah.
It's kind of taken a lot of that
Josh is my old
discomfort
tricks.
and fatigue off of it. But I don't
Right.
know. I'd probably go in a creek or something and just fish docks or blowdowns. Maybe try to find a little dirtier water, so maybe there'll still be a few fish shallow, but
Gotcha.
Or
I
I would
gotcha.
do the total opposite and start off with an underspin in the ditches and kind of shallow, and then kind
Kind
of
of
move.
similar to what you'd say. Hit the ditch, stay deep in the ditches. would you?
Yeah, that-
Yeah, stay in the ditches, but I mean, if I know there's some dirty water, I'd go crank and stuff like that. Like you're putting in where?
I'm putting in Mary Alice. There's dirty water. There's gonna be dirty water up Bald Ridge. There's gonna be dirty water in a lot of the creeks.
You gonna
back
be
in
able to
that
make
area.
it with them electric rigs?
Oh, good Lord, yeah.
I'm just saying. That's
Yeah.
all up to you. You either go to the ditches or you go to the muddy water. That's gonna
Yeah.
be your decision.
Well, you
Well,
can
some of that
start
muddy
off a
water's
little
in ditches.
shallower in those ditches first thing in the
Yeah.
morning, and that bite lasts for an hour or so, and then they kind of pull out and kind of follow the school
Right.
and then drop
Absolutely.
on them or whatever. But I'll try to get them in the back of the ditch, and then as they move out in that deeper water, I'm on to something else because I just don't have the patience to,
Right.
I'm not gonna sit there. I'm one of them. I'm not gonna drop shot, throw a spoon and stuff like that in a ditch. I still try to power fish. I'm gonna throw a swim bait, try to grind one. If I can get a crankbait down there to them, underspin. I don't try to go finesse on them.
But those deeper fish are less affected by,
Yeah.
That is true.
the weather,
Mm-hmm.
Right.
major shifts.
That is true. So seeing what you see next year, are we gonna be able to see you in here? You think
I
so?
don't know. We'll kind of see. I mean, for me to be here means I got to pay folks to be the other places, and
Right.
it's a pretty big investment. But we'll
I
see how it
understand.
goes.
I understand. Now, before I let you go, I got a couple other questions.
All right.
Now, when are we gonna get you nuts in our store?
I guess I can come up one day and
You
drop
need-
some off.
Come up next week and see us like that, because we're not too far from opening.
Yeah. Tuesday, I'm gonna be on Lanier, so
Right.
we'll see how kind of.
Tuesday's podcast day also.
Tuesday's pot. Yeah, you can come hang out.
Well, maybe could come later on.
You can, yeah, because we're gonna be there till like 10:30.
10:30, 11 o'clock.
Yeah, I
so
watch y'all. It's a good
you
show.
do what you do.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I kind of sit in the corner and don't really comment a whole lot.
How
but
how can I make it better for you?
I don't know. Seems to be good.
Seems
You got,
to be good.
got your sidekick. I mean, he's
I
kind
do.
of the South Side Steve of
He is.
Oh,
your show.
yeah.
You
He
know,
is.
the old '96 Rock
That's right.
Wake
There
Up
you go.
Crew.
Yeah.
He does all the little gag
South
things.
side.
and-
That's what we'll start.
You know who
calling
that
you.
is, right?
I know.
I'm just making sure, Danny. I know you're old. You don't
listen.
listen.
I remember. I actually listened to '96 Rock back in the day.
Oh, I did too.
Yeah,
yeah,
I did too.
Well,
They're on like
'96 Rock when you were listening to it.
Oh,
Probably wasn't the same
little bit.
'96
that's right.
Rock.
That's exactly right.
it,
was-
was,
we
it
had-
was rock for a while. Then it went to a rap station or something like that now, or some shit. I don't even know what they are. Now.
96 now is kind of like pop music.
I don't
Yeah.
even listen to radio. You know,
I don't
I've
either.
got
Got Spotify,
Pandora
podcast.
and all those other kind of things, and you can go on YouTube and it'll
listen
work
to,
you up a
li-
mix of
yeah.
stuff, and
Listen to what you want to listen
you
to.
know, I don't want to listen to a bunch of commercials and
I
crappy
got
music.
you.
But
I got you. Well, that is that's it. So try to see if you can come up next week, and I probably got to place another order with you.
well,
Two.
you know, the only thing I'm missing on that last order is those 3/8 pearl white.
Got you.
You know, they got to get some for me. It's up here in Illinois, and they've been dealing with shutdowns and ice storms and
Right.
Oh, well.
Well,
just a lot of different things.
I
but
got you. I know. I
but
know. I
I've-
know what's coming.
I'll take care of you when I get them,
I know.
and I've ordered enough to where shouldn't have an
Sweet
Shouldn't have a
issue.
problem.
baits.
Not sweet baits, Sugar Hill baits. He's the underspins that you like.
Those are the best damn underspins I've ever thrown.
Well, I
That's
appreciate
the
it.
one.
Yeah,
That's
those
him.
are
the-
you, didn't know,
are-
you didn't know that's who we was talking to.
No.
Yeah, that's
Those
him. Steve owns that company.
Those are the best underspins I've ever thrown.
Yeah, those are the
he does
sweet
talk-
spin. You know, I kind of got the Sugar Hill nuts and the Sugar Hill baits, and I try to keep the sweet.
Well, we need some.
Yeah.
We need some more of them underspins. I'll tell you that
I
right
mean,
now.
those shaky heads are the sweet things. And
Yeah, the problem is we fish with them.
What?
We sell some and then we fish with the rest.
Yeah,
That's-
I picked up a bunch of those. We went and fished them up at Lake Hiwassee, and I was on the trolling motor just as fast as I could, just see how they'd look. There was no roll, there was no turn. I mean, them things are just straight line.
So, what's your favorite color?
Well, I'm a little colorblind.
He listen. He's colorblind.
Yeah,
He is actually colorblind.
I throw white.
White
He
and-
thinks it's white.
What was the other color that I like? It looked like a shad head color. I don't know.
That's a shad.
Yeah,
You
look
got the
like
shad-
a blue herring color kind of.
Well, I've got kind of that pearl blue back, and then I've got a shad and
That-
a chartreuse pearl.
The chartreuse pearl has sold. You know, is that the? I don't know which one we're missing there like that.
Pretty much at 3/8.
But they're all good though.
They're
They're
great.
all
White.
good.
They're great.
But
I ain't gonna throw another. No.
he's colorblind as all get go.
Well,
He wants to tie jigs. Let me tie a red jig. It comes out green. I'm
No.
just kidding.
that's
He
the
ain't that
thing.
At
I
least
mean,
the
I do
packs.
the
I can read the packs
You can't
what
read
it
the
is.
packs,
I
so.
do the jig thing too, and I'm a little colorblind, and I'm like,
They run
okay,
together,
is that
don't they?
brown
Wait a
or
second. What's up with
green
you
or
colorblind guys making baits?
You throw green pumpkin with a little bit of yellow, or brown with a little bit of yellow. That's all you need.
What colors can you not see?
When it starts getting into paintings and stuff like blues and purples,
yeah,
yellows
it's
and
kind of
oranges.
reds, maroons. You know,
Yeah.
you start getting into shades.
Yeah, when you're like shading a painting or something, for me, I throw it out the window because it's gonna mess me up.
Oh, I love it. He's blind as a bat.
I'm not-
colorblind.
I am blind as a bat too.
Well,
I
that's
take my
saying
Well,
you
you're
contacts
not an
out.
electrician.
You tell somebody you're colorblind, they're like, what color is that?
Yeah, it's
You
it's,
know,
it's not
just
that
those
bad.
It's
shades.
Yeah.
It's the shades.
Hues.
So you see the colors, you just can't.
Yeah.
I got you. We still want to make fun of you.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
That's
fine.
okay to make fun
I'm the
of you.
entertainment, anyways, right? You're the speaker. I'm the entertainment.
Is that
People
what it
people
is?
come to see me.
Oh my God, he has got a big head. I don't even know what to say to that. I think it's time to just cut the show off right now and go.
Hey, you got
We
another
don't went
3
an hour
hours.
too long. We got 3 more hours
Yep.
to go. So how long are you
3
hanging
more
around?
hours. I've got nothing to do.
Huh?
Single guy, got nothing to do.
Single guy? You can go see some of the clubs in Duluth?
No. They're in Duluth.
Where they at?
Huh?
I didn't know
I
there were
really-
clubs in Duluth.
I really don't want to know where the clubs are.
I don't
Anyway,
either.
I have to go home after this.
You know,
Yeah,
I had
you're
a
a married
stack
man.
of ones,
That's
you
right.
know, from selling one day, and I took them to the bank, and I said, I'm going to go to the strip club.
Oh,
you
no,
know? And they said, not with ones.
not with one.
I guess the price has gone up. You know, I guess if you want whatever, it's,
Oh, here we go.
If you want to be a real asshole, just take quarters.
you know, I
Take quarters.
Here
I
we
would have
go.
felt pretty stupid going in there with us flashing a bunch of ones, you know, because I guess 5s and 10s.
I mean, I'm cheap either way. So.
Okay,
They get what they get.
I deserve this. I deserve this. I deserve this.
You know, not
Lord.
saying I don't condone the practice of going to strip clubs because I haven't been in forever, but I'm just was kind of
Oh,
saying
man.
that I think it's more than $1 to make them holler.
Okay. Well, guys, I'm sorry.
Oh, hey, we're here for a good time, right?
We are here for a good time, I guess, as long as we don't get escorted out of the place. That would
Now,
not
when's
be
the
legal.
Bible study?
Listen, we can do that too.
You know, I
y'all.
came for
we
the.
can do that too.
I came
Costs
for
Grab
the.
one of those.
$500.
Put that on your car.
Well, thank you very much. You want Blake to autograph it for you?
I
No,
I got horrible handwriting.
So
Put
that's
his
awesome.
X.
Huh? X?
Yeah.
It's X. I tried to get you your first autograph, son.
I can't write worth shit. You know that.
Well, good Lord.
Can't do nothing.
See, I didn't use any potty words.
You did not use any foul words, and I'm gonna
No.
have to clean them up. We're not at the store. You gotta be nice.
He was
Yeah,
just talking about strip clubs.
I know.
He
But
condoning it.
I didn't condone it.
He don't condone
I
it.
don't condone
Josh,
the
help me out,
practice.
Lord. Help me out, Lord. Hey, he's
Okay.
back, Carter. Carter, listen, it's gone downhill since you've
He
been
got
here, buddy.
hey, he got him a nice hat. He's gonna
Listen,
go catch
it
a
has
big one in
gone
that hat.
real downhill.
Not yet.
Not yet since
Hey,
Carter.
nobody's
has been here.
drinking tonight.
No, sir. I am right here. Water.
Yeah,
Water.
good Christian fellowship.
Yeah, Danny.
I don't know what I'm gonna do with you guys. So, anyway, all right. Well,
Well, this
maybe.
is what happens when you put guys on that aren't used to, being hurt a whole lot.
Right.
We just don't know how to act.
I know. I'm not regretting it yet.
Well,
not regretting
like I
it
said,
yet.
I've got a lot of stories, but I will.
Your stories are for the Adult Swim. We said
They are.
You get the Adult Swim, and then we'll go to that.
And I'm not bragging when I tell them. I'm
Fish North
not-
Georgia after dark.
We'll let you
Yeah.
host that. I'm not hosting anything after dark with any one of you guys like that. So, guys, again, if you just tuning in, we're here at the Jimbo Southern Outdoor Fishing Seminar and Expo here in Duluth, Georgia, at the Infinite Energy Forum. And guys, again, you need to come on down here and check out all these fine vendors that Jimbo has assembled, and a lot of cool stuff to look at. You got your boats, you got your rods. A lot of companies, again, that you know about if you're in the fishing world around Lake Lanier and Allatoona. You got Hammonds and then Dugout and just a lot of companies. Lanier Baits is over there. Drop Shot Jedi, he's over there telling lies
Hey,
and telling
I've
people
heard
how
it.
to do it.
I haven't heard him in about 10 minutes.
Really?
Oh, no, there he
you go.
goes.
See, I saw you
there he
did
goes.
say.
Yeah,
You
just
don't-
got to
you don't
mention him
ever-
and
You
you
don't
can hear him.
ever bring that up. So there's a lot of stuff. So we're gonna get a lot of these guys are gonna come talk to us as the night goes on, and we'll introduce them to our. If you don't know them already, we'll introduce some of them to our audience and all like that. So again, where can people get your products right now? Sugar Hill Baits and Sugar Hill Nuts. If they
Well,
wanna
right
go-
now, Sugar Hill Baits, your store has a.
my store
I
has
need to
it,
go
yeah.
up and kind of resupply a little bit.
That's how we
but,
still got some of those Fish North Georgia. Yep.
Oakwood Bait and Tackle's got
Right.
a pretty good little selection, and the Dugout out in Marietta's got my shaky heads, or just call or email
We
or
got your
go on
shaky heads, too.
Facebook, and
Yeah, I like your shaky heads. I'm
I
actually
guess
gonna
we
use
don't
them.
email, we text and
Yeah.
do all that.
I don't do emails. That's one thing I don't mess with.
Send me a fax.
Good Lord. I don't doubt it at all. Now you're also right there though at Bass Pro Shop.
Yeah, that's where I sell. We got a booth outside the store. We pitch our tent on
Yeah,
the
you know when you come out of the
weekends
store and
and
they got those nuts
Man,
right there.
I ain't been to Bass.
offer
in
y'all a
years.
What's up,
sample
John?
and sell you a bag of nuts on your way out. So,
There you go. All right. Well, man, I appreciate you sitting here jumping in on this.
appreciate the opportunity.
Let's
Well,
get some more of them heads up here to the store.
yeah.
I need a
I got
box.
I got a bunch in the truck.
What? There's a silver Ford sitting out there. Just put them in there.
I just want some nuts to eat tomorrow during the thing.
The hell, them nuts.
Well, if I could get out of here, they like stamp your hand or something, or you gotta.
I know. Tell Jimbo that Danny wants some of your nuts, and you'll go get some of them.
Well, he's got 6 big bags over there,
Well,
so
go
maybe you
get
can
some.
maybe you can talk him into one.
Okay, we'll do that. So, man, I appreciate you
Hey,
stopping
well,
by.
thank you.
You be good.
Good
Appreciate
meeting,
it.
man.
Good
Be
meeting you.
good. Be
Appreciate
good.
the
Be good. Go spend some
kind
money.
words.
Yeah.
Yep. Hey, best underspends
It is.
I have
It is.
found.
It is right now. The
Honest
Well, the
truth.
bait keeper is unique
Yeah.
and one of the best out there, and I'm pretty particular about what I sell, whether it be baits or nuts or whatever.
Right, so-
I don't have to sell 1,000,000 of them. I can content and happy to sell what I sell, and
No, we'll take a million.
We'll do.
as long
well,
as
yeah,
folks
we can do
enjoy
that.
them.
I want a whole wall. Best one.
That's best smelling nuts in Lawrenceville. Oh, okay. There you go. I hope you know him,
Who's that?
Alan Hayes. He says your nuts smell good, and we're talking about actual
Actual
pecans and stuff like
cinnamon.
that. Cinnamon. And
Well,
stuff like that.
everywhere I go, people say I smell cinnamon. Because my clothes and my
Right,
house
you got it all
and
over you.
got it all over me. So I'm,
Go over and see if you can get Jimbo. Give me
See if
some.
I can commandeer a little bag or
Yeah,
you
something.
might have-
I'd like to try some.
We'll
if
try-
they're, if they're
listen.
that good,
We'll put them on there right here if you can get us some.
All
of 'em.
right.
go over
Go
and
see what you
go-
can
go
do.
I
jerk
might
'em
just
out of it.
take one because I don't think he knows how many I brought. So
I mean,
There you go.
there you go.
Go do it.
Hey,
Absolutely.
is that the man, the myth? Is that
Who are we talking about?
overhauls? What's his name?
Overhauls.
Yeah, his starter set you was wearing it the other night. Altoona man.
Stephen Barday.
That's old Barday standing
Is
right down there.
Barday down there?
That's Barday standing right down there. I think
Oh,
we need to
listen.
get Barday on here.
All
You want me to go grab him?
You
Hey,
get.
Barday, come here. Oh, look at him look away. Come on down here. Come see us. Come on. Oh, we can't get him on.
Oh, look at him.
Oh, here he
Ah,
comes.
Come
Come
on.
on.
You Alatoona boys. I told you we're going to get him on there.
Hey, it's happening, ain't it?
I'll see if what I can do.
You do that. You do that.
Come on, Barday. You got either. Hey, you can get your wife on here with
You
you.
ain't got nothing to do. You ain't got nothing to do. Sit down. Just,
Hey,
all you got to do is sit down and say hello one time. Just say
introduce
hello.
yourself. Tell everybody that,
That just-
you're the king.
I just listen.
When they see your boat, just to go home.
No. I just want you to say hello one time. I'm gonna put her on there.
Put her on there.
All right, she get on there with you too.
Let us learn a little bit about
Come
your
on.
husband.
Come on, just one time. I won't even interview. I just want you to say hello.
Just
Sit
let
down.
us know who you are.
Sit down and say hello.
Who the lake legend
Hold on,
around
just
here
sit
is.
Just sit down and
Oh.
say. I'm not even going to ask you them questions. Just sit down and say hello, and then you can get up and leave. But you got to
You
say
gotta
hello.
introduce
Just
yourself.
say I'm Stephen Barday.
Hello, Stephen Barley.
Nah, in the mic. We gotta
I
be able to
did.
hear.
He
No,
did.
It's gotta be up close.
Listen,
There
I'm being
you
nice. Here we
go.
go. Just do it.
That ain't nice.
Here we go.
Look
Stephen
at there.
Barday.
They got us
Say
some
hello.
nuts too.
Look at that. You want some nuts?
No, I'm good. I got enough.
Listen, I'm done now. I'm satisfied. I told you I'd get you just on camera.
On
and say,
camera.
That's
you
all
wanted.
I did. That's all I needed to do.
But you did say there'd be beer.
You did.
You want to make a run?
You
I
said
gotta
no
leave
beer.
here in about 45 minutes.
You did say there'd be beer.
They did. Is that why you're here?
Yes,
I was
reason we
told the
came.
same thing too, and I can't find it.
I mean, I was
And
gonna
I was-
bring some.
and
but
I'm gonna
I wanna
need
be
some.
proper.
He just went and stole these from Jimbo too.
Did he?
He did. What? Honestly, real quick, what you think about everything you seen up here?
I hadn't been. I just got.
You just got here.
Is up
y'all
there.
attacked me before I got halfway around the
Well,
thing.
you was down there probably attacking Mason, asking if those are
you
hand
know-
tied
I
or
was,
not.
I was talking to the hand tied.
You know what he
dudes. Yeah, we
did?
had
You know what he
talked
did? He goes, is that the guy you had the starter set on the other day?
Did you seen that, right?
about it. Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah. Listen, I just because I love you. You know, I respect you. I just want to grow up and be
Well,
like you.
if you set your goals high,
That's right. See, there you go. That's right. And tomorrow, I hope the goals
they're
work.
there.
They're there.
They're there.
He gave me some pointers too.
Well,
That's not pulling out all stops.
Oh, I know. You're gonna
I'm
be
pulling out
calling people.
all
Hey,
stops.
I've been here 30 minutes. I ain't caught a fish. You need to tell me what to do.
But I will tell you, I didn't have a fish till 9:30,
And I did tell Josh
and I didn't
that.
have a limit till 1 o'clock.
That's right.
Can I ask you one question about the ABA and be honest? The guy that won that was in the back of your boat, correct?
No, he wasn't.
No.
No, he's
I
one of
messed that
my.
up.
Chris White's one of my Altoona partners. When I told him my partner, that's what I meant.
Oh,
we
see,
practiced.
Yeah,
see,
he's
I
his partner.
I took it
thought,
as he was in the back of your
No,
boat.
he
Yeah.
wasn't.
Yeah, I was about to say, how'd that feel for
No,
taking somebody
no.
and end up winning?
No,
No,
that
no,
would have
no.
been something 33 pounds out of one boat.
That's-
Well, see, that's what I was
saying.
telling everybody.
Yeah.
I messed up, but like
So
that.
it was you that was saying that it was out of the back of his boat. Plus, he was in the front.
Yes, that was
That's-
me. But
yeah.
that was
No, it
because I
was,
misunderstood him.
It was the same pattern, 2 different places.
I got you.
Was his all largemouth too?
No, we had one spot.
Yeah, well, he weighed in all largemouth at
Yeah,
Lanier.
big finish. That's nice.
Yeah, I think
I'm jealous.
he had a 477 too,
Oh, wow.
largemouth. My
Yeah.
biggest was 3.5 pounds. So all mine was 3 to 3.5.
Still good bag.
Let's get a check.
62%.
I didn't catch but one spot all. I didn't catch but 7 fish all. Well, 9 fish all day.
But they were
6
quality.
keepers. 6 keepers.
Can't beat that.
Cold once.
Cold
Cold.
ones.
Cold at 10 minutes till 3.
Right?
Put it in the box and went to the ramp.
There you go.
I got you.
Where'd y'all put in at the other day for that?
Little hawk.
Oh, a little
Bunch
haul.
of boats in it, or
Yeah, there was 40 something in it.
that ain't bad at all.
Mm-mm.
Pretty good turnout.
I got you. Well, listen, go do your stuff. I
All
know
right.
you're uncomfortable.
Good seeing you, buddy.
But listen,
Have a good-
Hey, I appreciate you doing that. I know
Hey,
I took
he
a lot.
actually said more than hey
I
and
told
hello.
you I'd get him though.
He
We'll
talked
get-
a little
hey,
bit.
Listen, we're gonna get him on there one day. I know we're gonna get him on there one day where he'll talk. Hey, listen, I'll have beer. I'll have beer. If that's what you
What
need.
are you drinking? What are you drinking?
Huh? Jump in here.
Take it easy,
All
Bardot.
right, guys, we got another one here. We got Mr. Jensen here, the Fluke Master.
The man.
The man, the myth, the legend.
I don't know about a myth, but I'm
Not
here.
the myth, yeah. So how are you?
I'm good.
You want some nuts?
I like
Let me
nuts.
try some of those.
Listen.
No,
They said
I
they're so
can't.
good.
They got sugar on them.
Oh, what do you mean?
I'm on my diet.
Danny,
what
you're
kind of
supposed to be on one
I am
too, ain't
too.
you?
The anti-tendonitis diet.
Which is what kind of?
So about a year ago, I got tendonitis so bad I couldn't hold a fishing rod,
Okay,
and I'd set the hook and drop the rod.
I got you.
And so I went on keto just because I wanted to lose some weight, and I realized that reducing carbs and sugars in my diet, my tendonitis went away in 4 days.
Are you serious?
Yeah. So, and every time I go back to eating bread or whatever, it comes back in about a week. And I'm like, nope. I said, I'm done. So, yeah. So I eat the crap out of nuts, just not sugared ones.
Just not sugared ones.
Yeah.
I got you.
I like them
So
plain.
you do keto?
Yep.
See, I got told today by my doctor. She goes, you're a little fatter than you was the last time you got here. And I went,
little fluffy.
yes, ma'am, I am. And so she told me I had to do I had to start a diet.
I'll tell you the coolest thing about it, and I know we like to talk fishing, but the coolest thing about a keto diet is once you get rolling with it in about a week, you're not hungry anymore.
Really?
I'm at the point now where I eat one meal a day and I'm good. And
Okay.
I don't get hungry, and I hate being hungry.
So you kind of like intermittent fast without
Not even
trying
on
to,
purpose.
just 'cause
Yeah,
you-
I eat when I'm hungry. And
I
so
got
I
you.
might eat breakfast or I may eat dinner at night, and so I don't have to pack as much food when I travel because I don't eat as much.
I got you.
But and it's easy once you get rolling. It's just harder at the beginning.
Right.
So, and I've lost 12 pounds in 3 weeks.
Dang.
So
there you go.
yeah, and I'm kind of tapered off a little bit, but it'll pick back up when I get down to Florida next week. So,
Okay, so tell us where you going in Florida.
KBF's got the Trail Series tournaments that are down there on the Kissimmee chain, and also the Tinvitational, which I qualified for.
Right.
And so I'm going to be fishing those 3 tournaments, plus Fellsmere
Okay.
or Headwaters has the first tournament that they ever's been since they opened up the boat ramp. It's going to be boats versus kayaks.
Oh,
Is what it's
there
going to
you
be.
go.
30 boats versus 30 kayaks. So I'm going to fish that one next
That's
Saturday.
gonna be fun.
30
Yeah.
boats versus 30 kayaks. We want to do some stuff like that up around the house and stuff. On some
Oh, yeah.
just the boaters versus the kayaks and all that stuff.
That'd be a blast.
And then flip it. I really would love to get like the kayak guys on a boat too. Like do a length tournament, do a weight tournament.
Oh, yeah.
and stuff like that. So I think that'd be pretty cool.
That'd be fun. That'd be a lot of fun. Yeah. Come do it on Rocky.
I was
Right.
going
In
to ask
June.
about Rocky.
Listen, okay.
Listen,
Yeah, okay,
you said you was
I'll
going to be
listen.
out there Tuesday. Did you go?
No.
Man, I got my teeth kicked in.
Yeah.
How deep are you fishing?
Yeah, I'm gonna stop right
we
here.
fished anywhere from 25
Mhm.
all the way up to like 12. We seen a ton of bait fish. Had a lot of fish follow, but
They group up a lot there in about 26 to 28 foot of water.
they were eating our A rigs like crazy. But
Yep.
we couldn't
Couldn't
get a hook in them.
Yep.
I mean, they'd come up and you'd just have 2 or 3. You just feel them boom, boom,
Yep.
boom, boom.
Yep.
Couldn't get a hook in them.
And
So what's the solution for that?
Wait till springtime and they get
trying
all
not to
bad.
lose friends here.
Okay, you got- okay.
Hey, it's a gorgeous lake. I really do
Fish
wanna
over
go
top
back.
of them, and literally, a blade bait, flutter spoon, that kind of stuff
Not
will
there
work.
all those.
But they're right now they're hugging the bottom, is from what I understand.
They were sitting on it like
Yep.
glued down.
Yeah, you catch one in the belly of them's red because it's been sitting on the bottom.
I got you.
And so, yeah, you really got to. But there's certain spots in that lake. That lake is an offshore lake. That's why everybody hates it or loves it. If you're
Yeah,
an
that's
offshore
true.
fisherman, you're
Yeah.
going to catch more fish on that lake and bigger fish on
You
those
are.
lakes than anywhere.
You are. I've noticed a lot of the tournaments that we fished in, or the clubs that we're associated with. A lot of the bigger weights.
Yep.
They're off.
Offshore.
There was
They're
a
not beating the banks.
So that the booth that's over there next to us, what do they call it? The fish attractor, the
Oh.
tree.
Yeah, I
what's the
haven't.
name
Hold
of
on
it?
a second. There was a. Oh man, look! I just come off of.
And I've known the guy for years. I never can remember.
American Fish Tree.
Yeah, American Fish Tree. We're going to put a whole bunch of them in at Rocky, and I've got since I've been fishing so much for the last 2 years.
Right.
My fish finder has a good topo map of the lake,
Yeah.
and so we're going to put it on key offshore structure
there you go.
that it doesn't have anything on it right now. So it's going to get to be a better place as we put more and more of it out.
Do you like
So-
East better than West, or West better than East?
They
We
eat
fish
both of them.
both.
They both fish different.
Yeah.
They
So
do, that's
if
what
you
I'm
look
saying.
at the Trophy Lake at Heath and East or West and East, go from the Trophy Lake. It's mainly a shallow water lake,
Right.
not a lot of deep water. West is kind of in between. it's got a lot of deep water, but the offshore stuff is mostly shallow, the stuff you want to fish.
Yes.
And then the east side is very, very deep, very little offshore cover,
Right.
and it's
right.
all structure fishing.
Yes.
Of course, this last year, the water quality never got really good, and so the fish stayed at about 8 feet deep. They didn't get any deeper, so they never hit any of the deep rock piles.
Oh, okay.
And so all the rock piles are 20 feet, 18,
Yes.
20, 25 feet deep,
Right.
and they never got there until the fall. And you guys fished it the only weekend they were shallow.
Yes, that is true. Absolutely. 'Cause you
And
said
they
that. You
went
made that
deep
comment.
again. Yep.
Yeah. Because I caught the 7.5 I caught if you were facing the spillway.
Right.
And it's at 12 o'clock, 10 o'clock, and just dragging that worm. And it was probably 5-6 foot of water.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, but there are tanks over there though.
Yeah.
Those
And
fish are so
the
healthy.
bluegill beds are like right there. If you ever get up there in the summertime, there's
Yeah.
always big bluegill right there in that little spot.
But there was gizzard shad jumping everywhere that day.
Yep.
So the gizzard shad were up and just
Yep.
we were noticing just nothing was busting them. They're just jumping, frolicking, do whatever it is
Yep.
gizzard shad do.
Got a request for the Clark Hill striper story
that's
that we were
it.
talking about last night.
Oh,
yes.
People want to hear that.
We
Okay.
want to hear it, and then some of the guys want to know maybe at some point you could post or share a link on the group page or somebody to see that video.
So the video is called Dock Fishing for Stripers.
Dock fishing for stripers.
Okay,
on
so the
YouTube.
story is I was just out fishing it was a Wednesday, I believe, or
Right.
Thursday. Wednesday, because there were some guys out fishing club tournaments.
Right.
And I came in behind a buddy of mine, and I was in my Alumacraft, and he was in his big bass boat, and he was throwing 14-inch largemouth out of his live well when I got to the dock. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? He's like, I'm chumming. I'm like, you're what? He said, I'm chumming. He said, Gene, look, I was here last week, and he's kind of a laid back dude. He doesn't really say much. He says, I was just hanging out in my boat after a tournament last Saturday, and I watched these 65 and 30 to 65 pound stripers following boats in and stopping behind them and just sitting there waiting for somebody to release a fish. And if nobody released a fish, they just slide up underneath the floating docks and wait. And then they'd come out and eat the fish that were released. And he says, and that's not good for bass fishing if they're eating that many bass that are just stunned anyway.
Right.
So he decided that day that I was out fishing that he was going to try to catch a couple of them. So he finished chumming and I tied up. And by the time that I got done tying up, he had already put a hook through a 14-inch bass and thrown it out in the water and hooked into a 45-pound striper.
Are you serious?
From the dock. And I'm like, crap, where's my camera? So I grab my camera and I get up and I film it. And that's what the video is. You see him catching them from the dock.
Gotcha.
And then we caught a 30-pound striper after that with it was a 17-inch bass. Some guy had a 17-inch bass that was almost dead. And if you released it, it was going to die anyway.
Right.
So he put a hook in it and threw it out there and caught a 30-pounder.
Are you serious?
And so that school's gone. But that school learned
right.
that in the afternoon on certain days or most days on Clark's Hill, they can follow boats into the boat ramp and they can sit there and wait and their food will be given to them.
That's very similar like dolphins in some places. They know.
Yep.
They just know the food's going to be
And he
there.
said he ended up catching every fish out of that school except for that 65-pounder. He says the only one he couldn't
The only one he
get.
couldn't get was the big boy.
Yep.
That's awesome because, those guys were talking about that last night. I didn't even know you could do that.
Me either.
Yeah. So that
And
was
I think it's a fluke thing. I think it's just a school that figured it out. And you probably will never see it again.
Yeah, it's probably true.
Unless you're paying attention and it happens to happen on your lake. I don't know.
Now, do you think a lot of guys on Lanier, especially in the Little Hall area and stuff like that, believe there's so many tournaments that come out of that place right there that all those fish that are released tend to stay in that area?
Mm-hmm.
What's your school of thought on that?
On
a big lake like
on
that.
a big lake, yeah. The electric lakes, like we've caught. There was a legendary fish on Varner years ago that was caught every February on the same stump on the roadbed that's 2 miles from the boat ramp.
Yes.
In a tournament and released and brought this, and it was always caught on that
Always
stump.
caught right back in that same
And my
spot.
best friend's caught it once, and his buddies caught it twice, and it's just everybody knows that fish.
Right.
So they do move. I think that they eventually will be gone. There's always a population that's going to stay close because they're disoriented or don't want to go anywhere.
Right.
But you're going to get a ton of them that'll travel 2, 3, 4, 5 miles.
Yeah, and on most lakes, that's enough to get back to where they came from.
Exactly.
Okay, that's like that. So your 2021 schedule, what kind of waters are we fishing? Are you mostly big lakes? I mean, what are you guys doing?
I'll be fishing in the next few weeks.
You're in a bunch of different trails.
Yeah, I'm fishing
what
the KBF
fishing?
trail.
Right.
And so I'm heading Monday down to Kissimmee.
Right.
Camping there, and we'll be fishing the Kissimmee chain. I'm
Right.
not sure what lake yet. I'm gonna fish them all.
Gotcha.
With my setup, I got a Bonafide SS 127. I got a 1103 Torpedo on the back, and a Motor Guide XI3 on the front. When I'm pre-fishing, because in KBF you can only use one motor, so I have to pick and choose which one I want depending on how I'm fishing. So
is that did they one motor on the boat at a time?
Yeah, one motor on the boat at a time.
Got you. Okay.
So I tried to get him to change it this year, but I got voted out.
Gotcha.
But
I understand.
But yeah, it's and so I don't mind fishing Lanier. I'll fish. I've been on Lake Erie in a kayak. I've been on St. Clair. It doesn't matter, just as long as I'm comfortable with the weather. And so I always wear my PFD. You'll never see me. I'll make a video every once in a while where I forget it and I have to go back and get it.
Yeah. Just
to prove how important it is. But I don't know. Big water just doesn't scare me. So I may be on Kissimmee chain this year or this week. I may be on Toho. Who knows?
Oh, wow.
But like I said, that tournament on Fellsmere next Saturday has kind of got me fired up. Because they're catching giants out there right now, and they're spawning. They'll start spawning here this week.
Really?
So, yep.
So is this about the time that the Florida fish move up and start spawning?
In the middle of the state, up around, up in the northern part, it'll be next month.
See, I've always wanted to make a trip down to Florida. Go flip some grass mats, stuff like that, catch the spawners.
Okay, well, that's the way in the Clark. I was reading the comments. Will you be there tomorrow?
Yes,
you'll be here. Tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm at the Westbrook Supply Company booth.
Gotcha.
If Seaguard gets here and sets up their booth, I'll be at their booth. A couple of my sponsors are around here, so yeah.
I got you. I understand like that. So how's the channel going?
Good. It's good. I took 2 months off because of COVID and because of holidays. Everything kind of fell together, so I stopped making videos and then have been working on getting my son all set up to where he can edit more efficiently.
Right.
And we're balls to the wall from here until the end of the year at least. So my goal is 3 videos a week. Mm-hmm. And once I start rolling, then YouTube will start picking me back up on the algorithms. It's amazing how fast you drop off when you stop.
Isn't it though?
You completely drop off the map. And I knew that, but I just had, I had
but it don't take much to get back into it. So
it just takes a lot of work.
So you had COVID.
Do what now?
You had COVID.
Yeah, I had COVID in November, just before Thanksgiving.
So how was was it mild for you, or did you really?
I had a fever for 3.5 or 2.5 days.
Right.
I couldn't smell Vicks Vapor Rub. I couldn't taste a thing.
That's all true.
That's all true. I had a headache for 7 days after my fever was done. And it gradually got better and better. It's basically any symptom that you had that lasted a long time, it kind of gets a little better and a little better. A lot of the things the news and everybody's telling you are lies about how it's transmitted and that kind of stuff. I don't know how I got it. My wife didn't get it. My kids didn't get it.
So did they quarantine somewhere else or stay at the house?
Really? I mean, it ain't like I walk around and don't kiss my wife.
Yeah.
So
even with COVID, I mean, you was
I didn't
sleeping in the same bed.
No. Once I was diagnosed, once I got the fever and was diagnosed with it, I quarantined in my bedroom, and my wife stayed. I love her to death. Stepped on the couch.
Oh
during
man!
a period of time,
right?
And fed me a little bit. I got mad. I got so hungry because she'd come in and bring me my little plastic plate of food and never come in with seconds. So I was dying.
Oh, I believe it.
I'm gonna start a diet Sunday.
Yeah, right.
Sunday.
What are you gonna do?
Saying that.
You keep calling me fat. I mean, is it time we both do it?
I'm telling you, if you can,
what is the keto?
It's a low carb, but with lots of vegetables.
See, I can't do that.
And a lot of meat and vegetables.
I can do the meat. I'm not the biggest vegetable person. Like, killed enough deer meat, I could eat on that for 3 months straight.
And the thing is if you go lean, it's not totally good for you, because what happens is you get your body to where it stops burning sugar.
Yep.
Because it prefers to burn sugar over fat.
Mm-hmm.
And then it starts burning fat. Well, all of a sudden you're like, it needs more fat than you can give it, even if you are pleasantly plump like me. It's one of those things where it'll start burning fat, where the point where I eat every other day or so. I have a couple of hamburgers that are 80-20 hamburgers, bacon, a ton of it. I buy 2-3 pounds every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
But I don't eat it all the time.
Gotcha.
Like I said, one meal a day is where I'm at right now.
I've got to do that. I'm serious. My doctor told me I was fat. She goes, you got to stop.
The cool thing is your blood sugar. I'm borderline diabetic when I'm not on it. When I'm not on keto. So I had a blood test the day I started keto. And I got called the next day, and they said, "You are borderline diabetic. You are high. Your cholesterol's high. Everything else." I said, "Give me a couple of weeks." So I went and had another blood test. Everything's leveled out.
Just in a few weeks.
Yep.
Like
Good
that.
blood sugar, good everything. As long as I stay with it, I'm fine.
Okay,
So-
I'm gonna let you be my inspiration.
All right.
So I'll do it starting Sunday.
Let's stay
Starting
on each
Sunday.
other.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
I will do
And,
that.
and
Start-
Pinterest will become your friend for recipes.
Do you even know what Pinterest is?
It's that girly
Yes.
website.
I'm just asking, Danny.
yes, that girly website.
I lose my religion every time I get on one of them blogs because of all the pop-up ads. But if you
Other
get
than-
past the pop-up ads,
yeah,
It's okay.
yeah.
then
you
it's
get,
okay.
You're saying you get colorful.
oh man,
Oh, I bet you do.
Throw my phone.
I
all
bet
night
you do.
long.
All right, now listen. So I'm going to ask for advice because I'm asking everybody that comes.
All right.
So tomorrow I've got a tournament on at Mary Alice on Lanier.
Mhm.
So Baldridge Marina area, electric only. So we're not going to be able to travel far. Got a big, huge cold front coming in tonight.
Mhm.
What do you think? How's that going to affect the fish? And how's that going to affect the fish? And how would you approach it? Got some stained water in some of the creeks too. Water temperature's right about 50. Right
I'd
now.
try to find the clearest water I could because I hate muddy water when
Okay,
it's cold.
so you're
Really?
a clear
You don't
water
like to
guy.
get up and
Oh,
crank it or anything
mm-mm.
like that?
No, not until it starts to warm up.
So
We're still in the winter.
So you're saying what?
Yes.
55 degrees? You'd go to it?
no, when
No?
it just starts to warm up.
Okay.
Like I said, when you start getting those temperatures at night that are warmer than your water temperature,
You start looking
and you
for
have
it.
consistent 3, 4, 5 days, that's when I'll move shallow.
Okay.
I've seen giants move to the back of the creek in less than a
Oh
day
yeah, looking for
when that
something to spawn
happens.
in. Yep.
And I've been fishing and knock ice off the guides when I'm doing it, but I'm catching them in 3 foot of water.
Right.
But it's because the water temperature started to warm up from what it was. So what I would do, because you get a cold front, the fish they're going to be affected the least are going to be the deeper fish in that clearer water. So I'm going to have something I can fish underneath my boat, flutter spoon or some type of a spoon or a blade bait.
Right.
And if they're out on the flat, I'm going to cast and yo-yo that blade bait, bounce it off the bottom all the way back.
Okay.
And that's exactly. I mean, the thing is that the clearer the water, the deeper the fish.
Yes.
The deeper the fish, the less they are affected by weather change.
You think that are you looking in the creeks or you looking on offshore structure?
I'm going to stay on
The
the outside
ditches.
bends of the creeks and
Outside,
ditches.
okay.
Yep. And if I can find ditches, I'm going to be in ditches all day long.
In ditches.
But I consider a creek channel back in the back of ditch, 18 feet.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm
No.
the same way.
Right,
I'm
yeah.
the same way.
And
Okay.
so, because that's how we used to do it on Clark's Hill back when the ditch bite started.
Right.
And Buckeye was making the ditch witch, and we were, yo-yoing.
So this is something I've talked about with some buddies. Who found the ditch bite and made it so popular?
I remember a BFL.
Casey Ashley?
How many? No, it was before Casey.
That was
Ashley.
the classic, wasn't it? Where he was ditch fishing.
I remember a BFL 15 years ago, maybe a little longer than that, where a local guy at Clark's Hill, literally, it was like, he said, once you found them, it was like catching them in a barrel. They were sitting in the same spot, and you were yo-yoing a jig head baby fluke through that ditch, and he would catch giants, and he won tournaments like 3-4 weeks in a row, won BFL, so on and so forth, doing it. That's the first I've ever heard of it, and it got real popular after that in the Clark's Hill area.
So it started in the Clark's Hill area.
That's what I'm guessing, because and I agree with you, y'all talked about it last week in one of your
Oh Lord, I have no
the ditch
idea.
bite anyway.
Yeah, we go through so much. I can't
where
remember
what's
all.
his name said, I think it was you that said you don't go into the area no, you don't go and you go to a ditch, and if there's no bait fish, you turn around and leave.
Yeah, that was me.
That's Clark's Hill 100%. Because
you gotta have
might
bait in
catch
the first.
one, but you're not going to catch 20.
And see, that's how
Right, I
that's
got
how
you.
I feel like on Lanier. You can pull into a ditch. You might pick one or two out of it, but if it's bait, there's going to be fish in it.
Well, the fattest, laziest fish are going to be right next to their dinner table.
Yep.
That's true.
Is that right?
That is true.
You
That
want
is
to be
true.
right there. You want to
That
be
is
right there
true.
ready to eat.
Absolutely.
And
Huh?
so they
Yeah.
ain't gonna leave their food, and so they're gonna be in that ditch. You pull in, you don't see bait fish. I'm out. I'm not gonna waste my time on one
Yeah.
or two fish. I want to find that school. But the thing is largemouth. Now spots are a little different. They spread out a little bit more.
Right.
Largemouth will get into a group and hang out in
Yeah.
the same spot.
But you say now you're talking about in a kayak, still same thing. If you don't see the bait, you're
I'm
leaving
gone.
it. You're gone. Even in a
Yep.
kayak, you're not going to take
Well,
the
I
time.
got motors, but yeah.
Well, I know,
if I'm
but
paddling, it's same thing. I'm going to be going to the next ditch or the next pocket or
And
whatever.
how far? I know a lot of people fish ditches different. I'll start at the top of it, or not the top. I guess you'd call it the mouth.
Yep.
And I'll go all the way to 10 foot sometimes.
Yeah.
And I've caught them in that 10 foot.
Yep.
That the front of that ditch could be 40, 50 foot. There might not be no fish, but you can find them in 10. There's some people
10 and 40, you'll find them.
Yeah, there's some people that if they're not in
18 feet, they're not going. Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah.
I've heard that.
Yeah.
I start shallow. I'll start in 10 feet of the ditch, and I'll work my way all the way out. But
so
same
are you?
sort of deal.
Are you going down your ditch? Are you side scanning? Are you down scanning?
I used to do it without side scan
Really?
before side scan started.
Okay.
So I'm going over top of it because
Yeah.
it's deep enough. It ain't.
That's
going
how I
anywhere.
am.
Do you
That's
have
how
side scan on your?
Uh-huh. My
Now,
kayak.
are you one of the ones that believe that it works better when you're running 5 to 7 miles an hour? Because I've heard
The
that.
slower the better.
See, I've heard the opposite. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm asking.
Well,
you.
my thought is it's whether what I can determine what is on there.
Right.
It's me knowing how to read it at 0.1 mile an hour. Me knowing how to read it when I'm sitting still anchored.
Gotcha.
There's
I got spots that I'm sitting next to a roadbed and the fish are going up and down the roadbed, and I can see them passing the side imaging, and I'll throw it over to them and I'll catch them.
There's a lot of people that say they can read a graph.
What's up, Kevin
They
Bolton?
can't.
Yep.
Well, I'm one of them.
Especially when it comes to the side imaging.
Yeah,
and
side
stuff
imaging
like that.
is a whole different ball of tea. And
What do you have on your yak?
I have right now. I have a Ray Marine Element. That's what I got on right now.
How do you like it?
It's okay. It's not a great shallow water fish finder. There's Lowrance and Garmin are better shallow water fish finders. I'm an offshore angler, so
That's
it
right,
works
yeah.
fine for me. But
Yeah.
when you get up above 7, 8 feet, it tends to have problems. It'll have hiccups that you don't like, and I attest it to Ray Marine's always been a saltwater offshore
and all that. Yeah.
deal, and so something in their programming is not quite right for fishing for running it in less than 8 feet of water.
I got
That's
you.
when I start getting hiccups and I lose my mind sometimes.
And that religion and all that.
Yeah, it
yes,
goes right out the
I
door.
understand that. Trust me, Josh will tell you, we're fishing, and I say, sorry, Lord, more than anybody.
Yeah.
Sorry,
So
Lord.
what about this? You're saying that you're running units. What size units are you running? You mean 9-inch, 10-inch, or?
Mine personally, I have a 9-inch.
Okay.
I tell people to always buy the biggest screen that they can afford if you're looking at side scan.
Yeah.
Because you lose so much detail. I bought the first side scan the first year Humminbird came out with it. I bought the 8-inch, and I couldn't see squat because there wasn't a big enough screen.
Right.
So.
Okay, so I had a question, and then Jimbo started talking, and it just like I'm over.
Hush, Jimbo.
Oh, yeah, I know it. I don't know why Jimbo's talking, but how about your Friday night show? How's that going?
It's going good.
Because I tune in from time to time when I get it and I see it like that and all that. But you got a lot of guys across the nation that tune into that.
I get them. Actually, I get a couple of guys that tune in from the island of Cyprus out in the Mediterranean Sea.
Yeah.
But it's been great. It's actually the longest running live show in fishing on YouTube now. Because I've been doing it since a week after they allowed us to do it.
Oh, wow.
Yep. Or a week or two. I can't remember exactly, but it's been 3 or 4 years I've been doing it.
Dang.
Yeah.
So I need to start having like guests because I know I get bored.
Well,
I might have to turn this speaker down just a little bit.
What speaker? Ah, well.
I don't know if they'll be able to hear us talking.
It's okay. Josh, can you hear us talking?
You hear good?
Yeah,
it should
Josh.
be all right. It's a good mic.
It's a good mic, so yeah.
Josh, I'm going to steal one of these, take them home with me.
There you go, yeah.
They might come after you.
Now you also do it now on Facebook, though.
Yep. I'm using a website called StreamYard, and it allows me to do it simultaneously.
Oh, see, now we need to learn about that.
Easy. It was started by a college kid. StreamYard. Super easy to use.
Okay.
And it's just it's an
Because
external
that's
website.
where I see it. I see it on Facebook.
Yeah.
Like that. So you're doing
I'm doing it at the same time. Yep.
Because I think that I'd love for us to be able to have that cake. We've thought about that. We like going to YouTube because it's there.
Yep.
Once you're done, it's there forever. You don't have to download it or nothing like that.
Yep.
But a lot of guys, especially some of the older ones, they love Facebook. They just do not like the YouTube platform for some reason.
Exactly.
Like it's just too much to go over to YouTube and sign in and make a thing like that.
You can do it at the same time. You can throw graphics on there. They're getting better and better because it's still a fairly new website.
Right.
It's the easiest to use.
Okay, good. So that right there makes this whole night worth coming down here just to learn that. So
I love it.
Yeah, that's awesome. So all right, so tomorrow.
Yeah.
You're going to be with Seagar and you're going to be with
mostly in Westbrook Supply Company.
Westbrook Supply
Company. You'll see my big red Bonafide with all my rods, and I've got a fully rigged kayak in their booth.
Okay.
So, and I love to show it off because I put a lot of work into that rigging.
Have you ever answered our question, when does a kayak become a boat? We've asked that 100 times on our
it
show.
becomes a boat when it comes off the line and it can float.
So you consider it a boat right then and there.
Yep.
A lot of kayak guys
A
don't
fishing
like that.
kayak is a boat. A kayak that you paddle down the whitewater and do little flips and rolls, that's a kayak.
I love that
You
answer.
can't fish out of one of them.
I think that's
finally somebody said the truth.
That's the plainest answer we've gotten so far.
Well, it's
Some
the
guys
truth.
are like, "Oh, it's got to be a certain length."
They start
or
talking links, but motors on it, and I'm like, there's a Hobie
Well,
over there that 3 people can stand
Let
up
me
in.
let me tell you where I'm coming from.
Right.
I teach the world to fish.
Absolutely.
I want people that are on the bank right now to get off the bank as soon as they possibly can
Get a
afford
kayak.
it. What's better than I wished I'd have had a kayak when I was
Oh
doing
yeah,
it.
absolutely.
I was in a belly boat fishing with gators. It ain't no fun. I would much they didn't have fishing kayaks back then. Dude, that's why I consider it a boat, because I want guys to jump off the bank as fast as they can and get out and try to catch a big old giant fish out of a little bitty plastic boat.
So here's a question: if somebody wanted to get off the bank, what's the cheapest, easiest kayak you can get in for the working man to get out on the water if they just want to
But
get
you
out?
want quality. You don't want to just buy the cheapest.
Your first one doesn't need to be super high quality though, because you're going to make a lot of mistakes with it. You're going to rig them different. You're going to figure out what you like and what you don't like.
Right.
With your first kayak, a kayak fisherman's favorite kayak is his second one.
Because now he knows what he wants.
Because he's figured it out. So what I say is buy one that you can afford.
Right.
But buy a really good paddle, $100 plus.
Gotcha.
I'm not saying a cheap paddle because that ruins a good day of paddling. Buy a comfortable PFD like a Chinook, like a NRS Chinook that's comfortable to wear all day, even if you're a fat guy that has pockets that you can put your gear in, that kind of stuff. And then go fishing and figure it out from there. Go watch YouTube videos on how to make your own crates and fish. I spent hours staring at the PVC aisle at Home Depot and Lowe's trying to build stuff back when I first got started.
Gotcha.
So now you got Yak Attack that builds them, and it's great, and it's great to be able to have that. But still, if you can't afford it, PVC is dirt cheap.
And it's soft. Yeah, it is. That's right. That's awesome. Well, that's good advice too. I never thought about that. Your second one, because you know what you want like that.
Yep.
So now I'm gonna ask you another question. Since you were on our podcast, is that the same Georgia Bulldog hat, or have you had to go through another?
Oh no, this is one I pulled out today.
At today?
How many of those you have?
He's got a bunch. Didn't you say when you were on, you go through them?
Yeah, I buy 10 a year. Well, the 47 brand.
Yeah.
I don't know what dye they use, but when it rains, it drips pink.
Really?
Yeah, they got the worst dye.
Fades pretty quick.
Expensive as heck, but they got the worst dye.
Kind of like that mossy oak cotton mill that I wear turkey hunting. You wash that thing 3 times, it throw it in trash.
Yep, and I used to use what's called Zypher, which is a Zypher hat. They don't make Georgia Bulldog hats like this anymore. Georgia pulled their contract away because they were making more money on these.
Oh, I got
so
you.
that's my guess.
Well,
but that's probably why.
What do you think about how the season went?
About like I expected. I wish they would have played one more game.
Yeah.
I think one more game would have been the difference in who was
I
there.
think Bandy was scared to death, and he just came up with excuses, but that's just me.
I agree with that too. I mean, good grief.
Yep.
Just take your whipping.
Play your conference or get out of the conference one.
Now, what do you think going in the future though with a team like Bandy? How do you get rid of them?
You don't. You just beat the crap out of them every year.
Well, unless they don't show up. But I think this year they started setting a precedent for teams to just say, never mind.
We'll see what happens.
I don't think that could happen. I think the COVID was the only thing.
If Vandy starts doing that more, they'll lose their football players because football players want to play.
That's true. All right, what do you think about coming up next year for Georgia?
I haven't paid much attention to it because I've been so focused on fishing.
We got a lot of guys that has decided
I know
to stay.
you're a
I know we
diehard-
got a good
you're a
recruiting class
diehard
coming
fan,
up.
so I always like to ask
I think it'll be great.
Okay. A lot of people got not a lot, but there's some that's got them ranked number 1 already.
No,
they're not number 1.
You've got to beat Alabama.
Huh?
You got to beat Alabama.
Well, they're just going by how much Alabama's losing, but
who cares?
It doesn't matter.
You still
Look
have
at their
to-
recruiting
You still
class
have to
every
build
year.
a team that can beat Alabama.
It's
I know.
more like
That's
beating
true.
Nick Saban.
That's true.
Yep.
Huh?
It's more like beating Saban.
Well, he's got good players. I mean,
It's his brain.
He's got balls.
He's got balls and a brain.
He does, don't he?
To put a freaking unproven freshman in the national championship to beat us,
Yeah.
he got balls of steel.
He don't care.
No,
He don't care. And he actually smiled some this year. I did notice
He
that.
did.
I think he's getting to
get ready to retire.
He is.
Shoot, he's
getting
probably
to
got
the
5
age-
more in him.
He's getting to the age where he appreciates life a little bit. He knows he's the greatest now.
Yeah.
He's like that. So, all right. So you're going to Florida next week.
Uh-huh.
All right. When When do you think you're going to be fishing? You're going to be doing more videos on stuff like Rocky, the smaller lakes. I know you said you're going to do 3 a week. When are you going to start? I mean, on the Georgia lakes, because are you going to be doing a video at every place you go?
Yeah.
Okay, so everywhere you go, you're doing videos.
Yeah, I'm not doing any tournament videos this year. It's all instructional.
All instructional.
I'm getting away. I'm still fishing tournaments,
But
but my goal is to bust out as many instructionals as I possibly can. The difference in my videos than a lot of other YouTubers that do instructionals, I go out and fish and show you how to do it.
You're not sitting
And I
there
show
talking.
it. I don't sit there and talk unless I have to, unless it's one of those. There's no other way of doing it.
Right.
And so it requires a lot more time out of my part, and I don't get to fish seriously as much because I'm more worried about the video. But what I plan on doing this year is busting out at least 3 instructional videos a week and do my Friday night lives.
Right.
And see how it goes. I've got my 16-year-old son doing my editing, and he does a fabulous job.
They're so much smarter than we were anyway.
Well, and he took it in high school, and that's what he wants to do for a living. Is he wants to edit.
Good. That's what.
So,
yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
Why not get him started in it?
Absolutely.
And encourage that. But I hope to get back in probably late March, April.
Right.
Start fishing Rocky a little bit more, and then I'd like to hit some of the old electric lakes that I used to hit all the time and don't do it anymore.
You might as well hit Latham
So-
now that there's no tournaments anymore.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Yeah.
That's,
so like
that's
that.
interesting.
Yeah. It's.
I don't want to talk about you're going to get your blood pressure up, aren't you?
Well, I'm torn.
Yeah.
I'm torn.
Well, I'm glad. I fished electric tournaments when Varner was in its heyday.
Yes.
25-pound sacks were not uncommon.
Right.
I caught a 9.98 in a tournament on a Mojo rig with 8-pound test Seaguar. The first time I ever tried Seaguar
Right.
in 06, and I've been fishing Seaguar ever since.
I was gonna say, is that what hooked you right
Yeah, that's
there?
back when it had milfoil though.
Yeah.
Yeah, and before the hydrilla.
Right.
And so that whole shenanigans I was right in the middle of when they added carp, and I don't even want to get into that because Varner would have been one of the greatest lakes in the country had they not added grass carp.
Okay.
So it would have been one of the best lakes in the country had it not added grass carp.
Right.
But the lake manager panicked and added grass carp instead of just draining the lake, killing the hydrilla when it was ditched at the boat ramp, and he let it grow. And so
I remember you used to see a monster.
well, it's because the gizzard shad population was so good, and we had grass to hide the gizzard shad, so the hybrid wouldn't eat them.
That's true.
And once the grass was gone, gizzard shad were gone.
And the hybrid just tore them up.
Yep.
Are there still hybrid in Varner?
I don't know.
You don't
I haven't
know?
been there in a
How
while.
about Rocky?
No, there were a long time ago. There aren't anymore.
They're not anymore.
They're gone.
So what
as
are
far
they
as I
eating
can
in
tell.
Rocky? Because that's what
they're eating
Gizzard shad, redfin.
I thought you just said there wasn't no gizzard shad.
Gizzard shad. No.
No,
We're talking about Varner.
Varner.
Oh, okay,
Varner.
okay.
Rocky's
No.
got gizzard shad the size of your arm.
Oh, dude, seriously. They're like amazing.
Yeah, and they got
Yeah.
walleye in there too. You can catch 1 or 2 a year.
Oh, really?
I
Yeah,
did not know
caught 2.
that.
I caught 2 in November, October, early October. I caught 2
Are you serious?
on a blade bait deep.
Oh, wow.
Seriously?
Yep.
They
Which
good
lake?
sized?
They're almost all on West Antioch.
Really?
But DNR, if you ever catch one, anybody ever catches one, get a length of it, get a picture of it, and show it to either the game warden or one of the rangers that are there, or send it to them or whatever, so they can keep track. They kind of just want to know that they're still in there and what size they are,
Gotcha.
because there's not very many of them.
No, I wouldn't think so.
So, but they're
I didn't
nice.
think that lake was deep enough for that.
Yeah,
Really?
they stocked them. How many years ago they stocked them? But they're all you might catch one 27, 28 inches, which
Oh,
is a trophy.
really?
Yeah, dang trophy one.
What did you think last night when them boys were talking about the thermocline being non-existent on Carter's? Was you on there when they were talking
Yeah,
about that?
I was kind of half listening.
Huh, well,
There
thanks.
must be
Not
so
so-
much current on Carter's that it's
So
not.
It's
able
not
to
the
do it.
current. It's they pump the water out
They
and
pump
then they
the-
bring
Oh
it
yeah,
right
like
back in.
re-
like in Oconee.
Yes.
Yep.
But Oconee's so shallow.
Yeah.
Carter's is so deep. You would think even as deep as it is.
Yeah.
But I never knew that because they always talking about catching bass in 90 foot of water and something like
I'm out, brother.
Are you out here?
Yeah.
You leaving?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
He's got.
I'm glad.
He's
And
got
you just you and me can talk.
Anytime you want to go fishing chick, we'll go hit them docks.
Oh,
hey,
that's
wait a
right.
second.
That's right.
Let's show you. My buddy sent me this text yesterday, and I'll show everybody online.
Is this from chick?
Yeah, it's from Chick.
Yeah, move that mic right there now so I can read the comments and all that. So
So
I ain't been ignoring you guys. I just been able to see it.
some
through
of
his
y'all
gut.
might know this guy. Let me show you the pictures real quick.
Yeah.
This was last week. So when Caleb sends me pictures of big fish,
It's time to get up there.
Good night.
giants. I don't know how big his limit was that day. It was a 3-fish limit over 30 or like 30 pounds, something like that.
Now you can believe me. There's pictures to prove it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't believe nothing you say. I would believe him. He's got, you know,
Later, man. Be safe.
y'all be good. Y'all be good. So, but when they were talking about catching fish 90 foot deep and all that, I'm like, you know, okay, thermocline, because on Lake Lanier, it's just pounded in our head, you know.
Yep.
But non-existent.
That's crazy.
And you know, so I mean,
Yep.
what's the deepest you've ever thought, you know, in your mind you can think of catching a bass?
Deepest I've ever caught one is 54 feet on Altoona with a drop shot. When Mike Buca was teaching me how to fish a drop shot years and years ago, before
Right.
the bull shad ever was existed.
Right.
That was the deepest I've ever caught a spot. I've caught them above 50 feet of water on Clark's Hill, largemouth, but they were coming out of standing timber.
Right.
I don't know. It's just I don't know. I've never had that situation where I've had to fish that deep because there was no thermocline.
Right. Yeah.
I usually can find them shallow. Why would I want to fish that deep?
Exactly. So I'm like, you know, everybody talks about Carter's and they're like, oh, that lake's terrible. That lake's terrible. But guys are catching monsters. You know,
Yep.
you see
Y'all
guys.
go back and watch. I've got a video I filmed with Mike Buca on the float and fly years ago.
Yes.
And we went to go catch giant spots. We caught giant largemouth
On the
out
float
of
and
Carter's on a float and fly.
See, that's something I haven't done yet. I need to do that. Need to try that. What do you think about that technique?
I love it.
Really?
Absolutely.
You
love
still
it.
use it today?
If I have the rods, I don't currently have a 10-foot ultralight rod, but when I had
Right.
one, I would fish them all the time in the wintertime.
I got you.
I'd love to take it out to Rocky and see what they do on those bluff walls.
Might have to try that. We fish Rocky. I believe our tournament there this year is in April. I think. Is it in April, Josh? I can't see it. April. Okay, yeah. He's got the headphones on like that. He's got none of that background noise going on there. I'm wanting to sing. I like this song, so like that. So what kind of crowd you expecting here tomorrow?
I don't know. I was talking to Jimbo about that.
Yeah.
I don't know. With COVID, it's just a whole different world, a whole different ballgame. I know I blasted it out on my social media, and I'll do it again tonight.
Yeah.
But I hope we see quite a few. I mean, most of us have already had it anyway. So
That is true. That is true. I have not yet.
Yep.
I have not yet, but it's coming.
I've got my mask. I wear a mask now to keep that little old lady comfortable. You know, because and I tell my kids that too. I'm like, look, when you go to the grocery store, you wear a mask because that little old lady is there because she has to eat.
Yes, that's true.
And the other times she's gonna stay at home, but she has to get out and get her some food.
Yeah.
So make her feel comfortable.
Yeah, I brought mine tonight, and I told Josh, I said, I really don't know what the protocol is like that for it, you know. So, but I do try to at least respect people when I go in. And if they say, hey, please wear, okay, it ain't that hard. Other than my glasses fog up.
Yeah.
It just, that's what kills me. And I'm too blind to wear contacts anymore like that.
I
like that. So, all right. I'm going to throw a crankbait tomorrow.
Okay.
Now, you can fish clear water. I know we're going to throw a crankbait. I know a couple spots that we're going to go try first is stained water that you don't like. But if you were fishing a crankbait this time of year in stained water for largemouth, what kind of crankbait do you prefer throwing, stuff like that?
I'm going to throw a flat side.
Yeah.
And I wish, what's his name was here? 6 cents, flat 75.
A flat 75
is my favorite wintertime crankbait. It's the square bill that's flat and everything else. I love that crankbait. And I will throw it and hit every rock that I can find as deep as that thing will run. What
makes the flat side so special?
The rattle in it. Okay, so in the wintertime, bass don't like loud baits. As far as what a wiggle wart, let's throw that out the door because that son of a gun defies all logic.
Right, yeah.
But they typically don't like loud, very wide wobbly baits. Well, the rattle in a flat 75 is real subtle, if at all, but there's a little bit of a rattle in it. It dies if you throw it on 10-pound fluorocarbon. It will run about 7.5 to 8 feet.
Okay.
If you're lucky. But
right.
And what I'll do is I'll hit every piece of rock and wood cover that I can absolutely find because that's where the fish are going to be warming up or they're going to be hanging out in that stained water.
Right.
I've caught so many giant bass on that dang crankbait. I wore one out one year on Clark's Hill. And it was nuts.
It was awesome. I've got a question for you from the Fish Hawk. When is the best time to throw a bull shad?
When the water is wet.
Okay, there you go. When the water is wet.
Yep.
Just anytime.
Yeah, exactly. I've caught them in the middle of the summertime. I've caught them in the wintertime. They really shine deep in the winter, but a lot of guys are putting big 3/4 ounce bullet weights in front of them
Right.
on the nose and swimming them deep. Yeah, I can't think of a time I wouldn't throw one.
Okay.
I always have at least one rod on my kayak that'll throw a 6-inch. You know, a 6-inch bullshit. I love to throw a 9-inch.
Right.
And so, but I have a specific rod for that thing because it weighs as much as a truck. So
I noticed that. Who is it that he's with now? They do the plastic.
with Catchco.
Catchco.
Yep.
And he fished those.
Yes.
And what's the difference between those and an original one, other than
They're mass produced.
right?
They're hollow.
Right.
So they're not, the ones he makes in his shop are all epoxy. They're
Right.
all epoxy resin. The one thing I know about Mike, and I've known Mike since 2001, since long before swim baits,
Right.
is that no matter what company he's tried to work for over the years, if they did not allow him to fine tune those crankbaits and make them run perfect right out of the package, he was going to leave them.
Okay.
And he has left companies in the past and left hundreds and thousands of dollars on the table because of that. And so those baits out of the package will run true.
Okay.
Unless there's something stupid going on with them. But I've got 15 or 20 of them and they all run great.
Oh, so you throw them a lot?
Yeah, I throw them.
What's your favorite color?
That bluegill color. I don't know what they're calling it.
But a bluegill,
Yeah, it looks, it's
a bluegill
just,
pattern
your
like
standard
that.
bluegill pattern.
Do you ever throw one up on Rocky?
Yeah, I actually have I can't remember what video it was where I caught a 6.5 pounder off of it.
Same color?
Yeah, same
the
color.
Bluegill?
Yep.
Okay, like that. Bull shads work no matter what. I have 8 of them. Okay, yeah. Jeremiah, and Jeremiah throws a lot of stuff like that. So, now, how about you? In your scheme of the Fluke Master, I say scheme, the grand scheme of things, do you ever envision where you've got a line of your products and stuff like that? Are you guys going to stick more to the sponsors kind of thing?
I love helping companies build baits.
Are you still with 13
Yes.
cents? Okay,
And the new crankbaits that are coming out right now, the $6.99 crankbaits,
right?
$6.99. I had a ton to do with those.
Hey, buddy, how are
They
you?
run the depth that they run, and they run the. That's
you're
okay.
good, you're good,
They run
you're
like they run because I had a chance. I had my hand in it, and I love those
Right.
crankbaits. I can't wait till they start with COVID and with supply and everything else. It's so hard to get them right now.
Oh,
I don't
my
even have
goodness.
any of the production ones.
It's hard to get everything right now.
And so, but once those come out, the one thing is their price point. They're $6.99. They got a great paint job. They run true. They have one called the Warthog. That's
The Warthog.
Yeah, it's just a weird looking crankbait. That son of a gun it hunts like I've never seen. Well, I wouldn't say never seen because I don't like blowing things up that way.
Right.
But I got the crankbait first as a 3D printed crankbait, and I
Right.
threw it out, and it did okay. But when they sent me the first sample, I threw it out, and it tracked, and it would just have this little kick to the side, a little bit more than what a Strike King KVD 1.5 would have, which is what I love about a 1.5.
Gotcha.
It really kicked a little bit more, and I can't wait to get the production one of those.
Okay.
And I hope I get one before it starts to warm up because that's
Right.
when they'll be really good.
Right. But you think, you like that aspect of it, just helping them.
Yep.
you know.
Their goal is not to copy anybody.
Okay. Yeah.
And I know they
That's
just
so
came.
hard to do these days,
Well,
though.
the crazy thing is I love 6 cents and I
Right.
love 13, and they've got the new Jabberjaw that just came out. It's a square bill that has a moving bill.
Right.
And 6 cents came out with the same type of crankbait. I know for a fact that neither of them copied each other. They just both had the same
Had the same idea.
at the same time.
Right.
And because I know the integrity of both companies, and I'm like, there is no way. First of all, the owner of 13's number one rule is do not copy anybody.
Okay.
He doesn't even want to call a green pumpkin a green pumpkin. That's how
That's how bad it is
Yep.
to them. Yeah. Do
Yep.
not do that.
And so that Jabberjaw, it has these little metal cheeks on the inside that bill hits, which is what's different than the 6 cents.
Right.
And it makes a lot of noise. I caught a fish on the fourth cast of the first time I ever fished one of those
Right.
in a tough day. But the 6 cents one, I think it will work better when you're throwing those flat-sided square bills when the water's starting to warm up because it's
Gotcha.
not as loud. But then once the water temperature gets in the mid 50s, I think the Jabberjaw will start kicking in and really start working good. Just
Okay.
my philosophy. That's what I'm going to test this year anyway.
That's what you're going to test.
Yeah.
What's your favorite bait of all time? I probably asked you this on the podcast, but
Oh my gosh almighty.
yeah,
What is my
let's
favorite
throw it
bait?
at you right now.
I hate to have favorites.
You get gizzard, shad, and bone are my favorite bull shad colors right
Yep.
there. So,
Yep.
well,
Well,
good colors.
he's got a new painter now. I can't remember her name. Anyway, he's moving into a new shop this week.
Oh, okay.
And he's got a lady that he moved down from Kentucky.
Yeah.
That does some of the most beautiful paint jobs on the planet. And she's going to start custom painting his in-shop, in-house.
In-shop stuff. Okay.
But my favorite, man, that is so hard to say.
How about this? If you could only have one bait to fish with for the rest of your life and in one color, what would it be?
It would be a 7-inch straight tail worm.
In what color?
Green pumpkin.
Green pumpkin.
And I've got JJ, so I always I'll dye
Yeah,
them.
you can change it a little bit like that. Least favorite thing to fish with?
Cinco.
Why is that?
I'd rather watch paint dry.
Just because it's too slow for you, or
Yeah,
what?
I can't feel it. The same reason why I don't like to fish a tube the standard way, because I can't feel it on the bottom. I can't feel what it's doing. Now I say that in my bag packed for Florida, I've got an entire huge Plano KVD bag full of Cincos. So I do fish it.
Just don't like it.
It just ain't my first choice.
The fella that's walking around with the FX, he fishes a shaky head. I fished with him before, but he uses where a lot of us use a Cinco. He uses more of the fluke stick type thing like that. You ever fish any of those?
Yeah, I
Or
fished
same
a fluke
thing?
stick on a shaky head.
So you prefer that over like a Cinco on a shaky head?
Yeah.
'Cause a lot of guys use Cinco sometimes.
My favorite way to fish a Cinco is on a Carolina rig.
Okay. Just because it's got that buoyancy.
And I've caught so many giant fish on a dang Cinco on a Carolina rig.
But you hate it.
And I hate fishing it.
But
I
it's
really do.
effective.
Yep. It really and I'm gonna make a bunch of Cinco videos this year.
Yeah.
I'm forcing myself to at least know the ins and outs of it. And I do. I just don't like fishing.
Okay, I got you.
So
You're having to work. You're in a tournament. You're having the worst day. You got to go. You got to pull out your bag of tricks.
Mhm.
Is it that worm like
shaky
that?
head
Shaky
with a trick worm or a finesse worm, and I'll dip the tail in JJ's and dip the whole body in clear JJ's magic and go fishing.
Now explain and if you need to go, let me know.
I'm good.
Okay.
Fletcher, come over. I'm mainly here for tomorrow. I wasn't supposed to be here.
You weren't
today,
supposed to be here today. Okay, great. I love it. So, all right, since evidently you use it, so you believe in the chartreuse aspect of it or the scent aspect of it more?
Okay, story time.
All right, go.
I get a phone. I'm at work. I used to shoot X-rays on the weekends at Medical College of Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I get a phone call from my fishing partner, Bobby Smith, pastor at a Journey Christian Church in Augusta. Me and him fished together for 12 years.
Mm-hmm.
He called me. He said, "Gene, I just got done with a club tournament, and the dude in the back of the boat just whipped my tail."
Okay.
He goes, "The only difference is I had a jig that we were fishing the same exact jig, same exact trailer. I had Spike It, and he had JJ's Magic." He said, "I want you to look this stuff up online," because he's on his way home from the tournament. So I looked it up online, and I ordered a set. So fast forward 2 days. So that was a Sunday. No, it was a Saturday. So Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Tuesday, I'm 200 miles away from Augusta in Covington, back where I grew up, and I'm down at R&L Tackle that used to be up just north of Jackson Lake. And I'm just hanging out with Ron, and just chilling. And I talked a little bit about JJ's earlier, and he said, "Hey, you want to meet JJ?" I'm like, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Yeah, he's walking right up the walk." So JJ came in, and I talked to JJ, and kind of find out he had just mailed my package to Augusta.
Okay.
So we got to talking about it, and then YouTube I think YouTube was still an idea, but I was already heavy with Bass Resource. So we got to talking about that kind of marketing and that kind of stuff. And he said, "I tell you what, I'm gonna give you your money back on your credit card when I get back to the office. Take it and test it out." So I said, "Okay." 3 months later, I decided I'm going to test it out. I'm on Oconee. I'm on a dock pattern. They're in 8 to 10 feet of water on the outside corner of docks. I can call my shot with a shaky head. So I said, I'm going to test this out. So I took my Spike It. I took my JJ's. I rigged up a shaky head exactly the same way on the same everything. Started fishing it all day and keeping track of my catches. JJ's caught 6-1 over Spike It.
Why do you think that is, though?
I'll get to that in a second.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
So next
Tell me,
story.
shut up, Danny.
Shut up, Danny. Next story is I was fishing Gunnersville,
Mm-hmm.
and we were at a Bass Resource road trip event, and I was fishing with a biologist by the name of Bob Lusk. He's the owner and editor of Pond Boss magazine.
Mm-hmm.
and we're catching spots on a drop shot almost every drop, and they're just little ones, but we were having fun.
Right.
And it was a giant school of spots underneath us, and I had my box of JJ's, but I still had a bottle of Spike It in it. And we were dipping the tail in JJ's and catching, and he lost his worm. I said, "Here's a worm. Here's the box. Here's the JJ's. Go ahead and dip it in there." I watched him open up that Spike It and dip it in there, and close it back up, and I just let him fish. And he made 4 or 5 drops without catching a fish. I looked at him and said, "Bobby, you want me to fix your worm for you?" And he looked at me weird. He said, "Yeah, I guess." So I opened up a bottle of JJ's, dipped it in there. He dropped it down, shook it twice, caught a fish, and those are the 2 ones that said, okay, there is something to this.
Okay, yeah.
And this is what I think it is. Spike It has acetone in it. JJ's has a different chemical, and I never can remember the name of it because some long 500 letter
Right,
name.
absolutely, yeah.
But the acetone is a petroleum product, and the JJ's one has no taste and no smell except when you add the garlic scent. It is a little bit more volatile. It doesn't like to change temperatures much, and that's why you get the pressure change in the bottle. But I think that's the fact that it has no other scent besides the garlic is the fact that they like it a little bit better.
Okay. I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah, and so I do dye a lot, but I always dip my plastics in the clear.
Okay.
Always. And whether it works, whether it's attractant or not, I don't care. I know the results are I catch more fish with it, and I think it just covers up my nasty scent, whatever. Who knows?
You like salted baits?
It doesn't matter.
It don't matter to you. You don't think it matters one bit?
No, I usually worry about salted baits if I'm worried about sink rate on a weightless bait.
Okay.
More salt, the faster it sinks. Or like with the what are the drop shot worms that everybody uses? And my mind just went blank. That have salt on the bottom and none on the top. Aaron Martin's is sponsored by them. Has been for 100 years. Somebody be able to tell me.
Yeah, you guys know that. Yeah,
Robo worm.
I was gonna say robo worm, but I didn't realize that.
Robo worms. They have salt on the bottom,
right,
to make it to where you're in a drop shot. They stand straight out and they don't limp or anything else. So they have enough on the top to float it up, but enough salt on the bottom to make it neutrally buoyant.
Oh, okay.
And so I pay attention to that. The thing I like about the 13 soft plastics that are out is that they don't stay with the same density of plastic. If it's a punching bait, it's a thick, heavy, stout plastic.
Right.
If it's a finesse worm, it's a soft plastic. If it just depends on what kind of worm and what kind of bait it is.
Right.
As to the density of the soft plastic.
You throw a Ned rig?
Yep.
What about the Z-Man products and stuff like that? When you throw a Ned rig, are you using those products?
Because they float.
Okay.
Yep.
That just to get that stand up.
Yep.
100%.
100%.
Okay. Man, they're not salted.
No.
Are they? So they're not. There's just that particular material or whatever it is.
Elastic.
Elastic.
And JJ's and Elastic does not mix. Do not.
Oh, that was getting
never.
ready to say. Okay, so don't do that.
Never.
Okay.
It's the biggest magic trick you'll ever see. Dip it in there and it disappears.
Oh, really? Just dissolves
JJ's
it?
Dissolves it.
Dissolves that elastic.
Yep.
Good point, because I'd have been in there doing that. Much.
No.
Okay, that makes sense like that now. So, okay. I mean, you want to ask me some questions? I don't.
I can talk fishing all day long.
I know you can. I wish
I want to talk a little bit more about electric stuff because when I fished electric tournaments,
yes,
it was the circuit that I fished a couple of tournaments in. They're still going on.
Dixie?
No.
High voltage?
High voltage.
Yes.
I fished a high voltage once.
Right.
Those were some jerks back earlier. I didn't get along with none of them because they'd get on their forums and be like anonymous.
Yes.
And they were horrible because they could be anonymous. There was no kickback as to this is. So I never hung out on their forums because I'd lose my mind.
Right.
But it was sure fun taking their money.
That's right.
That was a lot of fun. But Varner was fun. I actually, when I fished that, I got an old topo map, old USGS topo map before they filled the lake.
Right.
And I went to work and I used the light boxes in the X-ray department to sketch out the line, and I made my own topo map of Varner. And so I had the only topo map of Varner for years. Yeah, I still got it. It's in a drawer in my office.
Really?
Yep. Yeah, I handmade a Varner topo map.
A Varner topo map. I'll tell you what, the electric fishing world is no different than with the drama than any other.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And some guys are great, but we've ran into a few.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the guys are great, just like in everything.
Oh, yeah, always.
It's those ones that just ruin it for everybody, though.
Yep.
I mean, I know.
Y'all know who you are.
You do know who you are. Absolutely. So, Tony Crow's going to be here tomorrow. JJ's will dissolve a solo cup.
I haven't tried that one
Wow.
yet. I have to try it.
We'll try that. Now, have you ever spilt it in your boat? with the
I
garlic?
have, and I did it on purpose. I had tan carpet, and I took some chartreuse JJ's, a bottle of it, and dumped it in the bottom of the boat. And I wanted to see how long it would last. The color went away in about 3 weeks. The scent went away in about a month.
About a month?
But if you use a combination of isopropyl alcohol, 50-50 isopropyl alcohol, and Formula 409, it will get it all out. It'll get the smell
there
out.
you go.
And it takes a little bit longer to get the dye out, but eventually the dye goes away. Unless you hold a black light up to it after a while. After about a year, you hold a black light up, you'll still see it.
Okay. All right. That's good stuff. You got, hey, listen, he's dropping knowledge here tonight. Let's see. Trying to see if I missed any questions. Normally I'm in your seat where you're there, and I can see the thing.
So I'm in the hot seat, huh? I like that.
So anyway, Well, anyway, the thing that I am most interested in as far as fishing is now you 13-cent rods and stuff like that.
Yep, 13 rods,
13
reels.
rods. All right. I just learned recently, and this is from Bob Croxton at FX and all, about stuff like line breaks and really what goes into the construction of the rod. Now, do you have any input in with 13 cents? You know, do you get
6 cents or 13
6
rods?
cents or whichever one? Listen, my brain, you know how I am. I'm fried.
Yep.
So do you have? I mean, the stuff that you use, do you get the, you know, when you try a rod out and you make suggestions? And
Yeah,
stuff
they
like
send me
that?
prototypes all the time. I've got 4 or 5 prototype kayak rods on my boat, right on my kayak here.
What makes the difference in a kayak rod and a regular rod?
These are shorter butts. They've got the same length rod, so you get actually the 7.5 fishes like an 8-foot rod,
right?
Because you've got a shorter butt, and it's because you're fishing sitting down most of the time. You don't that longer, 12-inch, 10, 12-inch butt gets caught in things. A 9-inch does not, or an 8-inch doesn't.
Right.
And so that's what we've done is we've changed the length of all of the butts of all the rods. A little weird if you're a two-handed caster like me, it takes a little getting used to.
Right.
But man, they're on the Omen rod blanks, and I think at $140 for the Omens.
Right.
And I think that's how much the kayak rods are. Those are some of the best blanks 13s makes, and they're awesome. I love them.
I had no idea how much went into it. I mean, you never think about it. You go store, you buy. I like this. It's a crankbait rod. But the actual, I mean, and it doesn't matter if it's a small custom job or a big company. There's a lot of thought goes into those rods and all.
Those guys their reel guy is incredible. But with rods, I've got prototype rods that they sent me that will never be out on the market that I will not send back because I love them so much.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, okay.
They were designed for one thing, but they didn't work for that thing. But I use them for something totally different. But they're not going to, I've got a jerkbait rod that's like a noodle, but it's a wonderful jerkbait rod. But it's not stiff enough for people who go out shopping for rods.
Right.
It's really, really, it's crazy how flexible it is.
I saw a young man brought a custom rod from a rod maker in Tennessee. He brought it in, and I don't know if you ever seen one of these. So the first eye was turned, or the second eye was turned all the way sideways. And as they went, the rest of
spiral wrap.
Okay.
Yep, I used to do that when I built rods.
Now explain the advantage or disadvantages to that.
So a spinning rod, the spine of if you get a spinning rod that's not mass made, it has the spine of the rod, the blank, needs to be on the top.
Okay.
And that way, when you when you're fighting a fish, that if it's on the bottom, that blank's going to always want to try to twist.
Okay.
To get that spine where it to the top. It's always going to, I think. I'm dyslexic, so it could be the opposite. But anyway, it's the position of the spine. So a spinning rod always fights better because the guides are on the bottom.
Gotcha.
And so when so the rod doesn't try to twist. A bait caster, because the guides are on the top, when you're fighting a rod, if you're fighting a big fish, that tip will try to twist over because it's trying to get the path of least resistance.
Right.
So by spiral wrapping it runs your line to the bottom, so you never get that blank twist, and you're able to use the full power of the rod.
So why is that not more common?
Because it's hard to do, and there's a specific science to it.
Okay.
And
because I'd never seen one until the other day.
Teaching those people in Korea and China, I don't know. It's one of those things. So
You
I
said it, not me.
I'm one of those that until it happened, until we get to the point where we can manufacture
Right.
stuff inexpensive again,
Yes.
we're just gonna have to
It
bite
is
the
what it
bullet.
is.
It is
You're-
what it
you're
is.
right.
I hate it,
Yeah.
but it is what it is. I like to fish,
Yeah.
and I don't like to spend $500 on a rod.
Now, Foster with Chattahoochee Jigs had a rod too that he brought.
Mhm.
Another custom rod where the rod does not have a rod seat. It does not seat, and he has it taped.
An old Tennessee
Yes.
handle. Yep.
What do you think about those?
I love them for finesse stuff. Being
Yeah.
able to adjust your reel up and down that rod blank
Right.
and change the balance of it is. I used to have 3 or 4 Tennessee rods. When I used to crappie fish all the time,
Right.
it was
So it just
dynamite.
gives you better sensitivity and
Yeah,
stuff.
you can change the balance point or change your reel to change the balance point of the rod. So it gives you a little bit more sensitivity and it's lighter to hold all day long.
And again, why is that not more common?
I don't know. They used to be.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm seeing a lot of things like that. I'm
Some
like,
of the best finesse rods ever made were Tennessee handled rods.
let's see, what we're looking at. Clearwater Flukes, Zoom. What you got right there? I know we're in the middle of winter right now, but for the spawn, what do I need to do to see bass on the bed better? I always have had trouble with that. Finding bedfish.
Yeah, buy better sunglasses. Your polarized sunglasses.
Right.
I carry three different types of. Now, I'm not sponsored by a sunglasses company. I have 7 different brands I keep in my truck probably all the time. But I have a pair of yellow lenses for when it's super cloudy.
Mm-hmm.
I have some gray lenses for when it's, sunny to partly cloudy. And then when it's super sunny, I have the green Costas. And so I'm really picky about my lenses.
Gotcha.
But the biggest thing is a lot of people when they're bed fishing or looking for spawning fish, they're looking for the whole freaking fish.
That's
Am
true.
I right?
Yes, absolutely.
They're looking for the whole
I'm guilty of that.
fish.
I'm guilty.
I look for the color.
Okay.
Because a bass is going to be a little bit. You'll get to the point where you can say, "Oh, I in a distance with the ripple on the water, I see that color. That's a bass. I don't see the shape or anything else. I just see that color."
Right.
And you'll be able to see more. And you'll see a lot more fish if you just look for the color and see if that color's moving.
Yeah. I think speaking of that color, when we were at Rocky last year, when we won a tournament, we got in on East Antioch, the cove with all the timber, the flooded timber. We were way back into there, and the sun came out. And what you couldn't see all of a sudden became apparent that there was just bedded fish
on every
over us.
stump in that spot.
They were everywhere.
Yep.
And but it was the color thing like that too. But then once you saw one, oh look, and it was just like light bulb moment, like but it was a color that. How about some Fluke Master background and coming up? All right, Josh Bale, since you're one of my favorite human beings, he wants a little background in your upbringing.
Oh,
now, if he can't give all of it, did we cover that on the podcast?
I don't remember.
I don't remember either.
It was a long time ago.
It has been a long time ago.
I'm the 7th of 8 children.
Mm-hmm.
So I come from a big Mormon family. My dad is my hero.
Yes, now I remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I remember that.
And he was a trout fisherman from out west.
Am I bothering you eating these peanuts?
No, heavens no. I'm not hungry at all.
All right, okay.
So, but he grew up trout fishing the Snake River and Henry's Fork, and we used to do that in the summertime. When it got to the point where there were only 3 kids in the house, he could afford to travel.
Right.
So we would go out and go do some trout fishing out there. But he's never been in a boat with me because he likes those little thin. He called all my bass rods broom handles, and so he always wanted to have his knees in the water. And so he taught me how to tie knots. He helped me catch my first fish. We fished every single weekend. Instead of doing drugs like all my friends were doing, I was getting ready to go fishing with my dad in the morning.
Right.
So I'd go to bed and everything else. And so that man saved my life.
Right.
No doubt. And so the coolest thing in my life is a picture in my Friday Night Lives. You'll see a picture behind me of my dad fishing. Mm-hmm. That was the last day we ever fished together. Okay, yeah. And I knew it. Something told me that I needed to turn around and take pictures of my dad because it was 8 years before he died. But I knew that was my last day fishing with him. I don't know why.
Just had that feeling.
Yep. But so he's who started me fishing. Bass fishing, I picked it up as a teenager because they had just built or opened up Charlie Elliott.
Yep.
They had just opened it up. I got to fish it in the first week it was open when all the timber in one of the pockets was floating, and it was just awesome. Everything, it was just great. I caught nice fish in it. And so that's where I fell. Excuse me. That's where I fell in love with bass fishing.
Right.
So that's kind of how it all started. And then I fell in love with teaching people. And I don't care about catching fish anymore. I want to help other people do it. That's kind of where I sit in my life.
Gotcha.
I'm doing what I was supposed to. I was put on this earth to teach people how to fish.
Yeah. Well, good. At least you found your calling. You're very good at it.
Yeah, I hope so.
Jeremiah Giles, how about Gene's favorite crappie lure? I'm going to assume it's the Bobby Garland baby shad.
It's a crappie minnow.
It's a crappie minnow. And you do not keep crappie during the summertime.
No, they get
See,
mushy.
that I remember.
Yep.
And yeah, you keep all the crappie during the wintertime
Yep.
that you're going to keep.
I only keep
for
crappie
what
in the
you-
wintertime.
That I remember from the podcast. See,
Yep.
I remember that there. Got any Alabama rig tips? I'm going to give her a whirl Sunday at Lanier.
I don't fish them.
Don't fish it.
No,
You fish
not
rock-
unless I have to, but I
And
don't.
is that because you just don't like the amount of hooks? You
Yeah,
think that's different?
you get too many
Okay.
hooks in the belly and in the
That-
outside
yeah.
of the fish. I don't like that. I don't
Okay.
like pulling hooks out of a fish's guts.
Okay.
And that's the main reason. I love those fish on Rocky too much. I take really good care of them when I catch
And
them.
you know, a lot of people go after them with A-rigs.
Yep, I do, and that's okay with it for them. But for me, I don't. You know,
You think your catch rate I know you like to throw the flutter spoon.
Mhm.
I've seen the videos where you throw it and all that. Do you think your success rate on Rocky's better with a flutter spoon, or would it be better with the A-rig if you were throwing the A-rig?
on a lot of days, an A rig would be better.
And what about quality of fish?
Not really, because I usually throw a 6 to 8 inch flutter spoon.
Yeah, you throw a big one,
Yeah. I don't throw the big wide ones
right?
that scare the crap out of the fish.
Yeah.
I try to keep it around 6 inches.
There's a spoon out that Josh bought that looks like the front end of a Concorde.
Yep, I got a bunch of them at the
Now,
house.
how do you do with those? They're a little different.
So I get to, luckily for me, I get to talk to a lot of people who fish a lot of,
Right.
mainly along the Tennessee River. And it has come through our own conversation and everybody's experience. We have pretty much figured out that those big flutter spoons work good for the first fish. And it'll be the biggest one in the school, but it scares the crap out of the rest of the school.
Right,
And it's one of those, you catch one, you got to leave and come back later and catch another one.
right.
But we've also figured out that the 6
See,
or
buddy.
7 inch, the shorter ones, will catch more fish out of that school without spooking them.
Without spooking.
Yeah.
So let's see. Joseph Castleberry, I'm gonna let you answer this. I know the answer. Why only keep in winter with a crappie?
Their flesh. Now I catch crappie to eat.
You catch crappie to eat.
Yep. And in the summertime, their flesh is a lot mushier. It just is. It's just, I don't know. It's hard to say when you're eating it. It's just really mushy. And also, you'll find a lot of parasites in them during the heat of the summer. September,
Right,
August,
yep.
September, you'll find a lot of parasites in them.
Right.
And you just don't. You got to pull those parasites out before you can put them in the freezer. In the wintertime, comes out nice, stiff, firm flesh. You flay them, you throw them in the freezer, and the crappie is one of the best fish that have been frozen and then
Yes,
cooked. It
absolutely.
doesn't lose its flavor. A walleye, I would never freeze a walleye.
That's unfortunate because I had a guy give me some frozen walleye.
It'll still taste decent, but it's not going to
Not
taste
gonna
like a
taste
fresh
like
one.
what it would if I caught
No,
it.
not at all.
That's awful. What spoons do you use? Robert Woody wants to know.
I use the 6 cent spoon, the fat one. I use the Dixie spoon. I've done really well on the little Strike King spoon.
Yeah, and you guys keep your questions coming.
The thinner one. Strike King spoon is one I've used the longest for the
Right.
longest amount of time. But those are the three main ones, and I'll just try other ones as I go along. But yeah, mainly those.
I got you. All right, guys. Again, if you're just now tuning in, we're here at Jimbo's Southern Outdoor Fishing Seminar. I am with the Fluke Master, Gene Simmons.
Jensen,
What did I say, Gene Simmons?
I'm Gene Simmons.
What did I say, Gene Simmons?
I don't know who's the guy that
That's
used
the
to.
Kiss guy,
Yeah, but who's the guy that used to do the exercise videos?
Gene Simmons.
Was it Gene Simmons?
Richard Simmons.
Richard Simmons.
Richard Simmons. Listen, okay. So if you had to
I'm
be
definitely
called,
not an exercise guy.
If you had to be called one or the other, you'd rather be called Gene Simmons.
Yeah,
than
I'll
Richard
take that
Simmons.
one anytime.
It's oh my goodness. I'm so sorry for doing that. Listen, I'm getting tongue tied. I got LJ in the background doing a seminar back there and all that, and the music's been playing. So I apologize. Anyway,
Yep.
just if you guys have just tuned in, I'm with the Fluke Master. in Duluth, Georgia. Simple enough.
Yep.
How about like that? What would you throw first thing in the morning? And I'm going to assume that's got to be talking about bass because Joseph, even though he's getting into the crappie game, does some bass fishing. So
So talking about tomorrow morning?
Yeah, let's just say tomorrow morning, and he can fix that if that's not what he wants to know.
Jerk bait.
Really?
Yep. First thing in the morning. I like a moving bait when I first get there.
Right.
I'm the kind of guy that no matter if I haven't been on a lake in a while or even if I haven't been on there for a week, I'll spend the first hour looking. And I'll move a lot more.
Right.
I don't really care about catching a fish first thing in the morning, especially in the wintertime when they're not up shallow and you're not going to catch them on top water anyway.
Right.
But I'm going to move around a lot and look for bait and look for life, and then I'll start fishing a little bit more seriously. But a jerk bait is one you can cover water with.
This I don't know if this favorite wings after fishing.
Oh, I'm a wing freak. Who asked that one?
Jim Min. So I'll be quite honest, I have not seen his name before pop up in the comment section.
He must know my wing.
So you're a wing
I love chicken
connoisseur.
wings. Yep.
I do too. So how about on the keto diet? Good.
Oh yeah.
So what?
I buy them by the family pack.
Can I eat buffalo sauce on them?
If it doesn't have any sugar in it.
So if my Texas Pete and
the
butter.
Texas Pete is fine and butter. The bottled red hot chicken wing sauce doesn't have any sugar in it. As long as it doesn't have any sugar, you're good.
And we're good. Okay, because like I said, Sunday.
Oh, I put them down, dude.
Sunday. That's all. Okay, skin on. I mean, I guess
Skin on.
Boneless or
with bone.
With bone.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what's your favorite part? The actual wing or the drum?
It don't matter.
Oh, really?
I learned how to eat them a long time ago. It don't take me long to skin one and get it. No, it don't matter.
That's good. But what's your favorite one then?
The ones I make, I smoke mine.
Oh, you smoke your
for
wings?
About 25 minutes in the smoker on low heat, and then
Yeah.
I crank it up to 425 and cook them till they're crispy.
Okay.
And
so do you like a wet wing or a dry rub?
I like if I rub it, I'll eat a few dry, and then I'll put some.
You'll wet it. Yeah, he's got a tournament in the morning. Now you're fish. Oh, I tell you what, Joseph, are you fishing the Noe Outdoor ATX lure crappie tournament that's going on at Little Haldomar? Is that what you're fishing? That might be what he's asking about, because there's a big crappie tournament for the Georgia Trail that's going out. They put.
I am not. I throw one thing, a hook with a minnow on.
With a minnow. Okay, so he's a minnow.
And I use my side scan and I use my down imaging and I'll drop on them. See, I was spoiled when I spent a year on Clark's Hill and I found 139 treetops on Clark Hill. And in the wintertime when nobody's catching crappie, I go catch crappie. And and they're not treetops, more like tree trunks. And you catch one or two off of each trunk.
Gotcha.
But I had them pinpointed. I mean, it was fun. So.
Well, Spots eat a full-size jerk bait with 3 hooks.
Yeah, I mean, if they'll hit
I would
they'll
say
hit
so.
an 8-inch bullshad, they'll hit a dang jerk
absolutely. What's the best eating fish you've ever had? Grouper, cobia, flounder, or what?
Oh my, anything saltwater. I almost wanted to be funny and say Goliath grouper, but I haven't eaten one.
Okay. Oh no, we got a pot tournament. So he's talking about bass.
Oh, just bass. Okay.
So yeah, so you would throw a
jerk bait to start with.
Really?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And
any
just play around the
color
paws.
because he's on Lanier or Altoona.
Clear the water, the clearer the bait.
The clearer the bait.
Yep.
Not no shine or just clear.
If it's Lanier clear, and y'all know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
I'm throwing the clearest jerk bait that I have. I have 2 and it's the least used bait that I use because I only use it in the wintertime and pre-spawn.
Right.
I have 3 boxes of jerk baits. And I'll go through every color if that's what it takes.
Is that your confidence bait?
No.
Not your confidence. You just do it.
Yep. Because it works.
I got you. No sugar would kill me. Listen, I've done it before.
Dude,
I did it when I was
surprised.
younger. And I did it when I was younger. And
let me tell you something. When literally 5 days with no sugar, and you will be amazed at how not hungry you are.
Okay. All right.
But the minute you eat sugar, you'll binge eat. You'll starve, and you'll start binge eating. And I'm proof of that.
But you eat salads and stuff like that.
I eat salads.
Because keto's a little different. There's some things you can't
eat.
A
lot of greens, but I love blue cheese. I love
blue cheese.
I'm a blue cheese freak.
I could bathe in blue cheese.
I found a new type of blue cheese that Kroger sells called Dankst. It's a Danish blue cheese.
Good.
It's like butter. It is so good. Not a strong. It's a little mild. Okay, we could talk cheese all day long. I'm sorry.
We could. I did. Listen, blue cheese is one of my most favorite things.
I buy them by the block.
And the nastier, harder, stronger it is, the better to me.
Yep. I love sharp. Do it
I'm
before you get on your diet.
Okay. I can't have it on the diet.
Let me tell you.
Okay.
Get some crackers.
All right.
Get some strawberry jam.
All right.
and some blue cheese. Slice the blue cheese, put it on the crackers, put some jam on top, eat it, and you tell me what you think.
Okay. That's
It's one of my favorite
all right.
snacks.
So I'll do that tomorrow afternoon after our tournament.
Yeah,
I'll have
it's
my
a
wife-
Danish. It's a Danish snack.
It's a Danish thing. What's the biggest fish you've ever caught? Mine's a 400-pound Goliath grouper from the Skyway Bridge.
Mine's a 275-pound Goliath grouper out of a Jackson kayak.
Okay, well, I'm sure that took a little bit of time to get up.
It was like fighting a VW bug.
Yeah.
It was 0
Is
to
it more-
7 knots
that's-
instantly.
Oh, yeah, I bet it was.
It was. I got it on video. There's video of it.
What's the name of that video? Because somebody's going to ask.
Yeah,
You
it
know?
was, something about Goliath grouper.
Goliath
Yeah.
grouper. Look it up. That post-spawn at Rocky, after the topwater bite dies, what is your go-to later in the day? Later in the day on Rocky.
I'm a deep. Well, I go
You're
offshore.
still offshore. Yeah, you mentioned that earlier.
Yep. I'll start a little bit shallow in the morning, but I almost as soon as that sun hits the water, I'm going out and looking for drops and creek channels and rock piles. And the rock piles are if you want to go catch fish on Rocky, most of the year, if you go drag something through the rock piles and not worry about losing it, you'll be fine. So
Are we in trouble?
I just want to bring over because now Gene's tied in with this too. This is Bo from Seagar.
Bo, you know me.
Yeah.
Have a
But
seat.
he's-
Have a seat.
he's-
Have a seat.
He's a rep, so I just want to get you guys more. Yes, I know Gene's probably talking.
Oh, I'm sponsored by Seagar. We can definitely talk
well,
about it.
see, there you go. He knows Brian.
So,
Hey,
yeah,
man,
me and
I'm
Brian
Danny.
are good buds.
Brian,
Nice to meet you, bud.
That's Josh back there. You guys
There you go.
talking?
There you go. Hey, okay. And it's Bo?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Bo. You ain't gonna call me sir, buddy.
Ah,
Huh?
Whatever.
Whatever. You just do that anyway.
I respond to whatever.
You respond to whatever.
yeah, get it.
Yeah, what these mics, yeah, they pick up, yeah, just
But they do
Okay.
drown Jimbo out when
they
he
do
starts
drown
talking.
him
Which
out
is
like
nice.
that. So how you liking the thing so far here?
It's been good. Yeah. I came down this morning, I left this morning and got down here this afternoon, but
Okay, where are you from?
Roanoke, Virginia.
Oh, bless
I was
his
born in
heart.
Covington,
Okay.
right up the road.
So
I was 4 months
but
old
we
when we
don't
moved out
consider, do we consider Virginia Yankees?
That's hillbilly country.
It's okay, good. It's
Yeah.
all right. Okay, just
We're in the southern part of the state.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it
good. You're
depends
good with me.
on-
You're good with me.
So
absolutely.
I was born just north of there, and it was like 8 miles to the West Virginia border. So it's like
Okay, so you
Yeah.
mentioned he mentioned what cigar? It was 8-pound cigar.
yeah. The first package of cigar I ever bought was when they first came out with Invisex. 8-pound test. I put it on a spinning rod, throwing a mojo rig, and I caught a 9.98 out of the milfoil on Lake Varner
Mhm.
in a tournament. And I've been fishing cigar ever since. That was September of 06.
That'll make you a believer there. I'm
Oh,
sure.
yeah.
Absolutely. Now, guys, like I said, you see now I got Bo from Seagar on here. So if you have any questions for him, make sure you put them in the comment section and all that. So how long you been with Seagar?
8 years.
8 years.
Yep.
Okay. And what is it about Seagar line that makes it so popular?
I think there's a lot of things about it that go into it. One of the really cool things, and I don't know if a lot of people know this or not, I didn't know it till I started in the business, but Seagar is the only company that gets to control the resins that make up the fluorocarbon from
Right.
start to finish.
Okay.
All your other companies buy resin. Seagar controls and builds that line all the way through. So we have quality control over that product from start to finish.
Okay. And I guess that keeps the contaminants or anything. Or I'm not, I'm not experienced
Well,
with that.
think of it as being a micromanager. And
Yes.
you want everything to be perfect. And you're going to being able to control it from start to finish is
Okay.
being able to make sure that it's perfect.
Okay. Love your line. It is the most consistent fluoro I have seen. I use a few other brands for some things, but it is a good product. So, what is the best thing? And I'm assuming you're an angler.
Yes.
Okay. So, what's your setups, Seagar? Tell me the things you like to fish with and how your line, what size lines and stuff you like to use for it.
So like I said, I'm in Roanoke, Virginia. I grew up doing a lot of smallmouth fishing on the rivers
Right.
up there. So I fish a lot of light line. So my go-to setup now, I love fishing the Ned rig, especially
Yes,
lately,
I love-
especially
yes.
in the rivers.
Right.
So I fish 15-pound smackdown in the flash green, then to either a 6-pound or an 8-pound Tatsu leader.
Okay.
Have you tried the new leader material?
And then, switching now to our gold label.
the gold
leader
label. They got
material.
so gold label's always been saltwater leader material.
Okay.
Top of the line, it ain't cheap, but it's great, and they're making it for us to bass fish. They're making 2-pound, 4-pound, 6-pound,
2-pound.
Yeah, I've got some 2. I'm gonna try it out.
So where are we going? Okay. What for what application?
For fun.
No. I mean, just for 2 pound. I mean, what would you use it for?
So my father-in-law challenged me once to catch one over 8 pounds on 4 pound line.
Okay.
I want to catch one over 8 pounds on 2 pound line because I've done multiple 8 pounders.
And you're saying that, how do you think that will handle that?
It's certainly doable.
Depends on your drag,
Yeah.
and whether it's a crapshoot because they may take you in around some stuff and
Right.
get you broke off. But I'm gonna catch one of those giants out at Rocky doing it because there's some spots they get in the summertime where I'll be able to do that.
Well, you'll be able to do that.
Yeah, there won't
And
be
you just
anything
got to be able to see it.
Yep.
Justin Warren's got a good question for you. What is the best reason to switch from P line to cigar line? Bo, how about that one?
Depending on the product that you're using there,
Right.
I don't want to say anything negative about anyone else's product or anything like that. Of
Well, I
course,
know Justin uses P line. So,
Okay.
all right, how about doing this? Instead of saying something negative about P line, how about explain the benefits?
I'll say some of the
Cigar Flow
positives.
Yes, how about
from
that?
Cigar.
There you go.
So every cigar fluorocarbon product that we make across the board is 100% fluorocarbon.
Right.
You don't always see that. You see a lot of copolymers, a lot of different things like that. Everything that we have is 100% fluorocarbon.
Right.
Across the board, our braided line, the Smackdown. I don't know if he's talking about braid or fluorocarbon or whatever the case may be.
Knowing Justin, he's talking about fluoro like that.
And then our braided line is some of the thinnest diameter stuff that you're going to find. If you compare the pound test across the board, you're going to see thinner diameters from us. And then it's
okay.
Oh, good.
No.
He
I'm
just
sorry.
keeps reading. This
This is new for me.
Yeah. Here. Okay. So yeah, with me now, you have to. I'm gonna. If I'm looking at you, just keep talking.
Keep talking right
Keep
here.
talking because I'm.
It
that's just
doesn't.
what
It
I do.
doesn't take
June's used to
much.
seeing me
It
do
doesn't take much to disrupt the train of thought over here. So.
Listen, it's probably less right here. I cannot multitask and all that. So we were talking about
the benefits of Cigar.
yes,
So the complete quality control over the product from start to finish.
right,
As was kind of mentioned in some of the comments earlier, that gives us the ability to consistently produce consistent product across
Yes.
the board. You don't have to worry about picking up a bad batch or any things like that you might have encountered before. You're going to see a lot less of with our product across the board.
I got you.
Yeah.
So there you go, Justin. A lot less products. What is the best cigar for shooting docks? Now, I guess that's more of the crappy. I mean, if you're shooting docks, you're on a crappy setup. So what pound test?
But I don't want one that's going to have a lot of memory if I'm shooting docks,
right,
because you're going to run slack in your line all the time.
right,
And so the biggest thing that I would do is I love personally, if you're gonna do that and if you're worried about a lot of memory, you're gonna want to get something like Tatsu.
right,
If you're fishing a lot of docks that have like Oconee has a lot of old docks and old dock posts and stuff like that, you're gonna want to throw something like a Brazex because it's a little bit more abrasion resistance, but it still doesn't have the memory of your lesser quality fluorocarbon. So
Right.
shooting docks I'd do either one of those.
Okay. Does Cigar even make a copolymer?
They don't. It's
they
all 100%
100%.
fluorocarbon and braided line.
Do they still make the monofilament?
They don't make the
I didn't think so.
monofilament
I have
anymore.
some of them hoarding it. So
It was great. So
I heard about Smackdown braid from Captain Blair Wiggins of Addictive Fishing. Is that an 8 carrier braid or smaller?
it is an 8 carrier.
All right. So explain carrier for some guys that don't know.
So braided line is strands
Right.
braided together to make the fishing line.
Gotcha.
There's all different carriers there. The more carriers you have, the rounder you're able to make that line.
So is carrier an individual strand?
Carries an individual
So
strand that's
when the
woven
weaver,
together.
when the braider is working,
Right.
yeah, the carriers are what holds the spools.
I got you. So 8.
So it's eight strands allows you to get a tighter weave in there and a rounder product.
Right.
Than if you're just using a 4 carrier or a 3 carrier or
And
whatever the case
I would
may be.
expect that the cheaper the company, the braid, the stuff like that, the lower, lesser brands.
The more carriers, the longer it takes to make it.
Yeah. And so they're
And
going to
the
be like 4, 3. I mean,
Yeah.
it's going to be much simpler of a product.
And you're using more raw material. You're
Yeah.
using literally double the raw
Double.
materials to make an 8 carrier braid as you are a 4 carrier braid because
Right.
you have 8 spools working instead
Right.
of 4.
Okay, that's good. What pound test would you suggest for flipping and skipping docks at Lake Weiss,
That's a question for y'all there. I don't know where Lake Weiss is.
Alabama?
It's pretty muddy.
It
You
is
can get by
muddy.
with 6 and 8 or 10. I mean,
Yeah.
if you're not comfortable with it, but if I'm skipping docks, I'm going to stay 8 and below.
Okay.
But without a doubt, 8 and below.
All right. For those 16 to 25 for flipping, depending on cover density. So a lot of times these guys, some of our
Yeah, they help.
they absolutely
I do a
help.
live
Yes.
broadcast
You
every
know
week.
how
I
it
know.
is. It is absolutely.
I appreciate
great.
everybody that helps
I
answer
sure
questions.
do. How much stretch does fluorocarbon have compared to mono? Hey, bud.
Oh my gosh.
When you're comparing it to mono, it would be hard to quantify how much less stretch there is compared to monofilament.
I can give you an example since I'm the teacher. Take a Carolina rig, make a full cast with monofilament, make a full cast with fluorocarbon. You're gonna, if you get bit on that end of that cast, you're gonna have to reel to it with a monofilament, and you're gonna get your hook set when your rod's back here.
Okay.
When in with fluorocarbon, you're gonna get your hook set right here at 90 degrees. Is where you're gonna feel that where that, y'all know what I'm talking about when you set a hook.
Yes.
You know when it's in the fish. You're not gonna know it until it's way back behind you. You're gonna
with mono.
huge sweeping hook set.
Okay. If 8 carrier is good, will we eventually see a 10 or 12?
Ooh.
That's probably a question for somebody that's more up the technological ladder than I am.
The engineer.
Yeah, I'm on the sales side of it. So
you're on the sales side.
If they make it, I'll explain the benefits to you then. But as far as that, I'm not sure how much more beneficial you would get adding more carriers.
I mean, it's already pretty round with 8 carriers.
Yeah, I mean, once you get round, there's no need to get any rounder. I don't think, you know. How about this? And this might be a question for you on the sales side, since somebody's going to ask this. Is there a rule of thumb on how often to change out your line? Because, again, fluorocarbon is a little more expensive.
Yeah, from the sales side of it, we recommend every trip for sure. Strip it all off and put it all back. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Me and him about to have a fight.
Yeah, absolutely.
So another one of the benefits to fluorocarbon compared to monofilament is that fluorocarbon doesn't deteriorate in UV light.
Okay.
So your fluorocarbon is going to last a lot longer than your monofilament will. So there's less reason to change it out for that. I don't think there's a hard and fast rule of thumb as to when to change line out. For me, I change it out when I break off enough to where I'm down pretty low.
Right.
Story time.
Have at it.
All right. So when I first got serious, when I was guiding,
right.
I was guiding on that private lake in North Carolina that had 5 to 8 pounders. Like you'd catch 40 in an hour.
Right.
Okay. So I got some 20-pound Invisex, put it on my jig rod, fished it for 3 years without taking it off my jig rod. And the only reason why I took it off my jig rod was that it started to get cloudy because it had been on there so stinking long.
Right.
But I didn't break off. I didn't have any issues with it. It just didn't look good. It just was just cloudy. And Brian at Seaguar told me it could have worked for another year at least. And that's me guiding, having that rod out on the deck all the time, that kind of stuff. That's when it kind of perked my ears up. And I'm like, there really is something to this. Now, it was 20-pound test, so it wasn't your 8 and 6 and your lesser pound. But I don't know if that really made a difference. But these are big fish. I mean, if you guys have ever seen Mark Zona's show where he's fishing over there, that's a jig lake. We catch thousands of fish on jigs, and they're all 4 to 5, 6, 7 pounds because it was the original feeder trained bass lake. Was
no, I didn't
this
see
place.
What you texted
So
me. I didn't. Are you making fun of me? Okay, you have to excuse me. We got the kid from Chattahoochee here who's.
Does braid benefit from the conditioner like mono or fluoro? Nah, I use KVD line and lure. I've been using it for 100 years. I don't think it does anything for braid. It really doesn't. It doesn't keep the dye on any longer or anything else. So
I wouldn't imagine that.
Okay, how about this? Any tips from you on how to stop line character?
On how to stop line, like memory?
I would say that's probably what you're talking about. Yeah. So fluoro has less to begin with, correct? Or
it has
more memory, less. Yeah. Okay. I got it backwards now.
And honestly, from fishing from the cheap stuff all the way to the expensive, the cheaper your fluorocarbon, cheaper it is to buy, the more memory it's going to have.
More memory it's going to have. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, like that. So, is there a good way to test if line is still good?
I mean, I would say it's going to kind of just pass your eye test, basically, to use it if you can kind of if it feels kind of brittle or old or anything like that. And I mean, you can always kind of try to pull it apart and see what you're getting there. But I mean, it's not going to like turn a certain color or anything
Right.
like that.
How about
unless-
abrasion, fluoro compared to mono? How resistant to abrasion is fluoro?
Fluorocarbon is fairly abrasion resistant. That is one thing that mono is also fairly good at, though, too,
Right.
because of the stretch of monofilament. Monofilament is fairly abrasion resistant. But still, I think, especially once you get up into AbrazeX, which is designed to be an abrasion resistant fluorocarbon, and then into the Tatsu, you're still getting extreme levels of abrasion resistance.
And how do you add that abrasion resistance into it?
With the Tatsu, that's a really, really neat thing, and another thing that I didn't know. And the same thing with our new gold label material as well.
Right.
These are double structure fluorocarbons.
Okay.
So if you're familiar with the way they make golf balls, there's a hard shell on the outside, and then on the inside you have a core.
Yes.
Fluorocarbon, double structure fluorocarbons essentially work the same way. You have that core that is going to be that harder abrasion resistant, that's going to give you that durability, and then you have that core that's going to be soft and supple, that's going to more affect your memory, that's going to give you that great knot strength that you're getting.
So it's the best of both worlds. You get if you were to have all of just the soft fluorocarbon, you'd have more stretch.
Right.
And so by having the harder core and the softer, you get less stretch.
You're taking the
and you get a lot
two-
more sensitivity.
Okay.
And the thing is it's extruded all at one time. It's not a coating like you have copolymer. It comes out of the extruder the exact same time with a center core and everything else. So it's already bonded. And that's what makes it to where it's completely a great abrasion resistant type fluorocarbon.
And you swear by Cigar line.
Yep. Like I said, 06. That was me.
06.
And my favorite, and I'll tell you right now, I used to love when I was poor.
Right.
Yeah. Copolymer. I have one brand of copolymer, and I lived and breathed by it, and that was Iserline XXX. It's a great copolymer,
right?
But it's not a fluorocarbon.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? But it's great because I could afford it, and now that I can afford fluorocarbon, you gotta understand. I fish 250 days a year.
Right.
You know, it's fluorocarbon I go through.
Oh, I can imagine.
I don't want to tell you how many thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things where now I love it absolutely.
So, and speaking of that, because one of the things with fluoro is the dollar.
Mm-hmm.
Is the dollar, and so you're in sales now,
Sure.
And so all the guys watching, just say I'm a mono guy. You've got to sell me on fluoro, even though I know it's more expensive.
Yep.
So here's your sales help. Your opportunity right here.
The best tool that we ever had for this, we had them when I first started, and it was a little shadow box display that you put water in, and you put it on the counter in your store, and it had 18-inch strands of monofilament, a copolymer line, and then in Cigar and VizX. And you fill that up with water, and you hit that light behind it. So this is on a white background. This is, it's not muddy. It's not anything like that. The InvisX almost disappeared. You could see a little bit of that copolymer, and you could see the monofilament just like it was like it was out
You're
of the
dating
box.
yourself now.
I know. Do you remember those boxes?
Yes, I do.
I'd like to see that. Fluorocarbon starts out as pellets, then before the extrusion.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That's the resin that we talked
Before
about.
resin? Okay.
Yeah,
Paul
they
is
control
really
that.
smart. He always asks real smart
I was
questions.
gonna if we're gonna get more in depth than that, I'm gonna have to call somebody because that's the
I know
you're
in their
brushing,
booth.
you're brushing the
At the
extent
Classic,
of my technical
Right.
I don't know if y'all are
knowledge.
going to have it in the booth here because it's a smaller show, but at the Classic, they actually have a jar of the resin that they keep with them for the to show.
Gotcha.
And it's pellets.
Now, are you guys selling your products here as well? I mean, you got
through Hammond's Fishing Center, they've got
Through Hammond's?
25% off all
wow.
their regular prices on all the cigar fluorocarbon and the braided line that they've brought. So that's 25% off their regular prices for the whole show.
okay. So, guys, you heard that. So, if you're interested in the cigar, go to the Hammond's booth tomorrow, like that. 25% off is pretty good. So, if you're worried about money, that's a good savings right there.
Yep.
And you're helping out Hammond's.
And
You're
then
helping
the
out local
first
companies.
50 people that come by the cigar booth tomorrow, which is right next to the Hammond's booth, we're giving away a free spool of gold label leader material.
Okay.
So first 50.
First
2 pound
50.
test.
I don't know if we have, I'll see it. If we've got some 2 pound, I'll put it aside for you.
So,
No, I've
okay,
got some. I'm
so,
good.
so the challenge is an 8-pound fish on 2 pound
That's my challenge this year.
cigar fluorocarbon.
Yeah.
Which brand? I mean, which the
Gold
red-
label. The new gold label.
The new gold label.
Yeah. And when I say it's a leader material, it comes in a little spool.
Yes. Yeah.
So it's for us finesse fishermen who tie leaders on our braid.
So do you do that kind of? I mean, I guess you do that with since you're a Ned rig guy.
Yeah, that's what it's so the gold label material came about because in saltwater, that's the primary way that we sold fluorocarbon in the inshore market. Was guys were buying leader materials and tying it to braided line. We saw more and more of that come about with the finesse fishing gaining the popularity that it has in the last few years. But there's never been a product designed to kind of address that. And especially as thin as the Smackdown braid is, it's so nice to have a leader material that's also that super, super thin diameter that works so well with it. So the gold label, especially in the lower pound test that just came out last year, was sort of designed with that freshwater angler in mind, as opposed to just being a main line that you're cutting off, 2, 3, 6, 8 feet, whatever, to use. This is designed to be used as that leader material.
I got you. So to a guy that doesn't trust his knot tying abilities,
sure,
and they're out there, especially the guys that I'm not mentioning names or anybody, they go from braid to fluoro.
Yeah.
Any disadvantage really to just spooling up a whole spinning reel on fluoro and not worrying about the braid? If cost is not an issue, are you losing that much in sensitivity though?
You're not. No, I mean, for me, now I'm somebody who fought it for like 4 years.
Right.
I did not want to go from full fluoro to braid. Didn't want to do it.
Yeah. Right.
And matter of fact, the guy that ran Kingfisher Society, where I used to guide, he finally convinced me to start spooling mine and my clients' baits or reels up with braid. You don't get the line twist. I mean, it's still in there, but the braid absorbs that line twist 100 times better than fluorocarbon.
Okay, yeah.
And so you can fish with it longer. You don't have to run it behind the boat to get the twist out. It's just you don't have those problems. Other than that, sensitivity is about, and of course, braid's going to be more sensitive because it has no stretch.
Right.
So running it to a fluorocarbon leader gives you that really good. I mean, the best sensitivity that you can possibly get.
What and I'll let you answer this first. What knot do you use to go from your braid to fluoro?
I use a double uni knot to go from braid to fluoro. I have tried. I think we're up to around a half dozen times now to learn how to tie the FG knot correctly, and I can't get it.
I know somebody that can teach
I get frustrated and I give up. I use the uni to uni. It's a bigger knot.
Right.
But a lot of the times I'm not using a super, super long leader. So it doesn't go through the guide, so it doesn't bother me as much. But the double uni.
I'll come over to the booth tomorrow and teach you how to do it.
Oh, what you thought?
In theory, I know how to do
100%.
it.
FG, yeah.
It takes me 45 seconds to tie it.
You'd be the only person I've ever seen tie it.
I've said it on your podcast.
I know. Good Lord.
It don't take me long. Once I get set up and get rolling, if I've done it like that day, if I haven't done it in a while, it takes me a little bit longer. Or if I'm using really, really light braid, it takes me a little bit longer. But I sat down for 3 days on my couch and tied that thing over and over again for hours until I got it, because it's worth it that much. I can tie one and in a month still be fishing it because it's not going to mess up my line. So I'll teach you tomorrow.
Okay, I think an interesting thing. The fluorocarbon leader acts as a shock absorber as well.
Yeah,
and compensate. It
really does, but so does your rod. I mean, if you're using it on spinning rods.
Where is Paul? I thought he'd be here.
Paul Coonan?
Coonan.
He's just being lazy tonight. So he's
getting called out a little bit.
And Paul, I used to fish the Alberto knot, and I'm going to tell you the advantage of the FG knot over the Alberto. I will.
It's all yours.
The advantage to the FG knot, or that the FG knot has over the Alberto knot, is that Alberto knot, you have to bend that line back down through. If you look at it as a whole, that the fluorocarbon bends back down through the knot, leaving a bend in the head of that, or the leading edge of that knot as it comes back through the guides. And so just that part of the knot beating up against the guides hundreds and thousands of times during the day will get that abraded to the point where it will let free and you're more apt to break off. An FG knot is basically a Chinese finger trap wrapped around your fluorocarbon, and it's just straight. There's no bend. There's nowhere for that fluorocarbon to hit your guides in a violent manner to where it scuffs it up. And so the only thing that it's hitting is that braided line, and that braided line is what protects your fluorocarbon. And plus, it's half the thickness. So I can tie an FG knot on 15 pound braid on a 6 pound test leader, and it will go through micro guides, and you won't even hear it.
I don't think I've ever heard anyone say anything negative about the FG knot
No.
before, other than like me.
It's hard to
and
tie.
It's hard to tie.
And when I do in my videos, I'll tell everybody it is a 9 out of 10 in difficulty. And I was a Scoutmaster for 25 years. I'm a knot nerd.
But the thing is, when you watch somebody learn how to do it, and like you said, once you've done it over and
Yeah,
over and
once you do
over
it
and
over
over again,
Yep.
then you
And it's a
got it
matter
down.
of sitting down at the couch and learning. So, but yeah, I do these all the time. Hey, y'all keep asking questions. What I want to know is how many of you guys are going to be here tomorrow. That's what I want to know. I'm giving a really cool seminar on kayak rigging that's different than anything you have heard before. It's basically all of my experience rigging up my kayak to where I can fish the most efficiently into one seminar. So this will be pretty cool.
Awesome.
So, and it's a free seminar. It's not one of the paid ones.
Awesome. Right out here tomorrow?
Yeah, right out here on the floor. So it'll be a lot of fun.
Good to you.
So, hey, David, hope you're doing well. I'm trying to find a question. You guys throw up some questions. I do this every Friday night, and I'm not doing it tonight, so I might as well do it here. Yeah, I have a YouTube live that I do every Friday night at 9:00.
Okay.
On my YouTube channel.
So you're primarily kayak fishing?
No, I do 50-50.
Okay.
Boat and kayak. For sure. I got the #1 instructional fishing channel on YouTube. So
okay. Awesome.
That's all I do. Let's see who's going to be there. Come on now. Y'all let me know. Video of the rigging seminar. Yes, my son is going to be here tomorrow with camera gear, and we're going to set it all up. And so it will be on video for sure. Because I got to get a video out, and I haven't shot one this week. So when are the Dogs going to get a quarterback? I have no clue. I don't let that bother me.
They'll have one next year, just maybe not the one.
Yep. David Newcomb says, if I go straight fluoro, do I go over the top of the spool or under? Over the top.
I'm not sure I understand.
He's talking about when he's spooling it on, I guess. I don't know what that means.
On a spinning reel or a casting reel? Or
Yep. I always do it the same direction it's going on. It's hard to. I've got an old video that I shot probably 7 years ago that explains how to check that, because some spools of filler line are spooled one way and some are spooled the other way. So you kind of have to look at it and figure that out. So, Luke, do you fish a Carolina rig with a clacker? I use the old school brass and glass. I use Carolina keepers because I don't like to retie leaders. And I use a force bead, which is a hard bead so the tungsten doesn't beat up my plastic bead. And so I'll have the weight, a force bead, a plastic bead, and then the Carolina keeper. What are you breaking?
I don't know what I did.
Man.
I don't know what I did. So I went away and talked to somebody for 5 seconds. My stuff starts falling.
Can the line twist affect the way your bait moves? No, it just pisses you off when it gets wrapped up in the reel. I mean, it's one of those things where, and my sons are notorious for it. They do not pay attention to their line one bit, and you get loops and tie. They'll do it in braid. I get wind knots all the time when I fish after them.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's the biggest thing is it just gets all messed up in the reel, and that's why I don't like the push button reels. It's because that crap happens and you can't see it.
Right.
And so same thing on push buttons happens on spinning reels, and when it happens on push buttons, you can't see the problem, and it just gets worse and worse.
I got you. All right, well, I'll tell you what, Gene, I got to get some of these other guys in here.
I can talk forever.
I know you can. Won't you just come down to the studio again one day and you do it?
Will. Definitely.
And like that. So, and we'll just.
Y'all send me an address, because there's not an address to your store on your website, by the way. Hint, hint.
Hint. All right, man.
I will not have my Friday Night Live tonight, but this was considered my Friday.
Your Friday Night Live, we got you in like that. All right, Bo, I tell you what,
Thank
I appreciate
you so much
it.
for having me.
Everybody
Appreciate
needs to go by the Hammonds. Hammonds
booth is
off.
25% off all the Seagar line that they have here for the show.
Right.
And again, the first 50 people that come by the Seagar booth to see us tomorrow are going to get a free spool of gold label leader material.
Perfect.
So
Awesome,
thank you
man.
very much.
Appreciate it. Jump in there, Mr. Shepard. I'm going to try to fix my mic here. Yes, he did. Eric Beasley.
Yeah, the young kid.
Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate you.
He said, I watched the show religious.
He does.
And I said, come on, man. I said, you ever
You're a good man.
He's good kid, man.
Give me about 10 and you guys come on. You good with that? Okay. All right, good. All right, guys. So I'm so miscombobulated right now like that. Pull the mic to you close. right there. Yeah,
There
you'll
we
be
go.
good.
How
All right,
we doing?
guys. So what I've got now, or who I've got now, is Mr. Mike Shepard. Are you the business side of Georgia Blade, or how you
I'm
say?
the works. I'm the labor side.
You're the labor
Yeah.
side of Georgia Blade, and we all know that Miss Pam is the brains behind
She's
the operation.
brains behind the operation.
She is
That's
the brains right there. What I tell you what, we have a special place in our heart. You guys are one of the first ones to take a chance on us, letting us sell your product. And
Yeah,
all like
we appreciate
that.
everything you've done for us.
We absolutely we appreciate you guys more than you know. So tell everybody out there, if they come tomorrow or later this evening, we're running out of time tonight. They got about an hour, but tomorrow, what you guys got at the Georgia Blade
We've
booth?
got the spinner baits, our shad head, our ultraviolet spinner bait.
Right.
Got the big chick, cone head, shad heads, hidden weights.
Pam is the boss.
Oh yeah,
Pam
she
is the boss right there.
That's it. She's the brains behind the business.
The brains behind the business.
That's it.
I tell you what, one of the things you guys got that we love, I personally love, is that Ultra Vibe spinner bait.
They've been selling like crazy
They've been
tonight. We're
selling-
going to be low tomorrow.
You're going to be loaded. Tell everybody just a little bit about the Ultra Vibe and what makes it different than the standard head.
It's an arrowhead type bait.
Right.
It almost throws the blade out of balance a little bit, so you get a lot more vibration out of a smaller blade.
Right.
It's more like a Colorado vibration out of a willow leaf. So
Yeah.
we've got the 4.5s and the 3.5s. You get like a number 4 willow vibration or something out of a tiny blade. So,
Right. And I tell you what, it you can feel it.
yeah.
You can feel
It'll
that
shake
thing
the end
coming
of your
through
rod.
the water.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
is something else. And I tell you another one. How many jigs you got with you today? You got jigs?
We've got probably 1,000 jigs, 1,500. I think we brought 1,400 jigs.
1,400 jigs.
They've been going pretty good too. So
You can't beat a Georgia jig. Now, you'll be here all day tomorrow as
should
well.
be here all
this.
day tomorrow. First thing in the morning to I think 7 tomorrow night. I believe.
Is that what time is this thing open tomorrow?
I think it's at 8. I think
8. I got a tournament tomorrow.
Yeah,
I got a tournament at Mary
we'll be
Alice.
getting up before you to get down here though.
Well, yeah,
you
you
get to go
probably
fishing.
will.
I won't.
Yeah, but what do I got to do to win tomorrow?
I would be throwing a jig or the one of our shad spins
Right.
in a ditch early in the morning.
In a ditch early in the morning.
Yeah, or find some stained water, throw our Colorado blades or ultra vibes,
That's
or
right.
a jig on any kind of rock, trees, or in a ditch. You know, if
That's
you,
right. You
as the day
mentioned
goes on.
something about the Colorado blade too.
Right.
In that stained water.
In
Tell
the stained
everybody
water,
about how that helps them.
Just get more vibration off of it. We mostly put that on our cone head so you can get it through the brush and over rocks, things like that, a lot easier than the shad head. It's more of an open water.
Caught my personal best largemouth on a Georgia blade buzz bait.
That's it. We're selling those too. We just
That's
had a
right.
guy just buy a handful of them.
He
so
has got
we got
them.
a few of those down here too.
They are good and they're great colors too. Georgia blade night blades equals money during the summer.
That is.
That
we
is,
got a few
yeah.
of those down here.
But
so
that's one of the things that you guys, it's really important with you guys is the night. You're one of the
yeah,
few that concentrate on that.
It started Georgia Blade when Mark Neal had the store. He
Right.
started with the Georgia Blade night blade. He came up with that head and designed it, and it's been a staple. It's order number 1. So on the
Right.
yeah,
A lot of how do you come up with your colors on the night blades like that?
most of them have been around from when Mark originally had it. He started with the Lumaflex and the Tinsel, and it's just carried on all these years. You know.
But you got to have a little bit of creativity.
Yeah,
you got your
we had
favorites, I'm
another
sure.
spot. I mean, another color every year or so. Yeah,
Right.
but the June bug or the our black and red and chartreuse is the number 1 selling one we've got. It's been around since the day 1 of Georgia Blade. So
Day one at Georgia Blade.
yeah.
Now, a lot of people come in and on our show, we talk about, I always hear about Chickamauga.
Yep.
You've got a couple of blades, couple of designs.
Yeah,
for
so we're
Chickamauga.
using our night blade now. We call it the Big Chick after Chickamauga or Gunnersville. It's on our nighttime spinnerbait head, but we use a white or a chartreuse or even a pink head,
Right.
and put the big thumper blade on it. So it does really good.
Cody Jones, is Georgia Blade making Alabama rig? Absolutely,
Yes,
they do.
we got 3 styles. We've got one with just 5 wires. We've got a 5 wire with only 1 hook on it, but it's got 4 blades.
Right.
And then we've got the 4 blade with the 5 hook.
I have caught plenty of fish on a Georgia Blade umbrella rig. I caught the rig, whatever, and
really
they're
work.
affordable too.
Yes.
And it is one of the more affordable.
We try to keep
rigs
our
out
price
there.
point better. We like selling volume, so we
Right.
and we like to help the fishermen out. You know, I grew up fishing, so there's
And you-
prices have gone from zero to, you know, people are paying $100 for a bait. And
Now
some baits are worth that.
They
So,
are worth that. Now you fishing some BFLs and stuff like that this year. What are you doing?
This year, I'm probably working just doing Georgia Blade. It looks like we're so
Really?
busy. Yeah.
Are you that busy?
Yeah.
So business is good.
We're doing some of the Scott Barnes is doing a tournament at Lanier for the his mortgage company and Hammond's Fishing. So we're helping sponsor it some this year.
Gotcha.
Give a little back to the community, you know, because if we don't have them, we don't succeed. So
Absolutely. So what is the future of Georgia Blade?
we hope it continues to grow.
Right.
Where I can go ahead and retire and we start doing a lot more of these shows and
Right.
things. Right now, we're just a wholesaler.
Yeah.
And Jimbo's done so much for us, advertising us and promoting us up. He's been the real deal for us. So we're here to help him out.
Gotcha. Do you enjoy the shows, these stuff
Yes,
like that?
love talking to the people. Talk fishing all day.
That
know?
is.
That's what I don't get to do. I sit in the basement and work. So
Will you have anybody else besides you and Pam in the booth tomorrow? Or?
Justin Butler's coming to help us.
Right.
He's on our little fishing team. So
Yep.
yeah, he's been with us. He was our first angler that really approached us. Came, had a meeting, manned up. Really does a great job for us. He's the real deal. So we really appreciate everything he does for us.
Well, I tell you what, I will. I'll tell you right now, I appreciate everything that number one that Georgia Blade stands for.
We appreciate
I
that.
always tell everybody that they'll never meet. There's no finer people out there than you and Pam.
Oh yeah, she works her tail off.
Pam
she
works
really
her
does.
tail off.
She does.
And
It's
you know-
24 hours a day.
And you know what I like about Pam too is she's honest.
Yes.
Whether you want to hear it or not.
Right.
She tells
Yeah.
you the way
Yeah,
she tells
she
you the way
does.
it is. So I appreciate
Yeah.
that. But we appreciate you letting us carry your products in the store.
We appreciate
and,
you selling them. Yeah,
and
we appreciate
we
it.
sell them, and we look forward to a long
Hopefully they
relationship.
do good
with
for
guys.
you. We really hope so.
They
Yeah.
do, man. Absolutely. All right, Mike.
All
I
right,
appreciate
thank you,
buddy.
buddy. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Good deal. Thanks.
All right, guys. That was. You know what, Justin? I wish Justin Warren was here to fix my daggone mic. I ain't got my roadies. My roadies have left. My roadies. Can I switch to this mic, Josh, right here? Would that be okay? Yeah, Mike and Pam are the greatest right there. Brett Matthews is a Georgia Blade fan. There's no weed guard on the Georgia Blade striper jig. I don't think so. I don't remember seeing a weed guard on their striper jig. No, I don't think it's got one like that. Yeah. Who we got now? Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
If I can
This
fix
guy.
this.
All right, I'm gonna join you again. I know I hogged the
Join
first
it.
part of the
You actually
broadcast.
talk for a while I fix my mic. How about
Okay,
that?
so Danny Pruitt's gonna fix his mic. Danny Pruitt runs Fish, and you've got Steve Pinkston's creations over there.
Actually, can I be honest?
Yeah,
He stole them from your bag.
really?
I'm not gonna lie. I will
Oh,
not
okay.
lie to
All
you.
right,
I
all
said,
right.
listen, I want some of your nuts. He said, I got a couple of bags I gave to Jimbo. I said,
So
listen,
I'll
let
take
your
him.
truck and get me one. He goes, I'm just gonna take one of Jimbo's.
I
So
got you.
listen, if that was supposed to go to somebody else, I apologize.
I apologize in advance. I begged him not to do it, but he did it anyway. It's just what happens.
Yeah.
So, is your mic fixed? It's not.
No,
yet.
no,
It's-
you keep talking. I'm good. Talk to that camera right there and
Got
introduce
the one right there.
and, yeah, introduce the guest right there. For a
Okay,
second.
so what we have here, and Danny's the expert interviewer, so I'm not going to do well with this, but this is Michael, and Michael is with Nomadic Waters, and Nomadic Waters, what they do, it's a very unique business model. They get groups of people together and they take them down to Brazil and go peacock bass fishing on the Amazon. And the pictures, if you've ever been on his website or you ever can be on his website and see what's happened, the videos, the pictures, the experience is just literally once in a lifetime. And it is an incredible thing that he does. Unfortunately, this season got canceled because of the COVID and what was happening in Brazil and, et cetera, not just here, but there as well. But you really need to drill down on Michael and this experience that he provides,
Okay.
because it's just spectacular. I was scheduled to do a trip with him. We had a group together. We're going to do a trip. Obviously couldn't go. That was end of September this year. It didn't happen. But this guy's the real deal. He's a good
Absolutely.
dude.
Okay.
And ask him some questions, man. He'd
I
he'd
will.
love to talk.
Absolutely will. So
Yeah.
you'll have
I'm just going to sit here and
You
watch.
sit here. You'll have to
Nice.
absolutely excuse me about the difficulties. My roadies left.
I understand.
I finally have gotten to the point where we have a roadie here or there.
Oh,
like
man.
that.
Yeah,
So,
you got to have a roadie.
got to have a roadie.
Good help is hard
You
to find,
absolutely
man.
do.
I
You
get
know,
it. I get it.
I mean, I can't work under these conditions, and I do the best I can. With Josh. But
Union.
anyway, huh?
Union.
Union.
You think it's union? Union. Yeah,
Is that
form a
what-
union. Josh, form a union.
Josh formed a union. Okay, so I remember at the Gemini last year, I talked to some of the guys with that, and they were kind
Jean,
of
your
telling me.
sister was here.
That's right. That's right. And so they were telling me about about all the things you do. Now, that is a bucket list destination for a lot of guys.
It is.
So basically, just tell everybody, kind of, we'll go into a little more deeper, just what you guys offer
Sure.
as far as the once in a lifetime trip.
Sure, absolutely. 90% of the people that I talk to, they use that phrase. This is a bucket list. This is something I've always wanted to do.
Right.
But after they fish with us a couple of days, 3 days, they come back to me like, man, we're doing this again. I mean, this is not a bucket list trip. This is an annual trip. I'm saving up. I'm coming back, every 2 or 3 years.
Right.
And we run about 60% repeat business on our trip, which
That's
for
amazing.
a bucket list trip, we're pretty proud of that.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's a big deal. It's a life-changing trip.
And tell everybody kind of where your destinations are.
So we run 2 destinations in northern Brazil. First of all, what's unique about us is I actually live here in Marietta. This is my home.
Right.
And I own the business. I own 100% of it. But, Brazil has a really, really special place in my heart. I dream about Brazil at night. I mean, I just think about casting to those giant fish every night. It's just a remarkable experience. But we fly down to Manaus, and that is a 5-hour flight from Miami. So it's actually easy to get there.
Right.
Guests will then stay overnight in Manaus, and then they'll do a charter flight over the jungle for about an hour and a half. We land in a small village, take a 5-minute ride to our mothership, and we board our mothership. And we are on a 108-foot long mothership. It's almost 40 feet wide.
Dude, it's like the Taj Mahal in the water. It's unbelievable.
Pretty incredible.
I mean, it really is. I've seen all the video and pictures of it. This is like the best looking houseboat you've ever seen in your life. I promise. I'm not kidding you. It's unreal.
When the guys from a competitive business are going by taking selfies with our ship in the background, we know we're
you're doing something right. Absolutely, yes.
But it's fun. Our boat's designed to hold 26 anglers, and we run it with 10. So everyone gets their own cabin.
That's nice right there.
Single occupancy is standard for us. Everyone gets their own bath, which is really nice. It's just, especially in this era of social distancing,
right?
We've had that single occupancy policy since day one, but now it's just making us really, really attractive because people want to travel, but they want to be safe. Well, this is a way you can be completely safe with your own single occupancy cabin. So anyways, you'll board that ship. We'll run all night into the jungle that night. So guests will wake up and they're in the middle of a federally protected reserve. We have very exclusive access to the waters there.
Gotcha.
And we'll cover 70 square miles of river in 6 days of fishing. And we move every night so that way we're resting our fish and we're exploring. And there might be some days where the guests are like, I don't think we fished that lagoon. I don't think we fished at all. We'd like to go back and fish that tomorrow. I was like, sure, that's fine if that's what you want to do.
Right.
But we try to rest the fish. We try to move quite a bit. But we try to have some freedom in there too. If people just feel particularly connected. It's like sometimes you fish some water and you just want to stay there.
Absolutely, yeah.
You haven't covered it the way you wanted to cover it. And so that's just a lot of fun that we can do that. We're pretty proud of our bass trackers. We fish off of real fishing boats.
Yeah. Absolutely.
What that means in context is a lot of outfitters down there, you're running off of pretty narrow john boats.
Yeah.
Right.
They're tippy, you can't stand in them. And we're fishing big, broad, wide bass trackers. People can just walk her all around. It's very, very comfortable, very fast. So comfort's a big part of what we offer.
This whole thing, Danny, is first class. That's the great thing that I can say because once I got to know Michael, we got introduced to Henry Cowan. You know who Henry Cowan is? You got
absolutely.
Henry on the show.
Great Henry.
So Henry connected us. He said, "You guys are 2 peas in a pod. You really need to be together." And he's right. I think the world, Michael, solid individual, really just a good person. Got to meet his sister Jean, who was here last year with us. she's just the whole thing is really first rate. It's first class. They do it the right way, and they're concerned not just about their customers, but their crew and things too. Obviously, this year got canceled, right, because of COVID.
Right.
Tell them what you did for the crew members who you couldn't support this year.
Right.
This is a huge statement, and I know you probably wouldn't want to, like, you wouldn't yourself bring this up, but I think it's a remarkable concept of what you did as a representation of who you are. So share that with them.
Most of our crew, they live in the interior. They live in these little villages deep in the jungles, and we're really their sole source of income. So to cancel a season, that was really hard for us, but it was devastating for them.
Right.
And I started to get some phone calls from guests who have fished with us for years, and they're like, "Hey, we just started to put two and two together, and you guys are in trouble, aren't they?" And I'm like, "Absolutely, actually, yes, they are." And they're like, "How about, can we just send some money your way? Can you try to get it to them?" And we had enough calls like that. It kind of gives you an idea of the kind of customers we have as a core group, that we just set up a GoFundMe project, and we put together a few pennies, and we're doing a matching program, and we're raising up to about $24,000 to send down there, and we'll divide it equally among all of our crew. And actually, I'm hoping to be down there in about a month to just surprise them and just hand them some cash.
And that's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money
in that area. That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
Big deal.
So that's very good. That's first class.
Bad news is we have 24 employees, so we're hoping for $1,000 a piece.
Yeah,
24,000 is a lot of money, but even 1,000 a piece will help them considerably.
And when do you think you'll be able to start your trips back up? Or is that
we have every intention to run starting in September. Yeah, and we'll run September into December, and then we've got a January and February season as well.
Okay. And what are the types of fish that you guys are targeting?
So everyone comes down for the peacock bass.
Yeah, because I was noticing that in the oh, okay.
Yeah.
Y'all fish. Okay, I didn't even see that question. See, I was thinking it myself, Paul. There you go.
Yeah. Everybody comes down for the peacock bass. What a lot of people don't realize is that there are a lot of different species of peacock bass.
Okay.
And so we'll cast to 3 or 4 different species, and they'll range anywhere from butterflies that are 2-3 pounds. You can catch one after another, up to the big asus, which are the big breeding, and they're, world record's 29 pounds on one of those.
Oh, big ones.
And they are huge. But
really?
I'll tell you something, a lot of people don't know until they come down and fish with us. Everybody wants that 20-pound peacock bass. It's like that magic number.
Right.
It's kind of like that 10-pound largemouth. There's just something about that magic
That's
number.
it. That's the line.
Yeah.
The truth is, and I can't say this to customers, but I can say this to you guys, very few people have the skills to land a 12-pound peacock bass.
And why is that?
They are just so strong. I mean, it's hard for me to explain the power of these fish. Like, I know guys who fish for bonefish and tarpon down in the Keys.
Mm-hmm.
They'll come and fish with us, and they'll break their rods on a 12-pound peacock bass. They just completely blow up.
Just the brute force of the fish and the way it fights?
Yep. You look at a peacock bass, their tail they have a thin wrist and a big, broad tail.
Right.
That thing is just power.
Torque.
And, they are burst feeders. They are absolute ambush burst. So when they hit something, they hit it and they keep going.
Right.
And when they feel that tension, they know they're hooked, they go right to cover. And so, we all have these fancy reels with drags and let a smooth drag. I want that thing cranked down to a stop. They cannot take line. That's how you've got to fight these fish. So we're fishing 65, 85 pound braid. We're throwing lures that are 8 inches long, 10 inches long, big wood choppers, big props on them. And it is a tug of war. What I like to tell people is, imagine you've got a 2-year-old Labrador pup. At 2 years, they're still puppies.
Oh, absolutely.
They're absolutely insane. Now imagine you've just tied your line onto his collar and you throwing a tennis ball down the hill. That is what a peacock bass is going.
That's one thing I've never heard in fishing.
Then you have to stop him. So just try to imagine stopping that fish.
Yeah.
So that's what they're like, and it gets in your blood. They're most amazing fish.
Is it mostly top water that you guys? I mean, because are you using top water? Because I see the explosive.
Oh yeah.
That's what I like seeing on the TV. So
you'll always catch more fish subsurface.
Right.
but their take on topwater is so spectacular. That's
Yes.
really what we do.
Yeah, and that's what I've seen.
And it's okay to trade off
Yeah.
little fewer fish just to see that explosion.
Yeah,
Right.
I
You know,
would
like-
do it. That was my plan when I was
Yeah,
down
yeah.
there. I was
You
going to
know,
throw a
why-
wood chopper
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
7 days in
Yep.
a row all day. That
I've
was
seen
it.
him hit a wood chopper so hard, and I've actually got one in the booth. I should go grab it. But I've seen him hit it so hard, and I'm talking about a balsa wood lure, that long. That thing will launch 5 feet in the air, and it'll come back down in the water. You strip it again, they'll hit it again. They are not afraid of anything. In fact, they will come right up to the boat. They'll eat the lure between you and me right there. They'll look at you, see the lure move, and they'll eat it. They're the top
Just
predator
predator.
in their water.
Just
So
top
they're not
predator.
afraid of us at all. 3 years ago, we had a fish come at us so fast, and the customer was literally backing up. I thought he was going to walk off the back of the boat because this thing was just making a beeline right towards us.
Yeah.
He pulls the lure up, and the fish hits the boat. Fish just swam right into the side of the boat.
Little torpedo
That's
action
awesome.
going like
Unbelievable.
that.
Yeah,
That's unreal. Now, is that the only species that you go for down there, or is that just your primary? Are there other opportunities? And
there
what
are
are
a lot of different species down there. It's people come for the peacock. After a
Right.
couple of days, they like to change it up, see what else is there.
they? Right?
You could literally take a half a day off and fish for piranha right off the back of the boat.
Piranha.
You catch 30 piranha in 30 minutes. And that's a fun thing to just show pictures at home,
Yeah.
people at
So
home.
you guys go swimming at lunch, right?
Yeah, some guests do.
Okay,
I
so
would not be one of those guys. No,
So
thank you.
I have a question
Seen too
about
many movies.
what kind of price and all that. But
Yeah.
how about instead of just saying price, maybe is there a way or a website that they can
Sure.
get in touch with you individually? Because I'm sure it
It
might
varies,
vary the
yeah.
time of year or what you want to do.
Yeah, nomadicwaters.com. Start there, and that'll walk you through the whole process.
Tell him thank you.
Yeah, it's not an inexpensive trip, but it's something that you save up for, and people, you look at our return rate,
value.
and people are like, they see a lot of value in what we offer for sure.
The value is incredible, and like I say, it's from start to finish, it's first class, and
Yeah.
that's why when we started, it's like, you know what, we are peas in a pod because we do things right. We want to
Right.
make sure
Yeah.
that the people are treated correctly, that our customers feel welcome all the time, and I knew that we could together, I could bring my clients in, make them his clients, and together they're our clients, and
Yeah.
we're going to treat them right.
Yeah.
Right.
And everything from start to finish is first class, and it's
And-
awesome. I mean, I just can't wait to go.
When Jimbo says together, he literally means together. So I personally host every week down there. So
He lives in Brazil for 4 months.
yeah,
He's gone.
I fish 6 days a week with guests for 4 months.
Right.
So I have a really good idea of what's happening in the fishery every day, obviously.
Right.
But
Absolutely.
Dialed in.
but what's
Yeah.
really important there is if a customer has an issue, there's always, we're dealing with different cultures. We've got some translation issues. There's a lot that can be misunderstood and misinterpreted. And a guest can come right to me, owner of the company, and say, this doesn't sit with me well. Can you help me understand what's going on?
Right.
Oh, yeah. This is what actually happened. So I think it gives people a little more peace of mind to know that I'm there. Buck stops with me.
absolutely, yeah.
I can figure things out. And I've known my crew. We've had almost the same crew since day one. I think we've had 2 employee changes in 6 years. So,
That's very
they're
Huge statement.
really close.
Very good.
They're definitely
statement.
family to
Huge
us.
statement.
I'm going to take 2 steps back if I can talk about one more species. Is
Absolutely.
that okay?
No, absolutely. Yes.
There's a really favorite fish called an arowana.
Called
And-
what now?
Arowana.
Arowana.
And they call them dragonfish down there or monkey fish down there.
Yeah.
But they're very long. They have a large mouth that opens up. And they are designed, you look at them, they are incredibly fast, very, very powerful. But they actually will jump out of the water 2 or 3 feet in the air and will grab a spider off a branch or even a small bird off a branch. They actually eat out of the water. So
incredible.
we can talk about topwater. That's topwater. I mean, we've
That
had
is as top
guests-
water as you get. Yeah.
I've got a
Yeah.
picture of an arowana in there. It's about
Fly
7
water.
pounds. And a guest actually cast his lure and got it wrapped on a branch. And he was just yanking on it. And that lure's going up and down. And that fish came completely out of the water, ate the lure, broke the branch, and swam away. And then we were able to land it. It was about a 7-pound arowana. It's just like you just
That's
don't know
unreal.
what you're gonna catch,
And you don't get those experiences around.
No.
here like
that's
that.
hard to find
Absolutely not.
anywhere else.
Hard to replicate.
That is
Yeah,
absolutely
it really
awesome.
is.
Well, I don't know what else to say with that other than they just need to go to the website or come here tomorrow.
Yeah,
Yeah,
come
that's
on
right.
down.
and,
Yeah, they're
and
gonna
talk
be
to
tomorrow,
Michael
yeah.
about it and set you up, book a trip. And if you ain't got no money, we'll just save up a few years and book it. How about
That's right,
that?
man.
That's
It's
right.
worth it. I
You know,
promise
that
you
is.
it's
So
worth it.
that's
No question.
and Brett Matthews, you can pay for me.
That's right. Yeah. So Brett, you are paying for Danny, right?
Right.
This
He
is-
said that.
okay,
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. So Brett's
Yeah,
a good guy.
Brett's loaded. I mean, there's
He is
no
loaded.
secret.
He's got a great boat.
He's got a great. Yeah. You see that? You all see the stuff he drives around. Of course, he can pay for
I
you
mean,
too.
and he's a good-looking guy with
He's
a
a
lot of money,
good-looking
great
guy, a lot of-
wife,
yeah.
and he's got life made.
Yeah. There's no
And-
question. He's
and
buying.
Yeah, he's buying. There
Brett's
you go,
buying.
Brett. All right,
Yeah,
look at that.
Brett,
Ha ha.
You're on.
He
Did he
said,
say
ha ha.
ha? Is he on there
Ha ha.
watching?
Yeah, oh yeah, he's watching.
It's worth
That's
a
why I
try.
say it's worth
Yeah.
a try.
He's
I'll talk him
absolutely
into
loaded.
it, so
Yeah.
like that. So,
Yeah.
all right, well, I tell you what, I appreciate you
Gentlemen,
stopping by, and
thank you.
Good job, man.
Jimbo,
Awesome.
thank you.
Appreciate it.
And
Awesome.
since you live, off season, we need to get you up to the studio and talk
Yeah.
more in depth about it. That would
Would
be
love
really
it.
good.
Anytime.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So
he's a
that's
super
perfect.
guest
All
for
right,
you.
man. I appreciate
Thank you,
it very
sir.
much.
Appreciate it.
The Fishing
Thank
for
you.
Warrior guys.
Yes.
I told them they just walked around. They just went
Are they
right
coming?
back over there. I told them I was going to get them on here for a little bit.
Fishing for Warriors.
They're coming. Oh, they're taking
They're
a
on the way.
picture.
Chris, I want to get Chris from Towboat in here too. Towboat Alatoona. Towboat US Alatoona.
Perfect. Give
So,
me about what? Let's see.
I'm gonna.
Give me about 10 minutes
Yeah.
right here, and then bring them on.
Yeah. I'm gonna step out of the way and let these
Perfect,
gentlemen get in there.
Perfect.
All right, guys, you're on, man.
You're
Come
on. Get in here. Get in here. We had a microphone malfunction with that one. It just gave up the ghost right there. That and I've been messing with it too much tonight. All right, guys. So we got Fishing for Warriors here, and remember I told you my name. I was terrible with names, so let's go
Yes,
over the
sir.
names again. Right there, Cameron.
All right. Nope.
Cameron.
I'm
See, I
Cameron.
messed it up, man. So Cameron McBride is the tournament director, and John Lanier,
Yep.
you're the outreach.
The outreach vice president.
Vice president
Yeah,
and all that.
Yeah.
And so you guys may or may not have seen, I've worn this shirt before on some of the episodes. I've gained a few pounds. So if you
Haven't
guys
we all?
listen, if you guys get a 2X, you send me
we
the
got-
2X.
We got them.
Do you really got a 2X?
We'll take care of you when we see you again.
Sure
There
does.
you go. Perfect. How about either one of you? I don't care which one. Tell everybody out there what Fishing for Warriors is.
Basically, Fishing for Warriors. It was kind of started. Basically, what we do is it's an outreach program for veterans, and it doesn't matter. It's a wounded veteran, just a veteran. We're just trying to get people fishing, right? So
Right.
So what we do is we are a 501c3 nonprofit. It's everything we make goes to taking a veteran out and having just a great day or a great weekend. So
Right.
what we do is we have events that we put on, and Cameron and myself, Justin that's with us, Justin Brooks that's with us. We go out. We usually recruit probably anywhere from 6 to 10 veterans. We have guys that volunteer to take them on their boats.
Right.
Friday night they come in with us. We do like a fellowship Friday night, catered meal. Saturday we wake up and you go with your respective boater. We do some fishing Saturday, kind of a little bit of practice deal. Come in, they have box lunches. Saturday night we do another catered meal for them, and we put them up. This is all expenses paid for these guys. And then Sunday we do a little bit of a tournament. We got a little tournament,
Right.
and we have some plaques and stuff we give them. We try to send them home with a fishing rod and some tackle, just so. There's a lot of times when veterans sit back and look, they don't have much going on, and they turn around and look. We just want them to be able to have an outlet. You know what I'm saying? So
Gotcha.
It's a cool thing. We love it. It's therapeutic for us just as much as it's therapeutic for them.
Right. And maybe just give us a few examples of some of the veterans that you kind of come across, some of the things that they've experienced that you guys are trying to, we all hear it, but you guys actually see it and you hear it from them firsthand,
Right.
And that, firsthand accounts,
So actually, me and John met each other through Fishing for Warriors.
Right.
But we've both taken out veterans, and I've had everything from old guys who've seen a ton of combat, been through anything you can think of, shot, blown up, all that kind of stuff, and they really kind of struggle coming back. It's hard to to go from the combat mindset and just it's hard to turn it off sometimes.
Right. Absolutely.
And for us, we found that getting out on the water helps kind of take our mind off of it and gives us it gives us some peace. And the guys that I've taken out all say the same thing.
Right.
And, we like to keep up with a lot of the guys after the fact too.
Right. Yeah. We talked about that.
Yeah, we did.
Absolutely. So how many events are you guys trying to do this year?
So this year we have a benefit tournament that's coming up March 6th.
Yep.
We have a benefit tournament to raise money for some more events.
Right.
Right.
We have 3 planned this year.
Yeah.
We're looking at the end of March or early April.
Mm-hmm.
We're looking at sometime in June, and I think we're looking at another one in August. And basically, we just have to. Our big thing is outreach and trying to find like the facilities that'll take us and stuff like that. So, and I tell you, it's crazy how many people out there that we find that are like, yo, we're willing to just let you come stay in our houses.
Right.
There's so many great people out there that help us out. So it's cool. We love it.
Yeah. So I see. Yeah. And one of the things I mentioned to you guys, I always have to make sure I look every so often, make sure I don't miss a question. And sometimes they just get talking amongst themselves. That's the way it is. They don't need us. They just it's their own show.
We're
like
the background noise.
They're talking about going. Some of them are talking about going to Brazil.
Yeah,
chasing them peacock bass and all that stuff.
In Brazil.
One of the things I mentioned to you is possibly doing something. We're big in the electric only world and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Possibly trying to coordinate and maybe trying to help raise some funds or something like that.
Yes,
do
sir.
whatever we can do like that. So if anybody out there they're interested, how could they get in touch instead of going through us? They want to come to you guys directly.
Right.
Yeah.
Where do they need to go?
They can go to, if they want to donate or we have gear for sale.
Yeah.
That's fishingforwarriors.org.
So you sell gear
We do.
for that. Okay.
Yeah,
That's
I
great.
do.
Yeah.
If they want to email us, my email is fishingforwarriorstd@gmail.com. And I believe John's is fishingforwarriorsops@gmail.com.
And how many veterans do you generally get to interact with a year?
So
in a year, probably close to 30.
Yeah, close
30.
to 30 because it was, we started off pretty small,
Right.
trying to grow this.
Yeah.
We would love to be up to where we're doing 20 to 24 events a year.
Yeah, that'd be amazing.
That'd be amazing, right?
Right.
So right now it's just we're in that small phase of getting it together, and we're not just trapped into Georgia, right? We can fish South Carolina, Georgia. We're looking at Lake of the Ozarks. We're looking at Texas.
Absolutely.
We're looking at, there's so many places because there's a lot of times where we understand veterans can't get to us, and we got to pay for tickets and airlines and stuff. And with everything that's going on, it's getting to be a little bit tougher, but we're working through it and we're going to get it. We have an Instagram, we have a Facebook that's just Fishing for Warriors, follow us. We're posting stuff where that social media is starting to pick up a little bit for us.
Right.
And we're always fishing. Him and we're always fishing.
And you're fishing some BFLs and stuff.
We are fishing some BFLs. That's, Cameron got me into that, so we started the BFL deal and it's great, and being able to talk in the BFLs, we've been able to attract some veterans that way as well.
What about the comment right there? Have y'all reached out to companies like Lou's from there? Is that something that you guys have tried or?
I'll let Cameron say that because Cameron knows this very well.
Okay.
So we're hoping to get there.
Right.
We're not quite there yet. We've reached out to a couple of companies and gotten minimal response. They get a ton of people reaching out to them.
Absolutely. Oh, trust me, I know.
We understand that.
And we don't want to be that nonprofit that goes, hey, give us something. That's not what we listen. We want help just as much as we want to help you promote what you want to do. And we just, and our way of doing it is like, hey, listen, if you help us out, we're helping veterans, and we'll do as much as we can to give back to you as well.
Now, at our first event, we did have Casey Smith.
Yeah.
He had one of his sponsors. What brand was that? I can't remember the brand, but he had one of them. He worked with them, and they sent us a bunch of like spinning rod combos to give out to everybody.
Right.
So that was awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'd always love to be able to send the veterans home with some gear
it's
so that even when they're not with us, they can still
That's
keep
right.
fishing.
It's that big thing of like sitting at home when what Cameron was talking about, you don't know like I tell people all the time, like like your wounds will heal, but like scars are always there. You know what I'm saying?
The physical
So, like,
wounds heal.
Yeah, the physical wounds here, the scars are always there. So like when they get low or they get down, they look over and they see that fish and maybe they look at that rod and they go, hey, you know what? Let me go to the pond and throw this around a little bit. It was soothing that day,
Right.
something like that. So we look for that a lot.
Yeah.
We'd love to reach out to companies, and we do, so
Right.
we'll see where it goes. Hopefully when it grows, the help with you guys, like you, for example, have a great platform that's growing. We've watched you grow, and it's people like you that help us and we are so thankful for some of the stuff we get to do with you.
Well, we appreciate that. And just to let everybody out there know that we have already scheduled a show with these guys to come up Tuesday night, February 2nd.
Yes.
That's right.
And for the month of February. Okay, guys? So we'll start this in February. The Fish North Georgia community, the group guys and everything, the people that associate with us are by far they're just the best group of people out there. And they've got some of the most giving hearts and everything like that. So we'll come up with it. We'll figure out how we're going to do that. But I would like to set February, the month of February, all right? The entire month of February. I want to raise money for these guys.
We appreciate that.
To help guys who I'm sitting here tonight, and let's just be honest, because somebody was brave enough to go put his life on the line so that my ass can sit right here and talk to you. All right. And they do it every day. And it's a shame. It's I think one of the dark stains on our country that we don't take care of them as much as we should.
Yeah.
Between them and teachers and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah,
you know what
no
I'm
doubt.
saying?
Yeah,
I mean,
no doubt.
it is. So we'll figure out what we're going to do. Maybe by the time you guys come up February 2nd, we'll have an idea.
Okay.
We'll put a plan into action.
Sounds great.
And we'll see what we can do to help you guys out with that. How about that?
We're totally in. We're excited about coming and seeing you.
It's an overrated experience, but
we're excited.
Look at I'm having to hold my microphone.
It's great.
Everything's falling apart. I'm spitting everywhere. I'm thirsty. I got some nuts. You want some nuts?
I'm good. Thank you.
A good friend of mine actually had his life saved by fishing. PTSD sucks, and wish more veterans were helped. I tell you what, Justin.
So do we.
Justin, I tell you what, why don't you and I talk? Man, look how fat I look in that camera. This is
Me
not
too.
a flattering.
I can tell you're cutting back. I can
This
see
is
it.
not a flattering shot. FX looks like FZX. It's all stretched out out there. But I tell you what, Justin, how about you reach out? Let's talk Monday or Tuesday, and I want you to help me. Let's see, Neil Scoggins, just let us know how we can help. We got the guys.
Yeah. No,
So, but Justin Spieth, since you've got some good experience with this, I want you to kind of help 10K minimum, Danny. Yeah. I want you to kind of help us with that. Bring back the overalls. I wore some overalls the other night.
Yeah.
That were, I could fit 3 or 4 guys in them. They were big, but I had a lot of clothes on underneath.
Right.
But Justin, I want you to kind of help us out with that project. How about that? So,
And get your friend in touch with us too. We'd like to work with him too.
We work with anybody.
Yeah. We want to help as many veterans as we can.
and you know what? If that veteran's to the point, they can help another veteran.
That's
Absolutely.
correct. That's
Absolutely.
it. We're just paying it forward, right? You know, we had somebody help us through stuff. Going through the VA sucks, man.
Yeah.
It can be trying. It's gotten better, but it can be trying. And you just see so many people that you like your brothers that you serve with, the women and men that are out there that have done this. That we ain't no better than anybody else. We just signed the same way everybody else did. We just want to give you something to look forward to, because I look forward to every time I get on that boat. Every time I get on the boat with him, or every time I get on the boat with a veteran, that it's just fulfilling. And I hope that we can give that. I can give that to somebody else.
Yeah, and a lot of our volunteers that we get, the boaters, a lot of times are veterans that have found fishing too, and they want to help other people.
That's awesome.
So,
And we've had a couple pros that have come and been like, yo, we'll run if we're not doing something on the tour. We'll definitely run with you, And so that's big, because these guys, there's some of these veterans that are like closet, bass fishermen that really, they're like, they don't know how to do it. They're like, hey, how do I get out there in this?
They just need somebody to show them.
Just need the push, man.
Give them a push like that. So, Justin's already got a plan, so good. He'll send me some ideas,
Great,
and
great.
we will get together first next week. And by the time you guys get up there in February, we'll have something.
Oh, it's
How
going to be
about
great.
that?
That's
That'll
awesome,
that'll
man.
be
Sound good?
perfect.
And guys, listen, if you're coming here tomorrow, make sure you stop by. You'll be here tomorrow.
We'll be here tomorrow.
Be
Come
here all
see
day.
us, man.
Seriously, guys.
We love talking, so
Yeah,
we'll hang out.
I'm all about buying fishing stuff and all that stuff, but some things are more important. If you come tomorrow, make sure you stop by their booth. You'll be glad you did. So
Yeah,
we will see you
We
guys
appreciate
in
it.
February.
Thank
How
you
about
so
that?
much, man.
And you guys are awesome.
Appreciate you guys,
it, buddy.
man. Thank
Thanks
you so
a
much.
lot.
Thank you guys out there. Appreciate you.
Awesome. You guys are the best.
Thanks.
We'll get in touch with you like
thank
that.
you so
So.
much.
And y'all got my number now, so anytime y'all need, just
yes, sir.
call me. All right, we'll
See you,
do.
man.
See you guys.
Thank you.
All right, man. And I tell you what, we got 22 minutes left. 22 minutes left, and I'm going to get a few more over here. You ready to come on here now? Yeah. Have a seat right there, or whichever. Who's the boss? I know the. I know the right answer to that. So like that. So who do I have the pleasure of speaking with? Chris
Day, yeah.
Chris Day and
Stephanie Day.
Stephanie Day. And you're with
Towboat US.
Towboat US.
Yes, sir.
All right. And so what part of you serve Allatoona, or are you all over the place?
Yeah, we serve Allatoona, our local port does, and we're also here representing Lake Lanier as well.
Oh, Lake Lanier.
Yes, sir.
I don't know who he's singing happy birthday to in the background. I'm going to talk to Jimbo about this like that. So what kind? So what exactly? I mean, I think it says it in the name, but what exact all the services that you guys do?
So we're I like to explain it to people like AAA on the water.
Right.
So we do soft ungroundings, fuel deliveries, general towing for any kind of mechanical issues. Even if you need a quart of oil, if you get too low on oil, we'll bring you a quart of oil out.
Are you serious?
Yes, sir.
You've actually had a call for a quart of oil in time, or
we get a good bit of bass fishermen that need some oil for their two-stroke.
sound like some of my followers out there. Towboat US is the best money a person can invest. So do you have something like that? Do you have like a program that they do, like a yearly thing or something like that?
We have a yearly program. It is, what's the price?
$90.
$90 per year for freshwater.
Uh-huh.
That gives you unlimited towing, fuel delivery. Like I said, everything. You got everything for $90 a year.
For $90 a year.
$90 a year. It's the cheapest thing in the boating world.
It would be kind of foolish not to have something like that. So right now, but you guys, particularly Allatoona Lanier.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I just want to know, where do you have most of your calls come from? You can answer that.
For Altoona,
Either one. Which one has the worst boaters, Allatoona or Lanier?
Oh God.
Well, it depends on the year. We've had a pretty rough year this year,
right?
So they've been a lot more novice boaters out there.
Yes, trust me. Yes, I've seen them,
and we've been getting a lot of calls. I mean, just anything from just not checking your fuel. Yeah. I mean, we get, and then we also do trailer assist as well.
Right.
Where if you have a bearing, go out. But we've had a lot of people forget the pin in their
Josh,
trailer.
We needed them. You shaking your head? Yes. That we were going to a tournament. We got a mile from the ramp, about 2 miles from the ramp. We heard this noise, and all of a sudden, here come the tire flying by the front of the truck at 100 miles an hour. Now, luckily, one of the guys we were fishing with, I don't know why, had a spare. He saved us, but
right.
In most circumstances, that guy wouldn't be coming down the road with a spare bearing or whatever he had. Right.
Exactly.
You guys offer that.
Yep, and that's just an extra $15 a year
for the trailer.
For the trailer assist. The good thing about the trailer assist, though, is it covers your vehicle, your trailer, as long as your trailer's behind you. So even if you get to the boat ramp, you lock your keys in your truck, we'll come out, unlock your car for free.
Bring you gas for your truck.
Bring you gas for your truck.
You ever pulled a trailer and a truck or something out of the water? I mean,
yeah,
you see them
a couple of times.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it that tough of a thing to do? I mean, is that a hard job? I've just always wondered, because I see the videos all the time of the boat, the trailer just going right back down in the water and all that.
Yeah, it's not really a hard job per se on pulling it out. The biggest thing we'll deal with is the environmental part, because there'll be oil, gas.
Okay, that's something that didn't even come into my mind right there.
Battery acid sometimes if the battery pops.
And you're responsible for
We're
all
responsible for every bit of that.
That's awesome. I didn't even know that protection like that even. I mean, I saw a towboat. I just figured, I didn't even think that all this other stuff was there. And I don't think many people do.
No, we we on Lake Allatoona, I mean, we assist with all the fatalities that happen out there because most states are so underfunded. We have the equipment to, locate everything with sonar and stuff like that.
During a crash or something with a
Yeah.
sunken boat or stuff like that.
So we're usually, we do a range of stuff. We're assisting Towboat US Lake Lanier for the last 3 days on raising a 80-foot houseboat up out of 70 feet of water.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How hard was that?
They're still working on it.
They're still working on it like
Still
that?
working on it.
So what goes? Do you have divers that go down and,
Yeah,
and stuff like that?
We have specialty divers that work for us. Usually they're public safety divers or
right.
They have to. You can't just have your normally PADI certification.
A buffet of services. That's what they're saying. You guys got.
That's it.
That's the way our
buffet of service.
I never know what the guys are going to say, but I tell you what, the Brett Matthews Fishing right there. He's one of the more respected friends that I have. I would say that. So if Brett Matthews says that you're the best money a person can invest, that is real high praise right there. So he's a good guy. Knows what. How many customers do you have total? Now, are you a franchise, or is it kind of like that?
We're more of like it's sort of a franchise. We're more contracted for Boat US because Boat US is actually owned by Geico, so it's Geico Boat US now.
Understood.
And we sort of fall under it as Towboat US.
Okay.
So anybody that's got Geico insurance, they have Towboat US.
I do.
So you're
I didn't even know that.
Automatically a member. And then if you don't have that insurance, you can obviously buy just a standalone membership.
And that was the $90 that you were talking about.
And that covers you nationwide. It's not just Lake Allatoona or Lake Wise Lake or Lanier. That's nationwide.
Okay, so if anybody wanted to contact you directly,
yes, sir.
How would they do that?
They'll just call our local number at 770-881-1123. And this for the boat show, we have them on sale for $65 for the whole year.
Okay, that's good. Now, what size boats? What's the cutoff?
There's no cutoff.
Guy in a John boat can buy a policy for that.
John
You
boat
don't
can
have
buy
to own a
policy.
boat to buy.
You don't have to own a boat. Yeah, you can be on a friend's boat.
So if you prefer to rent boats because you don't want that expense of owning a boat,
right?
You can buy one, and if you're on a rental boat, we'll cover and we'll come get you.
Yeah.
That's
you can be on
awesome.
your friend's boat, and we'll come get you.
It covers any boat you own, rent, or borrow.
Well, we fish a lot of electric only stuff like that. So we just found out that you could get insurance for those kind of boats and rods the other day.
Right.
So we didn't know that. So this is something else that we can start adding, telling the guys they need to do that because for that price, that's a great, you'd be foolish, I guess, not to do that.
It is. And I mean, our price is per hour for a non-member. We hate to charge them, but there's no way to get around it.
Right.
I mean, it's for our boat to leave the dock, you're looking at around a minimum of $175 per hour.
Yeah.
So
a lot better to do this one time and be done with it.
One time and be done with it. And the best thing about it is you become a member of the Boat Owners Association of the United States.
Right.
And we've had, so for instance, last year when they shut down the permits, I don't know if you remember it, for the lakes.
Oh, yeah.
So we called Boat US Government Affairs, let them know what was happening. They got in touch with Corps of Engineer. And I mean, within a couple of days, all of a sudden, everybody's getting permits now to do bass tournaments.
Yes, yeah.
So I mean, they're a huge advocacy for boaters, from fishing to sailing to power boating, everything.
That's awesome. Tell everybody your number one more time.
770-881-1123. We'll also send you some shirts over here.
Okay.
And hats, unless you give them away to whoever.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be awesome. We do a show every Tuesday and Thursday night.
Awesome.
So I'll make sure I get them in the right people's hands and all that. So you guys, again, if you're coming tomorrow up here to Jimbo's show, make sure you stop by. It's Towboat USA.
Towboat USA.
Towboat USA, and discuss that with them. That might be something I think personally you need. Makes sense, and you guys will hook them up, right?
Yes, sir. We'll hook them up.
That's awesome, man. I appreciate it.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
Y'all have a good one.
Easy enough, right?
Yeah.
There you go. That's it. All right, guys, we got about 13 minutes left in this show. It is a no-brainer, Brett, so it makes sense to me. So, Fat Boy getting hungry here. I'm getting ready to eat me some of these Steve Pinkston nuts, Sugar Hill nuts. It being a Friday night, I guess, pretty much. You out of here? Yeah, we're gonna go eat. I'll call you. Don't run over the boat. All right, there's a lot. There's a lot of guys going in and out right now. So, pretty much the crowd for tonight is kind of dispersed. It being a Friday night, they got these nuts. That's right, these nuts right there. So it's kind of dispersed. But guys, again, they open up from 8 to 7 tomorrow. So you guys, if you're not going to come out and watch the elite tournament weigh-ins, which that's okay. You ought to give a ride down here. It's real easy. What is it? $15, Josh? I think it's $15 to get in. I'm eating these nuts, guys, on air. I'm sorry. It's been a long look at. I'm having to hold the microphones are falling and all that. Guys, I'll tell you what, listen, Tuesday night, don't forget, you guys that are watching, we got one more week if you want to send money to the Pediatric Brain Tumor Foundation. Next Tuesday night, we're going to have the drawing for the 2 FX rods, okay? And then we're going to go to January 30th. We're selling the AR raffle tickets for the Marshall family. Chris Taylor and them are doing that for the to help still, with the stuff like that. They're going to give away that AR. And you heard me tonight talk about February. We'll make plans for February for the stuff. If you're in the Cumming area tomorrow, about 3 o'clock, and I know it's going to be cold. If you're in the Cumming, Georgia area, thank you, Brett. You guys need to come on up to Mary Alice just to watch the weigh-in. And y'all ate Taco Bell on the air. I don't think anyone's going to hold eating a bag of nuts against you. Yeah, you're right. Hold on a second. I got the announcements. Jump in here. Jump in here. Why not? Sit down. Look who I got here.
Hello.
I saved the best for last.
Oh yeah.
You're right there. Look at his hair.
Hey man, I'm growing wings.
Look at that. You look like that. Looks like one of those fake ones.
I'm growing wings, baby.
You want some of Steve's nuts?
No, I've had a couple.
Plenty of Steve's
I've had
nuts.
his nuts all night long.
Listen,
He was over here. I told Peaks, and I said, Peaks, we had so much fun laughing about your damn nuts. He said, if you need to get to Hammond's, they got some of my almond nuts.
Some of his almond
and
nuts.
I said, you got almond nuts?
Hey, there's a reason why I didn't ask you to come to last. Because I knew, listen, it was going to go downhill quick. Visor and all.
That's funny, man.
How's business been?
Man, y'all got it set up. We're good. We're doing good.
We got to take this all down in about 10 minutes. The wing will be here tomorrow.
Oh, y'all aren't going to be here tomorrow?
I got a tournament tomorrow.
Oh, my bad.
We got fish. Unless you want to run the show. You want to run the show? There's no way Josh is going to leave all his stuff here with you.
Dude, Josh.
He's hiding behind the camera. I'm back down there. He's
Josh, let me run this thing for about an hour.
Nuts and fruity worms.
The FCC and everybody else be over here after you.
Listen, I thought when Steve was on here there was going to be.
I bet they were if y'all talking about his nuts.
Well, listen.
You're eating his nuts now.
I am eating his nuts. But he started talking about strip clubs.
Oh my God!
Yeah, no. I had to, and Blake was here, and Blake was like falling for it.
He didn't start talking about ham sandwiches.
We did, but what we're going to do is we didn't go into we're going to do an Adult Swim. We're going to do an Adult Swim show, an after-hours show, and we'll let him talk about.
That might have been the funniest story I've ever heard. I down there fell out of the boat.
Fake Kirby, look, you're fake Kirby.
I'm what?
Fake Kirby, smart.
Who said that?
Huh? Josh Daniels.
Who said,
Josh Daniels, fake Kirby. Down the bottom.
Dude, that hurts.
You ain't a dog fan?
That hurts. I can damn win. He can't.
No, listen.
Did I just say that?
You did say that.
Did I just say that?
You did say that.
He can't win the big one. I thought that's what they said Rick couldn't do.
Listen, Paul, I'm hungry. Dude, he's like a chipmunk shoving.
I ain't lying. He's storing them nuts in his cheeks.
I
didn't realize you got everybody on here, don't you?
I have. They've been on here for 4 hours.
Wow.
Yeah, we've got the best.
Hey, y'all come out tomorrow, man. We had a lot of fun. We've actually sold a lot of stuff over here.
I know it.
And it's been, it's not the big day. The big day's tomorrow.
That's right. He's going to be running out of Blue Lily if y'all don't come.
Yeah.
How many Blue Lilies you bring?
A little over 200 bags.
There you go. So, guys, listen.
We got Blue Lilies.
If you're not going to come buy them from me, come all the way up here to Duluth and get them from the man himself.
Did you see me on stage?
I did. I was hoping you'd fall off that boat.
Damn, I was impressive. I impressed the hell out of myself.
And I was watching you. and old Gene was sitting here talking, and I'm watching you over his shoulder, and I'm like, damn, old man, don't fall out of that boat.
He's about to go.
He's about to fall out of that boat.
He's about to go tumbling.
Oh, so I mean, listen, guys, there's all kinds of stuff. What was you doing? You giving a drop shot seminar?
Yeah, it's drop shot seminar. Just basics of drop shot. Now tomorrow I'm supposed to give a drop shot and get deeper into the sonar.
Into the sonar.
Yeah, this was mainly just an introduction to drop shot and setups, and what. But tomorrow's going to be a little deeper.
When you gonna take us fishing for free?
Who?
Me.
I'll take you sometime.
When sometime? Because
I don't know. Whenever I need an anchor, I'll just tie a rope to your ass. No, we need to plan it. If you've never gone, yeah, oh, you have it. You need to go out.
Clint Blackwell. Let me answer this question. Might be a stupid question. Where is the show? Gene is awesome. The show. I want you to tell everybody where we're at.
Infinity Center off of
Infinite.
Infinite. Is that what it is? What did I say? Infinity.
You did.
To infinity. and then what the dude on who was that dude on the what is
Infinite. That's that Buzz Lightyear.
Buzz Lightyear. The Infinite Energy Center.
You can't be Kirby Smart and Buzz Lightyear in the same night.
Oh yes, I can.
Well, you can try it, but you ain't gonna pull it off.
Oh yes, I can. Quarterback, go right.
Look, now you're like John Travolta.
Yeah.
Hello, Cleveland.
Infinite Energy Center. It's right over here on the Sugarloaf Parkway on the opposite side of Bass Pro Shop. The old Gwinnett, what was it, Gwinnett Civic Center? What was it?
Hell, I don't live around here.
Back where the Gladiators played.
The Gladiators?
Gwinnett Gladiators.
That was in Rome.
Oh, dude.
Hey, no, the Gladiators is a hockey team, right?
Yeah, the old hockey team. But, hey, do we have a hockey team anymore? Okay, we don't have a hockey team no more. Josh Panyard, wave at us. That's Josh Panyard.
Yes, that's right.
Herman Bird.
Herman Bird, way back there.
Herman Bird. Okay, but it's at the Infinite Center.
Infinity.
What did I say? Infinite again?
No, you said it right.
Damn.
I was just messing with
Jesus. Man, I'm getting bombed. All right, it's at that place off of 85. But hey, y'all come on out tomorrow. It'll be fun.
Actually, there's a lot of cool stuff here. I really do. I really do think so. And you get to see
LJ give Danny the juice for tomorrow so he don't get skunked.
Who said that? Who said that?
Paul, have you got a white streak down your back? Have you been getting skunked lately?
Anchor Hell ship floats.
What?
Rob Young. Anchor Hell ship floats. He's talking about me. Listen.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah, but I love Rob. Rob can get away with saying that.
You know, I know Justin Spieth. He says low rants. You know they're no good when they can't even pronounce them. They can't even spell them.
All right. Oh. Listen to that bomb threat. No, I'm just kidding. So anyway, yeah. So like I got that tournament tomorrow. Tell me so I don't get skunked.
LJ bomb. Someone send him a white claw. So, yeah. I need one.
I want to watch his top blow.
I don't even drink. If I drink,
that's what we need.
If I had one white claw, man, I'm allowed to be nude up there on that boat dancing.
This,
well, banana hammocks.
I swear I thought your ass was going to fall. No, I didn't. I don't want to have to go over there and give LJ mouth to mouth.
I was looking down. You didn't see me put my arm straight out like that, like I was going to swan down.
I saw it. Would you bounce? Would you bounce? Or would you
Hell
splatter?
no!
Would you bounce or splatter?
I'd be like a bird turd hitting the floor.
What we need to do? We need to get you with that hair and that thing, and get some smoke and blow smoke and wind in your face, and let you just sit there and do that.
Hey, the funny part is that everybody thought I had a wig on.
That's what I'm saying. It looks like that.
Hell no, that's me.
That's his natural.
That's my natural.
That guy's
hair.
he is naturally ugly.
I'm picking up radio
look at-
stations. I'm picking up all kinds of radio stations.
Oh no, we can't do the second cat. I should
What?
ask that quick. Well, this show went south quick. All right, listen. I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm not gonna say
When
it
you
on air.
making the blue waffle worm? Oh my God.
Why'd you say that?
I say.
Did you know what that was?
Yeah, I had an
Okay.
idea what they were talking
All right,
about.
okay. Lockjaw's going to be crazy. I wasn't going to say it. I'm
You know,
glad
after
said
a few beers, you might come up with a blue waffle worm.
Listen at you. Listen at you.
What is it? That is a statement without. Dude, I'm picking up radio stations.
Are you really?
See ya. There goes Georgia Blade.
Georgia Blade. Everybody
Greatest
go by.
blade in the world.
Greatest blade in the world. Oh my goodness. So, all right. Tell everybody the hours here tomorrow. Do you even know them?
Yeah, 9 to 7. I got to be here at 8. So if you get here around that time, bring me a sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit. Can I?
Might as well ask, yeah.
Yeah, I'm asking. I'd like some hash browns too. Hey, y'all want breakfast?
What do y'all want for breakfast in the morning?
Sausage, egg, and cheese? Bring
No,
it.
no,
Bring
he's
us.
a Yankee. Bring him some grits.
Oh, he won't eat grits, man.
Bring him some grits.
Oh, he won't eat them.
Hey, Earl, will you eat some grits?
He,
no.
He thinks they're like that paste that you glue.
Paste that you hodgepodge?
I don't know, that damn white paste we used to eat, back when we were little kids.
That's the reason why you wear a visor in here. Like I'll bring you breakfast.
Yeah, we need 5. Hey, somebody bring me.
Listen now. All right, he's gonna bring you breakfast.
I need
for a pack or two
5.
of bacon.
I need 5 sausage, egg, and cheese biscuits.
How many?
And I'll get you a couple. I'll get you a couple of packs of worms. And I'll give you some of my hooks.
Elmer's.
The ones I designed. They're sweet.
They're
real sweet.
Hey, listen, you got about 50 seconds, and then my ass is going home.
48 seconds.
48 seconds. So what
I'm
have
down
you
to
got
46 now.
What do you got to say to all of your adoring fans out there?
I'd like to say I love you. Thank you for voting for me, and I accept this award on behalf of all of Lanier Bates. Get Corey. Stand up. we got Corey, my son.
He's like me.
Owner of Lanier Bates. We got Big E over there. We got Hummingbird next to us.
Hummingbird's right next to him.
We've got the sexiest sign here. I don't care what you say.
You do. You want to show everybody your sign real quick before I sign off?
How you gonna do that?
Go turn the damn thing around.
Well, turn it around.
You.
What thing?
Your sign, your Jedi sign.
Oh, that sign.
Yeah, well, watch this.
You...
Well, they do got a sexy Lanier Bates sign, but check this thing out, guys, real quick before I do that. You trying to look like Scott Martin? That's what they look at that. Lanier Jim, the drop shot Jedi. You're good. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, they see it.
Drop shot Jedi.
Yeah, except, it is what it is. It is what it is. Listen, that's a good sign. That's a good sign.
You put that rod in my hand, it's like a lightsaber.
Is it? Is that what it is?
I can't do a lot of things.
True.
I can't fry chicken real good.
That's a shame.
I'm a terrible lover.
I have no doubt about that.
I mean, I done told my wife I'd rather, go fishing than have sex. So she
hey, what everybody does.
I don't know who these two dudes are next to me over here, but I'm going to meet them.
Yeah, there you go.
But don't put a drop shot rod in my hand.
Don't put a drop shot rod. I understand.
I can't do nothing, but I can do that.
You can do that.
I can't do that.
Looks like a duck.
I have to check with my wife on that one too.
Oh, good grief. All right. I love you.
Why are we leaving now?
I'm leaving. I gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta pack up. You just get to leave.
Oh, well, trust me. I know how far you got to go.
Yeah. So we
trust
gotta go.
me. I've been out there.
Yeah.
I mean, I took a damn plane.
Yeah. Dropped off in the middle of the jungle. Did you just jump
out there? Man, that's a long ride.
Last night's guest ain't even got home yet. They're still driving. I text them on the way over here. How you guys doing? You made it?
That sounds like hey, Conan, where were you last night during taco night? We had
he was watching my show.
We had Earl going for the record.
Throw Briar Harmon in the Briar Rabbit. Listen to that. I know what that reference is. A Briar Rabbit.
We did. Earl went for the record.
Gotcha.
So David Summers, if you're watching this, you need to bring that belt back. We gotta give it to somebody
Eric
else.
Beasley, listen, I appreciate meeting you too, kid. You come on up to the store. You get a chance.
Is that him? He's already on here.
He was after I shook his hand.
How did he get on here? How did he get on here so fast?
Phone, man. They're
Oh,
smart.
is he on the phone?
Oh yeah, I'm sure he's probably sitting right around the corner there or something like that.
Oh.
So, can I go home now?
Yes, we'd like to sign off.
We'd like to sign off, guys. We appreciate you being here the entire 4 hours. A lot of you have. Some of you guys really have the entire 4 hours, and love you guys. We appreciate you. Again, if you're in the Mary Alice Park area tomorrow around 3:00, come watch the weigh-in for the elites. If you're not going to do that, then he's getting old. I'm
just talking about you. Look a hell of a lot better on camera.
Who you talking about?
You.
Me?
Yeah, you look good on camera, but off camera, damn.
Look though. Look how fat I look.
Hey man,
I'm gonna start doing keto with the Flute Master.
That's good luck. Yeah, right.
I am starting Sunday.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna start keto.
What? Gene finally fell through his kayak.
Damn, listen,
That was cold.
That was cold.
I'm just joking,
That was
Gene.
cold. That was bad. Huh? New chicken joint. Yeah, that's right. Absolutely, that's what it is, guys. Listen, hey, you guys all have. If you ain't got nothing to do, come out here to Jimbo's show out here at the Infinite Energy Center. See LJ the man here tomorrow. Go buy some stuff. A lot of great other vendors. We appreciate you. Y'all have a blessed weekend. We will see you Tuesday night. All right. You guys stay safe. See ya.
See y'all. Thanks, Danny.
Woo.